Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds of love can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am.
up. We do a dance in the dark. Down the hall, pictures fall. Even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart. Every artery, a part of me. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you disappear. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you disappear. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
Took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, what will they do? dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right.
This fight we blind.
leave with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in this beat. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up, aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to Nola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing, astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows, your fingertips to the globe's tilt, to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on
Forever's here, today's the first day.
Wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. A thousand voices, because it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
These myths are busted.
The grass is greener on my side.
It's done and dusted.
I'm never getting off this ride.
heavenly creation. The spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotions. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
Good morning. Welcome into Dream League Division 2 as we get started into our second day here in the group stage. My name is Bamwolf. Rojo right over there. And this series, Rojo, it's going to be Kamichata. It's Team T, the Suneko stack. This time, though, without Suneko.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting prospect for them. Now they're a Kaori and 1J stack is, I think, probably the most notable names on this team. But, of course, if you watch much Dota 2 for Tier 2, you've definitely seen Exney, you've definitely seen Shigetsu, you've definitely seen Cloud. I believe Cloud was on 1 win there for a decent while. So it's a little bit interesting. I wouldn't necessarily expect Kaori and 1J to kind of end up on this kind of stack, but I think their experience there is certainly welcome. And in some ways, they are also kind of, I mean, they are kind of new players. They just managed to land themselves some pretty strong teams for a little while there, and then now they're just back here in Div 2. But it's a very interesting stack. Obviously, you did mention Suneko kind of starting this team, and then now, unfortunately, is no longer on it. So it's pretty much a new roster from what we saw in that last Division 2 here. And I mean, it's a pretty interesting amalgamation of players. I am almost curious if I had more information on how this team actually formed and who kind of wanted to bring this one together.
Yeah, it's always a fun time, especially in the, you talk about these Division 2, Tier 2 type of teams. Players move around quite a bit. Speaking of which, Kamichata, they got a new position 5 as well. Not me coming in from VP for a little bit, or at least one version of VP. Making some changes, but I think is also a little bit surprising considering, well, they've actually had a pretty good run. You know, in the insane qualifier madness that was happening just a little bit ago. You know, they looked awful, in their first series, but they really started to turn it on. They made deep runs. They were actually looking pretty solid across a couple different qualifiers. So I'm a little surprised to see their 5 get swapped out here as we move into our second season at DreamLeague. But, you know, new season, new me, something like that.
Yeah, it does seem to be how these sometimes how these Tier 2 teams can go. As a lot of times you try things, or you want to try something new to push yourself to Tier 1. Sometimes it works really well. Sometimes It doesn't not me so far. It hasn't really been able to prove themselves of whether either of those are true. I did get to cast one of their games yesterday that we were watching. And that was, I believe that was against Tidebound, so maybe not the most fair showing for them, but it was pretty disconnected. So I'm hoping that heading into today's games, as we go into drafts and whatnot, that there's just a little bit more connect, just a bit of a better connection overall from Call Me Chada, as especially yesterday, I think they had quite a few moments where they were, just kind of caught out, maybe farming, maybe not making the exact same play with each other. And against a team like Team T, I think they have a very strong potential on Team, I think, to kind of run games over, because they're certainly, I think, one of the most mechanically gifted teams probably in this whole tournament, but they are also a team that does like to play pretty aggressive, pretty fast. 1J has always been a player who's good at doing that, but Kaori in specific is a player who will bring out these enches. He's also quite good at things like the Naga Siren, maybe, which oftentimes are just providing you a ton of raw value from that 5 position.
Yep. Allows you to run the map, get damage done, just be this body in front of things where you just cannot kill it. Very, very useful information. For now, though, the draft is ready to go. We are speeding right through our bans. Naga Siren removed. You and I are very happy to see that, just always. Timbersaw gone, Beastmaster gone, Pangolier in the first phase. A little surprising, but
yeah, definitely not that surprising, I think. Yeah. Both these teams, I think, play a ton of the Pango, so not too shocked here. It doesn't mean that if Team T want Jakiro, they can pick Jakiro up. I see no reason that they necessarily wouldn't. There is still Marcy in the pool as well, so probably the two big ones to watch out for. Against Call Me Chada, definitely these are, I would say, the most iconic bans. Waste 21 is an incredibly good, or Anku, sorry, is an incredibly good Slardar. He always gets that banned out against him. I think Woe plays it a little bit as well. But Rare God's Bounty Hunter is typically stolen away from him in that first phase, and rather than going for Marcy, rather than going for Hoodwink or the anything else, they go for Puck, and the immediate response is Void. So already getting a little bit of a different start to the draft here. XND just really valuing that Puck for himself.
Yeah, I guess a little surprising, a little telegraphed, right? Because we did see that Dragon Knight was banned out first phase, which is a very weird first phase ban, but it's one of the stronger counters to Puck in lane. So you go, you get the Puck out of there, or you get the Dragon Knight out of there, you get this first phase Puck ban. But as we're seeing, they're also, defending this Puck pick into the second phase. Skywrath is being removed. And, while that has been this hero that has become a little bit more popular in high-level pubs as of late, Rojo, by picking the way they're deciding to go about this Puck in the draft is really constraining what they can actually respond to with how much they feel they need to defend it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a very, very good Puck player, which obviously XNE is, I think has value to do this, but personally, this isn't much the way that I like to draft. I just think it opens up a lot of avenues in the game to be a little bit difficult. But for Team T, this is what they're opting for. I think that in theory, it's not wrong. I think Call Me Chada, the response for Void Spirit, I think is perfectly reasonable. Even we've been seeing some Void Spirit in different positions. Yesterday, I watched, I believe it was Planet play one of the best Void Spirits I think I've ever seen on the position 4. Obviously, I don't think that they'll be playing that today, but maybe I believe that was against Call Me Chada that Planet brought that out. So probably they were enlightened a little bit about this hero. Obviously, it is one of the next better counters in lane to Puck. It's usually pretty easy to get a decent advantage out of lane, but I don't think that you build a significant enough one for me to feel like this has solved the Puck. And so in your draft, the difficulty sometimes is finding extra heroes to do so without focusing your draft so much on trying to get Puck that you don't end up walking yourself into Adusa or the likes. Jakiro is a great way to do that. It's fine against Puck. It's a very tanky hero, so sometimes it can be hard for Puck to actually kill the hero early. This can provide a lot of value on side lanes to kind of kill off these towers, and the Ice Path can be annoying. So it's a very matchup for Puck. So I mean, obviously, we've seen tons of Jakiro. If you're an offlane player, Bayo, so I'm sure that you hate Jakiro with a pretty fiery passion, as do most players right now.
Yeah, it's always fun when you go and you lane against this hero that does a ton of damage to you, slows you down, bullies you out, And guess what? They don't give stick charges, so the counterplay is just buy more regen and and sack your game that way as well. It's just not a fun thing to deal with. Second phase Pudge here. We've been seeing a lot of Pudge 4. That is certainly the case. Yamich kind of leading the charge on that one, but what about? I don't necessarily see something in this game that says, "Well, wow, this is a great Pudge game already." Well, actually, no. You ignore pretty much all Jakiro's damage with the meat shield.
Yeah, it's a pretty good response to Jakiro. I think 1J recently has played the Pudge himself. I think they probably can bring it out on the position 4 if they want. Shadow Demon a great flex for both of their supports if they want to keep this draft a little bit open. So I do like this. I like the Pudge pick. I think this Pudge is very open at this point in the draft. I think the Shadow Demon is a little bit helpful. Having that extra save per puck can be really annoying, but I do feel like there's got to be something on this phase for Call Me Chada that's at least a pretty decent response. They could go for something like Abaddon themselves. Maybe that's annoying into Shadow Demon. Maybe you can just go straight away into something like a Terrorblade to just have a ton of damage. Sometimes drafting into Shadow Demon's a little bit annoying. Obviously, if you give away Terrorblade Illusions, it's annoying. For Abaddon, getting ulted is annoying, but sometimes I think you just have to accept that this hero is a bit obnoxious. But this time around, they do go for Night Stalker, and in theory, this is a very, very good Night Stalker game. Of course, it will be running into potentially an 18 pick for whatever that safe lane is, so it could struggle a lot during the lane, but having the extra nighttime vision is pretty strong against these heroes. Obviously, the silence super impactful as well, so I do like this Night Stalker. The more that I've seen Night Stalker, the more I've become a little warmed up to it, and personally, every time I play against Night Stalker, I get really, really annoyed. So, it's got to be doing something right.
It's really nice as well. This is something that is, actually probably more than a month old at this point, but Night Stalker is definitely one of these heroes that very much benefits from the kind of the rise of this Helm Dom, where Night Stalker for the first 5 minutes of a game, if you take the Night Rain facet, you're great, very happy, you're laning well, you're getting all this bonus regen, and then you just kind of disappear. It feels awful at that point in most lane matchups. But if you can pretty much get your Helm Dom by 5, 6, 7 minutes, and you certainly have the Helm there ready to go, all of a sudden, well, you don't really care. You're very tanky. You can go farm. You actually can farm when it's daytime, which has always felt bad before. And it gives the Night Stalker a lot more scaling into the game in a way that Night Stalker didn't really have before.
Yep, and the coming out of this phase does end up with a Terrorblade on Team T. Not for Call Me Chada, which I was wondering if they would want to pick something like that up, but they left their carry pick open. Now it is a very good TB game, to be fair. There's a ton of magic damage coming through, so that is definitely a big threat to the Terrorblade, but a lot of it is kind of, it's not scaling magic damage for the most part. So eventually in the game, this Terrorblade, once you do have the things like a Hurricane Pike, once you have a little bit of extra HP to play around with, you do chunk through these heroes. You're not really threatened by Night Stalker. Should be a good lane for you. So I do like this Terrorblade pick, but overall, I think Call Me Chada has kind of cooked for I think their kind of play style. They've drafted heroes who are all pretty naturally tanky, and also heroes who have a very good amount of disable and damage. So across the board, their lineup just has a lot of beef in the early game, I think, to go with the heroes that they have, and they have some pretty easy ways to play out fights. Even I think for Terrorblade, Ringmaster can be actually one of the more annoying supports to deal with. It doesn't really, I think, necessarily counter you, but it is obnoxious. The boxes can be quite annoying. Getting wheeled can be very annoying. It's one of those heroes that can just do a lot of obnoxious things to the Terrorblade. So currently for Team T, it's kind of, honestly, it's looking like this is probably going to be a 1J Pudge, and that this 1J Pudge is going to have to do a lot of fishing throughout this game.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. Certainly, you talk about whether the Pudge is going to be core, whether it's going to be support. And Bailman Arts makes, well, every Pudge, but specifically core Pudge, very, very upset with the percentage-based damage that happens. So I'm with you. Does feel like this 4 Pudge. We're going to have to see where they're going to want to go into the off lane, something that ideally makes space, plays with the puck. Maybe a pipe builder. That seems pretty good here. The one thing I will say is, man, it feels like a pretty solid Leshrac game for Call Me Chada, but the way they've drafted, I don't see a good way for them to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, they'd have to end up playing like Void Spirit position 1. Maybe not the craziest thing, but probably not worth it for that kind of shift. The question is, I mean, Team T, they've only got 5 seconds left of reserve time. So what are they thinking? As you said, probably something like the Centaur, and just putting this Pudge onto 4, I think makes the most sense. I would generally want to play something like that, but they go for Mars, which I think is this hero does, I think, usually get banned out before this. Maybe not the most like OP hero, especially since it did receive that decent nerf in a patch or 2 ago, but still a very, very nice hero to play with. It does give them a lot of what they need. They needed an engage hero, they needed stuns, and the arena can be decently quite nice for, especially killing off these 2 supports. You don't really have any way to get out of it. Even the Night Stalker as well. So I like this Mars pick. Maybe it's a little less kind of safe than the Centaur, but it definitely facilitates kills a lot more. Can even set up for some hooks and do some fun things in that offlane.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how that goes. And any lane where you have a stun set up for the hook is always going to be nice. So you get the spear, even the slow with the God's Rebuke is potentially enough for the Pudge to get the hook in. Now, as we move on to the safe lane, this one's a little bit more obvious. We're looking for a carry. Jug has been banned. Medusa has been banned. You know, DK carry DK is not really there.
This one is hard actually.
Yeah.
Apparently not, as Call Me Chada, they go straight away for a Spectre. So not a team known for bringing out the most typical heroes. Whoa, he loves his Spectre. He brings this out even though this hero does not see very much play across the board. And in theory, it's a pretty good Spectre game. I mean, they have kind of limited damage. I would say that definitely the Terrorblade is a decent matchup to the Spectre, but obviously having that pure damage can be quite nice. But the question always is, Bayo, is Spectre even viable in the current patch? Nobody really plays Spectre very much outside of Call Me Chada, so it's interesting. They went straight away for it, so I'm definitely excited to see it. I'm excited to see the 1J Pudge. I'd probably give Team T maybe a slightly more consistent lineup, just in terms of just raw power, but the Call Me Chada lineup does seem very obnoxious to play against, so I will certainly give them that.
Yeah, I will say I've been seeing a lot more Spectre in my pubs. Not that that matters at all when we talk about, you know, professional level play, but it is something that seems to be getting like a little bit more popular all of a sudden. You know, at least further down the list, and who knows what that means. It is nice to be able to go and with the Orchid just haunt on top of a puck and just take the puck out over and over again. Terrorblade, a little bit more interesting, of course, but it does give you that way to get through the crazy armor that a Terrorblade has for most of the game. I can see it, but yeah, I'm with you, Rojo. The big problem with Spectre has always been and will always be that it is, I'm not even going to say slow, because you do get to play fast. Every 45 seconds or whatever every 60 seconds down to 50, you do get a chance to go get on top of someone, but you don't fall.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins. Dire's courier has been killed.
Better than a nice roll liver.
You shall not. Puck out! Here I am!
Will have my vengeance! Explode! And plenty for both of us. Just hastening the inevitable. Demons shall take them. Time to cut my losses.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Lovely. Well. A real killer on the loose.
Radiant structures are fortified.
For my cause. Your own worst enemy. Without decay, your life truly ends here. That's my... Dogs! It's gonna be a massacre! That's how it is.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bloody creeps!
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Invisibility. I don't waste my time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Some people call you friends, I call you co-stars. I said
Behold!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
quiet's magic.
You haven't failed. This was your greatest success.
Dire structures are fortified. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The wisdom of eternity.
I know the clown when I see one. Line up! I'll get to you in turn.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Now they will suffer.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Here I am.
Let's go! Mega kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Get out of here, all of you.
Puck out.
Radiant are scanning.
Unstoppable all intact.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
Greetings.
Twice the measure of power.
Cleaver's edge will never down. Monster kill! Monster kill!
Novel.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Agents of the Void.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Good remains. Violence magic.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That's a bit of all right.
Interesting.
Radiant victory.
Straight up stomp from Kamichada.
Yeah, this was utter devastation from them. So, and really well played. What they wanted to at all. I think this 1J Pudge was not a success this game. Just not, again, very much on the same page across the board for Team T. And in the draft, you gave away the Jakiro, thinking that you could kind of respond to it with the Pudge. Not me. I think he would like to disagree with that sentiment. So we've seen how strong this hero can be. They let it through regardless, and they certainly paid the price. So call me Chada. And they come away with a victory here in just under 30 minutes, but a 38-7 victory here, Bayo. Ooh.
Yeah, you talk about not me. He did more damage than the position 2 Void Spirit, who went godlike over the course of this game. Second most damage on his team. In fact, second most damage in the game. Just showing just how strong Not Me was on this Jakiro, just doing way too much. And then, of course, Ethereal, crazy game out of the mid lane. Even Anku, who did not win his lane, had some struggles, was able to come back and do everything he needed to do, get on top of the puck, make his life miserable. And, well, that's how game number 1 went. But we're going to go to a bit of a break. When we're back, we're going to see if Team T can go and recalibrate, maybe just ban out the Jakiro, maybe not pick a first pick puck, Something like that. We're going to find out right after the break.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Yeah. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met.
Welcome back to game number 2 here between Kamachata and Team T. My name is Bimmel. Rojo is right over there. We are going to get into the game 2 draft very quickly. Rojo, game 1, it felt like a draft problem. Felt like a laning stage problem. And, I mean, from that point on, it didn't matter what type of move Team T was able to make in the mid game. They were just way too far behind from the lanes, and their draft did not give them the tools to come back in the mid game.
Yeah, it was. There was a lot of issues in that game for sure. I think draft is definitely a big one to address here, but particularly maybe focusing a little bit more on that Jakiro for themselves, or at least not letting Call Me Chowda get it in the hands of not me. But so they do this time around. Actually, I like the start of their draft already, as we can see here. They've picked up the Jakiro for themselves, but it's there was definitely more problems than the draft coming out of that first game as well. So if they want to really address those for Team T, they're going to have to
10 seconds remaining.
change some things pretty fundamentally from this first game to the second. But the Jakiro is already an incredible start, to be granted, as it was a pretty significant portion of the success in that first game, if not most of it, to be honest. That is not me. It facilitated so much around the map, and Woe had that incredible game on the Spectre, but it was really only due to having such a kind of blanket case from the Jakiro.
Yeah, when the Jakiro goes godlike and does the second most damage in the game, that is a very compelling argument as to why Jakiro should just get picked. But also for how much it does for the lane. generally, like traditionally, you pick Spectre Warlock or something like that, and he's like, okay, Spectre's gonna survive the lane, and sure. But you pick this Jakiro just to win any lane it's into, and all of a sudden it pinches the pool about what Kamichada can do, or Team T can do quite a bit.
Yeah.
For now, though, as we get into this game too, we saw Dragonite get first phase ban, which was, I think, a little surprising in game 1 from Team T, but maybe just because Kamichada likes it, they're going to first phase it here.
It's a very strong hero, to be fair. I've gotten pretty Dragonite pilled myself the last couple weeks. I feel like every time I see this hero, the damage coming out from it is insane. The build versatility is very high. The role versatility is quite high. It's very obnoxious to draft into as a mid laner. It kind of naturally denies, parts of the pool, and I think it makes sense for Call Me Chada. So I think, they pick up a dragon, you pick up the Dragon Knight. It really only makes sense in terms of draft, but certainly I'm a fan of this Dragon Knight. I think that it's looked more and more ridiculous the more I've seen it. I don't think it's quite at the level that Jakiro is, but I do consider it, honestly, a very valuable 9 pick, especially for the side of Call Me Chada, considering this is what they kind of value. For Team T, I'm a little bit curious if they will let the Skywrath through. They did ban it in the previous game because they had the puck. In this game, they do decide to. Rare Gods, I believe, played it twice yesterday. Or at least of the games that I saw, he played it twice. But those games were not particularly the best, as I believe those were the Tidebound games. Did not go in their favor, but I still think the concept of having something like a Dragonite Skywrath is pretty scary to boot. But I suppose there are still a lot of pretty valuable supports left in the pool.
5 seconds.
There are. It is kind of interesting seeing the Skywrath that has not been a meta support for like 3 or 4 years now. All of a sudden, you give it a shard, you let it farm a little bit more, and it comes back properly into fruition. But for now, it will be that Bat Rider as a follow-up, which is not directly something that's like, wow, this is a really good response to Team T's early draft, but it gives you decently in pressure. It gives you this ability to go and just pull someone out of position, and that is kind of where we saw Kamichada find value in that last fight. Just you find someone, you get the pick off, and you finish the fight 4v5, and with any sort of lead, that becomes very difficult.
Yep. Straight away, though, so far, I would say a much better draft for this side of Team T. Very happy to have both of these heroes in the pool. So far, they don't have a great response to Lycan. I mean, Dragonite, at a lot of points in the game, doesn't care too much about Lycan, but even the damage reduction can be annoying. Being split up can be quite annoying. And they'll go back to the Shadow Demon. Kaori, maybe, playing that Shadow Demon in the first game, a little bit unfortunate the way that things planned out. He died, I think, a lot more than he originally would have planned to, but that was kind of just the way the game was. That was the heroes that Call Me Chada had drafted. Now I think it's very reasonable that this could go on to 1J. They could obviously do the Jakiro 4, but now they have that flexibility between the supports. It's arguably a much better Shadow Demon game. It's nice against the Dragonite for a pretty big plethora of reasons, or disruption and of course the demonic purge, but obviously quite nice against Bat Rider. So already a very solid draft from Team T. And Call Me Chada, they don't, I think, really have any strong trump picks, I would imagine, coming out of this phase. But if they wanted to go back for the Night Stalker, I suppose they could, but the Jakiro really just puts a lot of pressure on their draft that wasn't originally there the last time around.
Yeah, I'm almost at the point, Rojo, and I know Timbersaw is a must ban and Naga is a must ban, but I'm almost at the point that if you are second pick, you really should just ban this Jakiro out. It does so much into lanes. It means that bad lanes are good lanes are impossible to deal with, and it feels like it pinches the pool just a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's a very impressive hero for sure. And I mean, personally, I probably would value the Beastmaster ban a little bit less, I would say, than the Jakiro actually. In the current meta, they will pick up a Sand King for themselves. It's a hero that's fine against Lycan. Sometimes the Howl can actually be a little bit annoying for you when you do get towards that Ags, but doesn't really care much about Lycan, all things considered. It has pretty easy stuns. Another Blink jump hero, so Call Me Chada definitely matching their aggression from the first draft. Don't necessarily have the same kind of vision to play around with. So I think the story is quite different so far, but it is still a very aggressive draft from Call Me Chada that's kind of go, very, very low cooldown.
even when we talk about the Sand King, right? It's like, I really like Sand King, where there are some kind of obvious squishy heroes that will just get passively taken out by this epicenter, by this Ags timing, where you go in and just the random stinger pulses go and just take the squishy supports out on top of everything else. SD is kind of that, but you have disruption save. Jakiro is rather tanky. Like, this is not some ancient apparition, silencer type of support duo, which probably wouldn't happen in these games anyways. But not this kind of squishy support duo that you're allowed to go and you're just kind of allowed to passively explode.
Radiant
And that,
team back.
to my eye, does devalue Sand King a little bit.
Yeah, I think there is something definitely that can be a little bit tough about that. I think killing these supports is going to be difficult. They have a decent mobility now as well with Storm. Should have a strong lane if this is the Sand King mid. So I do like overall Team T's draft. I mean, it's significantly more than the first one by a pretty large margin. That Jakiro definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting, but overall the rest of the picks I think very fitting as well. The Ringmaster as well is an interesting one. I mean, Rare Gods played it incredibly well in that first game, so I see no reason to not go towards it. But it is very interesting that they keep going the Ringmaster into the Shadow Demon, as in theory it is a pretty tough matchup. The Shadow Demon has saves through all your abilities, especially once you can get access to a little cast range or to some mobility. But of course, the Demonic Purge is one of the biggest counters in the game to that save that you typically have access to. Now Team T, at least for the side of Call Me Chada, they will have the last pick of their draft, so Team T having to give away what they're doing here, but it's pretty obvious. They just want to carry. They can go towards, I think Jug looks perfectly good here, which is still left in the pool. There's, I think Gyro typically, maybe it's not the best Gyro game, but it's very comfortable. If they play the Kez, maybe, it's honestly, I think, a pretty strong Kez game, which would be exciting, but they really have the pick of the litter. I think any hero here is perfectly reasonable. So they really get to pick and choose from whatever they feel most comfortable for on Shigetsu.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I like the Kez. Kez can be weak to disables. Kez can be weak to just a lot of damage early on. Up until the point where you start to get your stats out of him, you really don't have a lot of HP. So maybe that's a little worrying, but for now, Team T, they're going to go with the Gyrocopter, which it's inoffensive. It does well into the Sand King or the Dragonite, whoever decides to lane there. Likely the Sand King. It's fine.
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
particularly this makes the most sense in terms of denying Call Me Chada's pick here. I think they could have gone for the Gyro themselves, but now the question is, do they actually want to pick up a carry, or is this going to be an offlane or a mid? They have a ton of heroes to flex around. They go straight away into Quap for themselves. I don't mind it, but I think it's interesting. I'm not, I think, actually feeling too inspired by this Quap last pick, and honestly, heading out of this draft, Bayo, I'd probably prefer the Team T draft, but seeing the way that the first game went, I'm a little bit skeptical that Call Me Chada are just going to outpace them in terms of just the moves that they have. But I think in terms of draft, Team T, I think have set themselves up so much better in this game. And honestly, I could see even a slight role reversal, as now it's 1J playing the Jakiro. This is a hero that he's played for quite some time, even before it was really, in the public eye on that position 4. And now, of course, he's playing it in the meta where it is a very, very full force Jakiro meta here, Bayo.
Yeah, this is going to be I don't even know how you lane this realistically. Although, in fairness, Carry and Shigetsu working together, it's going to be a 4 Jakiro, not a 5. So you do have that, unless I'm getting myself all turned around. But you do have that, right? So you're not in this, horrifying situation where it's going to be a Gyrocopter Jakiro lane, which just sounds like the worst thing ever. But even still, liking Jakiro into this Dragonite, eventually Woe's probably going to be fine. But early levels, you're going to get bullied, man. It's just the Jakiro effect.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. Even playing as the Bat Rider into Jakiro is honestly quite annoying. You think that, in theory, you would think that Bat Rider is quite nice against the Jakiro, but no hero is really good into Jakiro because the damage is just so absurd on this hero. So heading into this game too, much more comfortable. with the side of Team T's draft as we do head into this game too. Even, I mean, Cloud as well, getting his Lycan. I think this is definitely one of his signatures. I think he is very, very good at this hero, but it's also, I generally just love playing with Lycan for, if I'm one of these teams. I think having that extra vision through the Wolves is such a reliable way to actually play around the map, and now they're going to have so much more space on the map, having access to this Jakiro, having access to this early Gyrocopter as well for Shigetsu. I can definitely see, again, the opportunity for Kamichada to get, play really, really fast if they can get their blinks, if they can kind of find their stacks for Anku and play off the back of him, but definitely going to be a significantly taller task this game.
As for now, a smoke coming in. This seems like a smoke where we're going to run on top of Kaori early on, but it's going to back up for now. Kaori with the smoke broken, knows that someone's nearby. It's like, no, we're just backing up onto the high ground. Not particularly worried about it, but again, if you remember how game 1 happened, it was this 3-for-1 setup early, and it seems like this one feels like a little bit more 2-for-2. Should be fine. We're kind of not overloading one side. A little bit too bad, but Na'Vi wants to go up onto the high ground here. We'll get disrupted into the dual breath, and he does have the Firefly, so he gets onto the low ground, but he takes quite a bit of damage here, Ro. I mean, running up the high ground like this feels... He's actually taking a decent amount of damage from Stoke Facet. Got to be very careful that Jakiro doesn't find him on the tail end, and... well, this Jakiro is continuing to try to find him. Looks like he's going to be able to go and... it looks like he's going to be okay. But, hey, courier kill gets a sentry is always going to be a nice start.
Yeah, all right. A little interesting by 1J, but he does end up sniping. Here should be a pretty decent lane, and I mean, kind of across the board for the side of Team T. And we know how much Jakiro can do. It's also going to be a Jakiro, thankfully, into a Bat Rider with Firefly start, so... I almost wonder if this is the kind of situation where you start dragging from the 5 position. Maybe that's not the most typical thing, but it is. This lane could get really tough. Thankfully for now, it's only 1J with the dual breath, so hasn't actually gotten that Liquid Frost and Fire to fight with, but this Twin Terror is just so much damage. Not me trying to kill off the Wolves. Doing the correct thing in the lane still takes a good 200 damage or so. So across the board, expecting this game to be a lot more comfortable here for the side of Team T. Even, again, this QoP, I necessarily didn't see the entire reason that I think this would be a super great QoP game. I think it's nice. I think there's not too much lockdown to keep you away, but in terms of, I mean, if you get behind on Kamichada, which I think is certainly possible coming out of this laning phase, I could be a little bit worried about their ability to actually facilitate plays, especially with the back of this QoP. So it's mostly just about keeping these lanes relatively simple, relatively safe. Honku on the Sand King. He's gonna definitely have to be a big part of that. Probably won't end up getting that much on the Sand King, unfortunately. Gyro just one of the incredibly strong laners, and
yeah, with
KO
the flame
on the top
break
side as well, even.
Oh, he's just barely gonna stay alive, but if you can go and honestly, if you can bully this Jakiro out, that feels really nice. Although Anku, he's having a rough time. Jakiro is such a strong laner. Even with Shadow Demon can be strong. Not always the best one, but just Gyrocopter by himself. Sand King is such a weak laner in most matchups where you get bullied. It doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it is definitely not easy, especially into the likes of Gyro. Again, this hero is a little bit ridiculous in lane right now as they're trying to go on to Rare Gods. Won't be able to kill him, it looks like, but it is rather close. Oof.
I mean, even
Doing
still,
a great job on the top side.
It's like 15% HP or less on Rare Gods and Anku. So they're going to go try to soak up this wave under tower, but you're in this awkward situation. I was actually going to try to go in on Shigetsu. That's insane, man. They're going to trying to play around with the Sand Shroud, so at least he can't hit you back all that easily, but that's kind of an insane trade that works out for them very nicely. Bottom side of the map here, 1J, this bully of a Jakiro, he's actually going to go down
Has
first.
Regen too.
That's a big deal indeed, and now Cloud has to run away a little bit. That is, these lanes were maybe not going the best for Kamichada, but what they were able to do, just taking down the Jakiro, bully out this Gyrocopter by quite a bit. these lanes already just going a little bit better than I think we expected.
Yeah, Calming Chada playing just very nicely, and not me. He has level 2 Firefly. Well, he's taking a lot of damage though for trying to go through here. But 1J definitely don't want to chase a Dragonite. Ooh, okay, does get it though. So the last little hit there on the spot side, nicely done. Not me, a little bit overzealous.
Now
To
Wolf's
give
got to be
something away to the side of 1J. But a little bit interesting. 1J, he did go into the second point in Dual Breath. So not having that extra point in Liquid Fire is a little bit difficult than... Oh, not going to die, but very, very close.
In fact, Woe might just go down here. 1J will fall.
Ooh.
Woe stays alive at like very little HP. And now with the Flame Break
Cloud
and
as
the
well.
Firefly moving in, Cloud has to be so careful here. Now going to start to burn down, breathe fire as well. It's just a very hot lane the bottom side. Not me does get the double kill. Will die.
Okay, Rare Gods. And Anku. Oh, he goes back in. Actually, he might have been able to live, but probably not. Shigetsu was so fast. So both safe lanes incredibly volatile, but as far as, you know, volatile goes, I would expect the Sand King lane to lose. This Lycan Jakiro one, I would not say that I would expect seeing it lose to this Batrider Dragonite. Yeah, this is definitely a little bit of a switch up here, and 1J not already at the point where he's not quite having that not me performance. 2 deaths already for this Jakiro. That's
And
a
what I
little
will
bit troublesome.
The one thing I will say is that, you know, the Batrider goes all in. He gets the 2 kills. Awesome. Happy for you, dude. Proud. But that was immediately after he TP'd in. So it was a bit of time here. He did have to go the Walk of Shame back into the lane, which did give a period of time where Woe was 1v2. And they did see Rare God. So they're going to be playing pretty defensively here. I'm not the biggest believer of these Ringmaster rotations anyways. It's a Tame the Beast channel. That's not really all that effective. Maybe Impalement Arts, but really the goal of this one, you're just trying to connect your supports together, play around this 6-minute rune, get some vision up into the enemy triangle, something like that. Make sure that your co-op gets the 6-minute rune, and maybe if you're lucky, get a kill somewhere else.
Yeah, definitely nicely done as well to secure this rune for the side of Ethereal. Did actually make a rotation to the bot side for X-Knee, so going straight on to Woe. Does lose the rune for it, but it was really nicely done.
And good news for him, it's just an Ethereal rune, Rojo, so it's not, a regen rune. It's not amp damage. It's not a haste rune. Not one of these very effective, not an arcane rune. Not one of these very effective power runes that you might like to find, especially for a storm. So, all things considered, getting the kill on Woe for, trading off an illusion rune is very good for this Storm Spirit.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Really great kill onto Woe. Definitely already having a much better time than previous. Even in the mid side, not going to lose their tower, but yeah, the 7-minute timing. Kaori.
It's a problem. Cloud's going to get taken
Cloud
down
as
here
well.
now. Not me would love to dive into the 7-minute wisdom. Not going to be able to make that happen. In fact, just the tick damage means that, this is going to be a dead Batrider once again. But Shigetsu now will fall on the aggression, loses the courier as well. And Ethereal has to be a little bit careful, very low. They will be able to trade the Wisdom Shrines 2 for 2, but X-Me would love to be able to find this Quap if possible.
Not quite going to go deep enough to find it. Is still overall, again, a much better state for Team T. Maybe not, I think, quite as good as they would have wanted, as they're still getting quite a bit out of the lanes, but Anku is definitely struggling. Been taking his farm even from him on X-Knee. Got those early kills, lost his early tower. This is a rough patch for the Sand King, maybe to be expected. I know that you are personally a big Sand King fan. Maybe not as much since it's gotten nerfed, but still, very much fond of the hero. And this hero is certainly not expected to do much out of lane as Rare Gods. It's going to be safe for the time being. But Anku, he's going to be relished back to the jungle, I think, in a worse position than he would have liked. But thankfully, he has that treads. He can do the kind of silly little tread trick. You just go ahead and swap them as much as you like, and the creeps will always run towards you. Makes it a little bit easier to farm. Now they do have the Dom on Cloud here. So they should be able to get onto the spot tower. 1J as well with the the level 3 liquid fire. a good frost.
Dire's middle tower
Should have
has been
overall some really
denied.
good pressure, but Exney does have to deny his mid tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I mean, the good news is that it's a deny. It's not a kill, so it's not going to allow this plot to snowball that much. But, you know, Rojo, realistically, as we take a look at where we stand, you know, 9 minutes into this game, I think we looked at these lanes and said, well, okay, mid lane should be fine enough, but this safe lane with the or this off lane with the Jakiro, really just the Jakiro, ignoring the Lycan, but with the Jakiro, and Lycan's not that bad in this matchup. This should go pretty well for Team T. Safe lane Gyrocopter with the Shadow Demon should go pretty well for them as well. With less than 1,000 net worth lead, this laning stage has got, I think, a little bit better than we expected given the draft.
Radiant's
Yep, and they're gonna go straight into 1J. Well, that should be a quick kill.
Yeah,
Even
he's
get
gonna
the creeps
taken
as
down.
well. Oh,
Very quickly here, one would have thought
Living.
Ethereal blinks in, but no, Cloud
Wow.
just pops the shapeshift, and 1J, we
Arcu
talk
died
about how
as well.
tanky a Jakiro is. I mean, he's got 1,000 HP, man. He is not an easy kill. He's got 5
Radiant's
armor.
middle tower is
He's got
under
himself,
attack.
he had the wand that he wasn't even close to dying. He had a Lotus, he had a infused raindrops as well. That was
he was. I mean,
he's a hard
he
kill.
used a Lotus, so he was kind of close to dying, but
Radiant's top tower is under
Ethereal just
attack.
wasn't able to actually get that kind of final scream off. And they're looking on to Ethereal. Great rotation by Shigetsu.
Yeah, but Sand
No
King's
Sonic
here as
Wave.
Well, Epicenter a little bit slow, and now trying to get on top of Shigetsu. They will be able to take him down in response, and now Not Me does have level 6. But it's not like, yes, Lasso is fantastic, Ro,
Oh.
don't get me wrong. But this, as a whoa, goes down to 1J,
Yeah,
bottom
the
side of the
Macropyre.
map.
Got that early
Uh-oh.
Macropyre. I mean,
Radiant
Team T
structures
already
are
utilizing
fortified.
that early advantage they have.
Radiant's
Definitely dicey
bottom
across the
tower
board.
is
That could have
under
gone a
attack.
lot worse for them. Just a
Radiant's
little
bottom
bit
tower is
of extra
fortified.
numbers here. So they do go on to Cloud. You have the lasso.
Gonna try to TP in, but that doesn't truly matter here as Cloud will get taken down. Ethereal back on the board, but yeah, he's 2-1-1. He's got 50 CS in 11 minutes. He's not having quite the sparkling game that he had in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely in a fine position, but definitely not where his Void Spirit was. At least the nice thing for Ethereal is it is a pretty good Blade Mail game. So definitely going to feel happy with that on the Quap. Definitely not as much of the reason that you pick this hero anymore, since they did nerf the Blade Mail. They nerfed the Bondage a little bit.
Dire's bottom tower
I was actually on to Rare Gods as well, the Demonic Cleanse. Very obnoxious.
Yeah, he's just gonna get taken down here. 1J not particularly worried. Does have that shield rune available to go, so even as Anku stuns him up, it's like, okay, well, we're gonna poke you a little bit. We're gonna say hi, but there is nothing that this Sand King can do to him. And you know, you talk about the Sand King having his stack stolen. It's 12 minutes in. He's sitting here 52 gold away from Blink, so not the end of the world behind the Blink timing, but still about 2 odd minutes slower than you'd like to have it.
Yeah, it's definitely not feeling great. Basically, I mean, essentially, Call Me Chada has just traded most of their net worth on other heroes into essentially the Batrider. Not Me is having a really, really nice game on the Batrider himself. Has gotten quite a lot of net worth. He's even finished the Blink for himself. I mean, I didn't even expect that to be true, but let's have the Blink on the Batrider. So a very good game for the position 5, but across the board, Anku struggling, Ethereal. I think it's okay for Quap to be a little bit low net worth in general, but this game probably slightly lower than you would want to be for sure. Gonna finish up that Blade Mail soon. So they will have some sort of timing to play towards on the side of Call Me Chada. 2 Blinks available. They could just smoke and find Exney, who's playing very aggressively. But Woe died in the bot side.
Oh, that's not what you wanted. Now they're going to try to find XD here. There's going to be the Blink and the Lasso into the Wheel of Wonder. Yeah, we got the damage on that one with the Epicenter as well, but that is a lot of ultimates committed just to kill off this Storm Spirit. And now Cloud just runs at him. They got to get on out of here. At the end of the day, they do get the Storm. Losing Woe. Dragon Knight, you know, Rojo, not as tanky as he used to be. It used to be this guy that just doesn't die. Early levels, not quite to the same level here. But hey, you know what? They're going to find Kaori as well. And that's a killing spree going on, Not Me.
Yeah, extremely farmed Batrider, to be certain. But as you said, yeah, it's also for Woe. He's gone for a slightly interesting build. I don't think that this is weird by any means, but he is going to Maelstrom first without really any intermediary item. A lot of times for the +1 Dragon Knights, we will see the armlet behind you as XD jumps in. Will get not me here as the Vortex. That's a pretty decent chunk of change for the side of the Storm.
Got 300 gold, some XP, and now the one downside of this is the amp damage, but Woe onto the bottom side of the map.
Kaori onto Woe.
Yeah, he's gonna go get Demonic Purge, so he's slow. Kaori takes so much damage from this early on, but now here comes the Storm Spirit a little bit more. There's the call down as well, and Woe just evaporates to the damage of this amp damage Storm. So they gotta find some way to get this Dragon Knight to the farm that he needs, because he's 1-4 and 3 Rojo. He's just dying everywhere.
Yeah, it has not been a great game. I mean, across the board for Call Me Chada, a lot of deaths on these cores. 3 onto Anku, 4 onto the side of Woe. Even not me, might as well be a core. 5 deaths on him on this Bat Rider. But overall, not quite finding what they want to as Cloud now finishes his Helm of the Overlord. Ethereal's hunting him, but this is a very difficult kill. And TP with Woe.
There's the blink, there's the lasso. Looking for a little bit more damage. Sonic Wave pushing back, and Cloud will die. Now you got to be careful as this Bat Rider to not die to the creeps. But they're going to be able to make that kill happen as Woe will fall as well. Now, can they find? Yes, they should be able to find 1J, but Burrow Strike off cooldown. And now Kaori, he's the one that has to run it out of here. Ethereal blinks forward. There's the Demonic Purge just trying to buy some space. But with Anku here, yeah, it's going to be a long kill. You can delay it, but yeah, this is gonna be a dead Shadow Demon, and probably the best possible kill bounty goes over to the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I mean getting the Helm of the Overlord is a ton of extra gold, which did go over the way of Woe. And I mean, of course, shutting down that timing is really, really impactful as Cloud having honestly a pretty quiet Lycan game. A 3, 4, and 8, certainly a pretty decent impact, especially I think the Howl just across the board has been kind of granting him those assists, but not actually finding as much, I think, as he would have wanted, especially off the the start of that Helm of the Overlord. Does have the drums now for 1J, so can enable that a little bit more, and regardless of how much shenanigans have happened across the map, Shigetsu hasn't been involved in too many of them. He's been there for a couple of kills. He did die in that mid side, but now he finishes his Ags with the Crystallis available. They could find him in this top side. It would be, I mean, absolutely the best kill they could find on the map.
He's relatively tanky, though. 2,000 HP.
Oh.
TPing. Anku's going to find him. Breaks the
Good
TP,
bro.
and there's going to be the lasso as well. Into the epicenter. They have the damage to take him down just barely.
That was blind, I think. by
Yeah.
Anku. That was really, really quick.
Break.
Yeah, his smoke did break, but he jumped blind onto that high ground. Now they're looking bot side at Woe. Blink forward from Kaori. That's a very early blink, but has the Mjolnir.
Yeah, Starfier's
Ooh, not me.
Not me. Just evaporates, as does Woe. The minus armor here is fantastic. Now Anku does not have an epicenter available to go. He's just going to get taken down as well. And yeah, sure, you kill the gyrocopter top side of the map, Rojo, but the problem is the rest of this side of Team T, they're also really farmed.
Yeah, I mean, Kaori, I mean, that's a very early blink coming out from a Shadow Demon and utilizing it really, really well. Xni even having a pretty much a field day on the Storm, so across the board, a much better draft for Team T and a much cleaner execution in this game too has led to a pretty significant deficit for Call Me Chada. Not really finding what they want as now 17 minutes into the game. They will finally clear up this top tier 1 for Ethereal. Player doing the best on their side, but as you mentioned earlier, it's, I mean, Anku definitely expected to struggle, but struggling much more than would possibly ever be ideal. And Woe, he's the Dragon Knight sitting only on Mjolnir. It is, I mean, this is a hero that you really would love to have a blink on. You'd be loving to working towards your BKB, but just so far away from it for the time being.
And, if this game goes late enough, it's a great one-to-one matchup into this Jakiro. We're going to go into the middle of the map you're trying to go, and should be able to go take down a 1J. Ice Path doesn't really matter. You got the Sandstorm. That's going to be enough to take him down. But, as this game goes later, Jakiro, or, excuse me, Woe, he's going to be able to have Breathe Fire on top of the Gyrocopter. You do a decent amount of single target damage, which is something Gyrocopter really doesn't like. The problem is, the Gyrocopter is about 1,000, 1,500 gold ahead. As now 1J dives on top of Ethereal. Now he's going to have to back up for the time being, but it just kind of shows you where you are. There's zero fear on the side of Exney, especially with
Dire's
that regen
middle
rune that he has.
tower is under
He's going to dive onto Nami bottom side. He
Oh,
got some
no.
vision, and well, that's just going to be a problem. Pops the ring, tries to stay alive, and now Anku shows
will
up
die,
a little
though.
bit more. Will die. Wheel of Wonder trying to find a little
Good
bit more.
wheel.
Will be hypnotized with the epicenter. Exney
North.
will get taken down.
Nami lived just a second extra. I mean, having that Essence Ring, having that Lotus was quite nice for him. They did Exney in just that little bit extra that he needed. Only died because of the Searing Signet. And was stoked to bring him down. So a tiny bit unfortunate. And, I mean, Nami would have lived under a lot of circumstances there, to be honest. But now they're going straight into that Roshan. And this little trick with the Shadow Demon, get those mana stacks,
Scanning.
is helping do the Rosh, but immediately onto Rare Gods.
Yeah,
And if-
that's an easy one. They smoke up, just run right on top of
No
him.
box.
God, he's got to run. No box. Absolutely not. You have the Demonic Purge. Now maybe on to Ethereal. Does have the Blade Mail. Does have the Static Guard on top of him as well. So he's
Looking
going
to go.
be... Yeah, they're going to try to go in it. Now, the problem is they don't have any of their big teamfight ults, but they will be able to kill off 1J. Maybe that makes
They
life a
stopped the
little...
Rosh?
Yeah, they have. And
Now
now
they're looking at
Roshan...
it.
He's like 40% HP, maybe not enough to dive into. Calldown's ready to go. That's the big one, but there is no shapeshift. Epicenter sitting 37 seconds away. Elder Dragon form in 5. Flaming Lasso pretty soon here as well. And importantly, talk about item timings. This is a 4-staff. Sorry, it's a Glimmer Cape. He changed his mind. Glimmer Cape coming out from Nami. So they stop the Rosh, and hey, they're here. You got minus armor immediately into the Tormentor.
Yeah, nicely done. Get that shard onto Rare Gods. Not necessarily maybe the best in this game, but it can kill some of the disruption illusions, give that extra vision. Mischance is quite nice against Lycan, as they should be able to finish up this Roshan. But their smoke still has almost had or bought a blink on Woe, but actually ended up selling it, opting to go for that BKB. And they look, whoa,
A little bit
that's
dangling,
really
and
deep.
He takes a lot of damage here. Just bathing in the Macropyre. He's going to get taken down. Now, Wheel Wonder
Good jump by
backside.
Anku.
Epicenter as well. The damage here is so nice. Problem is, yeah, just the Macropyre does way too much. They die in the fire, and now Rare Gods, he's got to run, but the Wolves are after him, and there's, well, Wolves actually aren't after him. They're not going to find him quite immediately, but Storm Spirit zips in a little bit more, and feels like eventually, with the vision here, and the Wolves themselves. Ow, yep, the crit's there. It's a problem. Rare Gods will eventually fall down. That was the axe reveal on this Sand King, and it looks so good. Even though Woe died early, you had the Wheel of Wonder, you had this Axe Epicenter, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, and I'm not even exactly sure, but I actually think that Anku might have gotten the Ags after he died.
Oh, was
So
it?
not even, yeah.
Okay.
I think he got the kill and then got gold for it. I'm not exactly sure, but it didn't seem like there was any Stinger procs, because the damage was not honestly too exceptional from Anku yet. Definitely will take up now that he has this Aghanims, but it's quite late to be hitting that kind of timing. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised that's only a 4K lead for the side of Team T, but it definitely feels like more than 4K, as Woe is really, really far from actually being able to enter the game on this Dragonite. I think if Woe was having a slightly better game, this would be a lot closer, but fortunately not me as well. Another kill onto him.
So, Rojo, speaking of this Sand King, you know, we Ags is done. That's a big damage increase. But he's got his Shard procced up next. That's a 5 damage per pulse increase. It's not all that much. Yes, you do have these random epi pulses when you walk around every 3 seconds when you're near
Dire's
units,
middle
but
tower is under attack.
I don't know. I feel like a BKB is more valuable. I feel like getting a Crystallis is more valuable. Getting a Shiva's is more valuable. Pretty much any item you could get is more valuable than just get.
I like my Shigetsu.
We're going to get on top of Shigetsu
disruption.
here. Wheel of Wonders, buying some time. Certainly enough time to pop the
Yeah.
BKB.
Oh.
And Sand King not going to get out of here. Yeah, no, that's a problem now.
Oh,
Storm Spirit
man.
goes a little bit deeper, and that is just not the gank you were looking for, Rojo.
No, not quite. I really like the concept, honestly, but this is the issue, Kaori. He is such a strong counter to this Ringmaster in general. A little bit why I was surprised that they went back to the Ringmaster on that 18 pick.
Radiant's
Jump
bottom
in.
tower is
It
under
has the Blade Mail, so we'll be fine. Actually, utilizing that Aegis to be much more aggressive than normal. But Kaori, he's doing a lot. I mean, he's doing really a lot on the Shadow Demon. Such a turnaround from the first game in his performance. Just a much easier game for him to play overall. But now he's got that Ether Lens, and he also has the Keen-Eyed enchantment on his neutral item here, the Tumbler's Toy. Really, he has so much mobility with this Blink. He has so much cast range that saving heroes is going to be kind of trivial in this kind of game, and he's in the perfect kind of game to do it. They have to jump Kaori, I think, if they want to accomplish anything. And in these fights, he's going to be playing so far back, it's going to feel, I think, nearly impossible.
Yeah, he's got the Blink as well. Oh, he's got the Tumbler's Toy as well. So just so much mobility. Catching him is just very, very difficult. So Dragonite does have the BKB. That is really the one thing we're looking at. You talked about buying the Blink, selling it. That does mean his BKB is not that poorly timed. He's getting fairly close to a Morbid Mask as he moves into the Satanic behind it. So he does continue to scale, but you need to see a little bit more. Now Na'Vi force staffs himself away, does have the Glimmer Cape as well, and 1J is here.
On the Kaori.
Now, they find Kaori on the backside. That is that Ag's epicenter we were talking about, but he just keeps himself alive for now. The disruption's very nice indeed as they're going to try to move on top of 1J. There's going to be the Sonic Wave. No, coming in, Shigetsu Cloud. They're trying to collapse on top of this. They've already spent their big spells on the side of Kamichada. Now, he's going to have to just TP on out of here. That's the only thing that he can do, despite the BKB. He actually is just not all that tanky. He will actually, okay. They're going to get the Aegis as well on top of Storm
Ethereal.
Spirit, but Ethereal, yeah, he's going to get taken down. Nice dive in from Exney. Really anticipating where the Quap was going to be. So even in what could have been a decent fight, losing 2 for 2, getting the or trading 2 for 2, getting the Aegis, losing the Quap on the back side of that makes that not worth it at all, Rojo.
No, and XD, he even got 2 wards off the back of this gem that 1J purchased, which may seem small, but definitely gives, I mean, a lot of extra net worth over to these supports and getting rid of really the only vision on the map for Kamichada. So playing blind in this type of game is really, really a tall task. Exney, he is so far ahead on the Storm, and Shigetsu just finished a Daedalus for himself. I think in some ways they could have the damage on Kamichada if this game was just about even, but with their kind of draft, it's so hard to get to this point in the game and be even with the side of Team T here. Even despite some small blips, has been generally a pretty clean game from them. And another regen going that way of Exney on this level 20 talent as well.
Yeah, going back to that discussion earlier, is we're going to go into the tier 2. I see Anku, right? He ended up buying the shard. And that just doesn't really feel all that impactful.
On the Ethereal.
Just dives in on top of Ethereal. Now, there is going to be the Wheel of Wonder, but you just saved by the disruption as you get to pops the BKB. Oh, Anku goes in. He's just dead. What in the world are you supposed to do? That shard, it could have been a Ghost Scepter. He could be alive here. But instead, it's 3 dead. Quap just about dead. Close enough for government work. And Storm Spirit dives in deep, tries to take this Quap down, but this is going to be the tier 3. The Shigetsu with the minus armor from Hal is just doing insane damage, Rojo.
Yeah, really, really great game for him. He ended up getting a little bit lucky as well. The neutral item, Serrated Shiv with the Lifesteal and Empiric Enchantment. So we're just going to tap out here on Kamichada. 2 quick games back-to-back. Jakiro wins 2 for 0. Not too surprising, I think, for either of us, but overall, a much cleaner execution from Team 2. They set themselves up in the lane. So Kamichada, a little bit of, I think, a draft kind of question mark maybe by the end of it, but really, I mean, they just kind of got outpaced and weren't able to play where they wanted to. Drafted for kind of weak lanes into very strong heroes in the lanes, and it didn't work out for them. They had some strong moments, but eventually, honestly, Kaori, I think, was just too much of a problem in this game. I think at the point in 27 minutes in the game, the biggest problem in the game was Kaori. I think he's pretty much, the antithesis to anything Kamichada wanted to do. He was able to stop anything they wanted if they couldn't jump on him, and because of that early gem, they just weren't able to find vision to do so. It just became just much too difficult to actually play out. So overall, really good turnaround from that game 1 on Team T.
Yeah, Shadow Demon just countered way too many heroes in that draft. It counters, you can buy time into the epicenter, which is a lot of damage, but limited. It only lasts for so long. You go and you lasso. Well, you disrupt it. It's fine. Ringmaster, we talk about how it counters the entire hero. I guess there's some argument to be made that there are so many things that you want to disrupt save that maybe that's stresses the resources of Shadow Demon too much. But yeah, Kaori was a significant problem in this game number 2. Just they killed him once or twice, but then you're like spending multiple ultimates on the Shadow Demon and the rest of the team wipes you down, and that doesn't really feel all that great either. So it's back to the drawing board for the side of Kamichada, as we're going to take a brief break, and when we're back, it's game number 3.
What you need is love and understanding. you're away. In this place, there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good. Yeah, yeah. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah, a chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, who these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who these are feelings that I ought to hide.
Welcome back to Dream League Division 2 as we move a little bit deeper into this series. But, before we go and get ourselves into the draft, it's going to be happening soon enough. Kamichata Team T game number 3. We should take a moment and take a look at what exactly this series means for both Kamichata and Team T and just kind of the overall group stage in general. Because right now, Kamichata, Team T, they're both roughly in the same spot. 1-1 in terms of overall series, kind of tied for that secondary, I guess technically tied for second place. Pareto Panzan, of course, 0-2, but technically tied for second place. You win. You continue to improve. You continue to look a little bit better. You theoretically have a better shot into the playoffs. And again, qualifying into Dream League Division 1 a little bit later on in the year. But yeah, that's enough of that for now, Rojo, because our draft is ready to go. Kamichada again with the second overall pick. And they first phased the Pango this time.
Yeah, I believe they've been banning it this whole time.
They have, but it's been like their fourth. It's been, sorry, I should say first overall ban, because it's been like their fourth ban last couple of times.
Yeah, I'm assuming the Jakiro will come out here. But there are some pretty value bans. Obviously, they are worried about the Cloud Beastmaster, even the potential flex of it. So they're going to deliberate on this one a little bit. I think it is worth deliberating about. I think the Beastmaster can be very scary, but
Radiant team.
I just don't think it's on the same level as the Jakiro. So Naga Siren, I want to see this be the Jakiro ban. To be honest, I've done it myself enough to play into Jakiro to recognize that this hero is just not fair. It is not nearly okay. Every time that I play into it, I just hear my team complaining that they have to play against it. So yeah, I think getting rid of it is a good plan overall. And the best way to deal with Jakiro is to not have to deal with Jakiro. I think that sets the game off to a much better start here. It does mean that if Cloud wants his Beastmaster, he can go ahead and get it. If he wants to ban for his Beastmaster, he can go ahead and do so. They could ban Gyro here and pick up the Beastmaster for themselves, so that's what they feel is correct. That might walk into something like a Chen. That might walk into something like an Ench, which could be difficult in lane, but assuming that they ban, Cloud's Beastmaster because they're quite afraid of them picking it up on the first pick, then probably you don't care too much about getting a single hero countered from that laning stage initially. Happens a lot when you're playing that Beastmaster offlane, but they are taking time to think on it. I think this is very reasonable. There's also, of course, a ton of value first picks. If they wanted to take away Dragonite from Call Me Chada, I think that's reasonable. Maybe not my favorite line, but I think that'd be perfectly fine. There's still Marcy left in the pool, but so far this series, Marcy I think has been widely ignored. I don't think either team is super fond of it, which is a little interesting. But across the board, just not really Marcy teams. Is Team T taking a full minute to think on this third ban.
Yeah, you talk about heroes that have been ignored. Hoodwink has also been. I don't think it's been picked. I know it hasn't been picked, but I don't think it's been banned either. So you gotta wonder now with Jakiro being removed early on if that arises in priority a little bit. But it's not just a full minute. I mean, we are going deep into reserve time at this point. I mean, we are. It's almost okay. They're gonna ban the puck. Taking the Storm.
The Tier F Storm. Xnee's Steam name is Tier F Storm. So he's going back to his roots of the first game and first picking his mid laner. Not my favorite. I think there's maybe higher value heroes to get than the Storm. I don't even know if it was going to get banned in the second phase, but Xnee did have a great performance. So I don't necessarily blame him for picking this up when he does, but I just, first picking the mid, as a mid player myself, I understand the desire to want to, but I often think that it's not very necessary. I think even kind of this puck ban is maybe in some regards wasted, as Call Me Chada. They should take a little bit of time to digest fully what's happened with this first pick Storm and how they best want to deal with it. They have a lot of options open to themselves, but particularly getting anything that is either a counter to it in the mid lane or some form of significant disable could be quite nice. If you wanted to go straight away with a Huskar right now, you could, and that would become an extremely unplayable lane for the Storm. But they're going to go instead for Skywrath, which I actually think is pretty fair. I mean, I don't really like Skywrath on the 9 pick. I think that's definitely something that walks into a lot of issues, but overall is, of course, really strong into Storm for a good portion of the game. Eventually, you get jumped on, and it's relatively hard to deal with once the BKB comes out, but until then, Ancient Seal is probably one of the most obnoxious spells in the game for Storm.
And we're talking about position 4, position 5 Sky. We're talking about support Skyrath here. There's not. This is not some sort. There's very, very slim possibilities that this is going to be some sort of mid Sky, right?
Mid Skyrath is. I think it's kind of good actually. I think it's sleeper. I've tried it a time or two myself, but probably not the best. I think also mid Skyrath runs into more issues into Storm, as you do end up being kind of weaker there. But I really like this. I really like this by Call Me Chata. They ban out the Ench. Ench is an unplayable matchup for Skywrath. You literally can't do anything into the hero, at least early on. Eventually you can burst it, but in laning phase, it's completely miserable. And it also is a natural counter to the Lycan. So they pick up the Lycan for themselves, take that away from Team T. That means very likely they are walking into what's going to be something like a Snapfire Gyro here. They could even just go straight back to Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon Gyro, I think, would be perfectly reasonable. So they are walking into what is likely going to be a tough lane for the Lycan, which sucks a little bit, but I think Lycan is so strong that I personally am fine with this. It's going to be a weak lane, Skywrath Lycan, but sometimes you just kind of live with that. Lycan provides so much value as a hero with visions, provides so much value with the howl across the map that definitely I consider it worth it. So I go straight with Terrorblade, so maybe not the typical pickup for the Gyro there, but still a very great hero into the Lycan. Maybe sometimes weak into Skywrath, but as the game goes on, that's only flat damage on the Skywrath, so it kind of falls off pretty significantly, as you'll get 1 to 2 shot later on in the game from the Terrorblade. So I do like this pickup here. I can pair any number of supports with it. I think the Shadow Demon was still fine if Kaori wants to go for a 3-peat. See no reason that it would be too offensive.
Shadow Demon's a little worried about Lycan running at you, but the save versus the Mystic Flare, the save versus even just like someone diving on the Lycan is really nice. So, yep, there's going to be the Shadow Demon coming down the pipe once again. Now, if I'm Kami Shadow, the big thing I don't want to see, I don't want to see this Ringmaster again. It was valuable, sure, but we saw just how effective Shadow Demon was against it in that last game to make it like, I hope they don't keep picking it into the SD.
I don't think they will. I think they're going for not me's hero very likely.
Yeah.
Where Gods is the Skywrath players, so I'm assuming that they won't end up with the Ringmaster again, which I definitely agree. I'm not the fondest of. Maybe something like a Snapfire is reasonable. Going with Ember, I do like as well. Ember Skywrath is a pretty potent combo. Just a ton of magic amp is, of course, great for the Ember Spirit, but being able to have that consistent setup for Mystic Flare is really, really nice. And maybe sometimes Shadow Demon is annoying for Ember, but overall, again, this matchup goes both ways. You can jump on the Shadow Demon as much as you get jumped on by the Shadow Demon. Now they have a pretty decent decision here. Do they want to kind of round out their draft in any sort of way with a hero that they think will get banned? That's a great matchup into the Terrorblade. Probably, I think they don't need to, and they can just go for a support. But if they really, really wanted to get a specific hero here, like Gyro or something, then they might have to pick it on this phase.
How much does Ember, because we talked about, okay, well, Ember can dive on top of the Shadow Demon, SD can cause problems with the Ember. How much does Ember care about having their shield Is this?
I think they're
5 Muerta, or is this a carry Muerta?
I think they're flexing it actually, which I think is really smart. I think this was. I was wondering if they would go towards something like Muerta, but it doesn't. I mean, it's not really a great Muerta game outside of the Terrorblade matchup if you're playing the position 1, of course. But you go straight into Beastmaster. Interesting. So. They left it open for most of their draft. Call Me Chata was one of their first bans previously. Now they leave the Beastmaster open into a pretty good Beastmaster game. There's not the best heroes at killing summons. Having eventually some kind of auras or even the Aghanims to work with if you have a really good game, I think is going to be pretty great for Cloud. So I like the concept of the Muerta for their draft, but walking into that Beastmaster does feel a bit unfortunate as Team T does have a pretty strong just 4-man group here.
5 seconds.
I mean, if you think about it, once you get to 4 points Gunslinger, it's Muerta is, assuming this is a carry Muerta, is kind of a mini Gyrocopter in terms of dealing with the Beastmaster. It's not a great one, but you do have that a little bit more spread damage, even if you're going to get run at up until that point.
Yeah, it's a, you know, maybe you do just end up going for something like the Gyro, but for Team T, they seem to think that the carry player is Woe, and I probably wouldn't be surprised by that. I mean, Woe, he does like his weird heroes. He loves playing his Spectres. He loves bringing out kind of these atypical carries, and obviously the Muerta is one of the best heroes in the game against Terrorblade, and even so far, they don't have a lot of damage actually to go into the Pierce the Veil. Even Storm, I mean, Storm needs to right-click you to get some good damage off. Beastmaster obviously needs to right-click you to get some good damage off. So it's a perfectly reasonable game to be the Muerta 1. I get obviously quite scared of Muerta 1 in the sense of how you can make impact around the map and how you can not die in the early portion of the game.
Yeah.
you're just so fragile.
The thing that scares me as well, Rojo, is that there's not a lot of damage into Pierce the Veil, but there's a lot of delay into
Yeah.
Pierce the Veil.
Dire team
You can
battle.
roar, that eats half Pierce Veil duration most of the game. You can disrupt, that causes problems. Even like Storm Spirit going in and popping an Electric Vortex before this BKB. There are a lot of tools to mean, because Muerta has to get kills. Muerta has to get their damage done in Pierce the Veil, because then they're not nearly as strong afterwards.
10 seconds
And if you can just
remaining.
reduce the duration of that and kite it out, is this assumedly, well, the thing
seconds
we're assuming,
remaining.
this carry Muerta loses a lot of her effectiveness.
Dire team
Yeah,
pick.
very, very much does so. And they ban out the gyro just to be safe if this is a position 5. I think that's probably smart. The gyro, I think, would have honestly been maybe slightly better or maybe more consistent than the Muerta. Now they might be looking more towards the support, but both sides looking for one. 1J, he has the opportunity to go for
10 seconds
on his
remaining.
position 4 here. He could play the Shadow Demon if he wants, but it could be an interesting game to
5
pick up
seconds
something like the
remaining.
Nyx Assassin that he used to play a ton of. Maybe there's another one that he has under his wheelhouse, something like a Tiny, but it's Techies
Ooh.
instead. Ooh, Bayo. That's fun.
That's damage through Pierce the Veil. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, there's some awkwardness, I suppose, that you can get a shot out of your blast off, but
10 seconds
obviously a very
remaining.
difficult one to actually predict or to even catch onto.
5
So
seconds remaining.
should be a very aggressive hero. I like the concept of the Techies to get onto, especially the Muerta, and potentially bully it in the early game. And probably you do just pick up a position 5 here for Call Me Chada, but the question is, there's so many banned. What could even be good? Something like a Bane, I guess, is still open, but I don't know. Maybe that feels all right. They go for
Choose your
Weaver. Interesting. So I guess
Is this
we'll
okay?
see
Yeah,
if
this is a 5
Carry
Muerta.
Weaver.
I like it a-
Interesting.
I think I like it a little bit more, but I mean, Weaver has, up until you start to get items, like Weaver has no HP. Techies goes in, Cloud gets a roar. Weaver's going to go 100 to 0.
Yeah, this seems like a difficult Weaver game to me. Yeah, it just seems difficult. I can understand maybe the lane concept. Definitely Weaver can be decent into these heroes, but Weaver into Terrorblade is not my personal favorite matchup. I think oftentimes when I really like watching Weaver, or when I see Weaver do really well, it's the physical damage that's really overwhelming from this hero. You can go into something like the Deso eventually, kind of utilize it with that shard. This game, you might be forced to go with something like more like the Maelstrom, which is fine, but I just think that that doesn't feel as impressive to me. And the hero is already kind of in that mediocre spot. Of course, Woe in the first game, he played that Spectre and really, really got a crazy game, but a lot of that was off the back of a particularly overtuned Jakiro. So now he's going to be playing a pretty normal lane, even with arguably a relatively weak position 5, where it has to kind of land all of their spells in perfect succession to actually get much value. So it's a fun little, couple last picks coming out here. The Weaver and the Techie is very excited to see what 1J can accomplish on this hero, but across the board, I'm kind of just liking Team T's odds, I think, in this third game here, as they got pretty much everything that gave them success in that second game. Very similar concepts across the board, but in some ways, even I think more consistent heroes with that Beastmaster and Terrorblade to boot.
Yeah, and with the Spectre in game number 1, we could see the idea. Obviously, I was looking at that from the perspective of an Orchid, being able to dive on top of a lot of those heroes. He went with a much more fighting build. It still worked out. The overload sides, a lot of those heroes were pretty vulnerable to pick off. It made sense. But I look at this Weaver, and you're right, it doesn't get a lot of value from the Swarm. The second thing as well is, first of all, reactive taser are going to be a problem. Right, Weaver wants to be able to hit things over and over. Reactive taser can be a problem with that one, especially with the shard. But on top of that, there's a lot of delay in this one. Storm can zip out. Techies has maneuverability. It's not going to be the easiest game for this Weaver to go and find a hero and sit on top, or find a hero, isolate and kill, and do that through the fight. Because there's just enough save and repositioning that Weaver is going to struggle to get their damage done.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty difficult Weaver game to me. I think, honestly, we're just really going to have to see the X Factor here. I think we're going to be the supports. I think it is going to be Ethereal for Call Me Chada. If Urgot's going to have a really good Skywrath game, I think he has a really good Skywrath game ahead of him. We've seen this kind of new age crit. He loves swinging the Skywrath. He always goes for this kind of meteor hammer build, which has been quite effective. And that's kind of game. If you get a lot of net worth onto rare gods, if you have that decent kind of mana sustain through those items that you can get, then it's a lot of damage that rare gods can pump out. You can make a ton of moves between these three heroes. I mean, the Ember Spirit, Muerta, Skywrath. These heroes are very, very scary in conjunction. Assuming they get levels and assuming they have the ability to actually connect to each other, which could be a little bit difficult. Obviously, the big X factor as well for Team T here. Kaori, we know that he's very good at the Shadow Demon. I think he will accomplish exactly about what he wants to, but 1J on this techies, it's very much a specialist hero. It does have Spleen Secret Sauce as a facet. I think the predominant one of those who do play the techies these days. It's an extra blast off damage. Definitely going to be something to watch out for. He's overloading the top side level 1. We'll see if he actually does end up just TPing down to the bot side. But they could, in theory, set up with a disruption blast off. Not going to look for it, but later in the game as a potential gank squad, maybe scarier than it looks.
And this is a pretty low HP safe lane. Not me, 650, you know, an anti-hero, it's Agi hero from WoW. As these levels get higher, and even just like with the slow from the boars, if 1J comes in from the edge, it's a there's a lot of potential damage that can find kills for this Weaver in, or against this Weaver in lane, which, you know, is this problem we're looking at. Weaver, when the hero is really good, is able to play with a swarm a little bit, is able to get a couple kills in lane and start to snowball off that one, which I don't know is the most likely here. And if anything, I'm worried that 1J, I'm worried that this Beastmaster, they're gonna have a pretty easy lane.
Yeah, it's I mean, they're doing a good job so far on the safe lane here for Kamichata of pressuring the boars from Cloud, but actually the CS going mostly in the favor of this Beastmaster so far. So a little bit of an awkward start for them, and I definitely agree. I don't think that this is necessarily the lane that I would pick as, you know, really, really hard countering the Beastmaster. So we're gonna have to see how their value actually develops as the game goes on. Actually, he did first pick this Storm Spirit in this mid lane. Would definitely expect him to come ahead with a decent lead out of the laning phase, but so far doing just a good job in that early CSing. Actually has stopped Ethereal from even getting the bottle pre 2 minutes, so gonna miss out on that first water rune refill.
Yeah, actually he's got pretty much perfect CS to the first couple waves, which is very impressive here. And this is a Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit matchup that can go both ways. This is a matchup where, you know, you get some you get some Searing Chains, the Storm can be very upset, but I mean, the way this is going, Exney is having a fantastic early game as Wolf runs in. Scoochie on top of Cloud will be able to go and take the courier from 1J, but there's the blast off. Doesn't really land. It's only on Not Me, but that's going to be more than enough here as Cloud takes down Not Me very early. And that's what we were worried about, that the damage from blast off, and with the sticky bomb as well, if you want to land it, is quite a bit into, you know, Muerta that doesn't have a lot of HP, into this Weaver that doesn't really have a lot of HP.
Yeah, the execution definitely has to be pretty high from the side of this Kamichata bot lane, and doesn't honestly have to be particularly impressive, I think, by 1J and Cloud. If you can land that blast off, then the boards are going to do most of the work for you. Getting that level 3 so confidently on Cloud is going to feel quite nice as well.
Dude,
Ember's able to secure this. Okay, very nice. I mean, they did land everything. Still good damage though.
Yeah, Woe's got to be careful here. Scoochie up in one. You're going to get on top of 1J. They're going to get both kills in this lane. And they got the Lotus as well, I believe. So Woe is going to stay alive. But my big story for this game is not the double kill in the bottom lane, although that is significant, Rojo. It's the fact that Exney is doubling up this Ember Spirit 3.5 minutes into this game.
Yeah, he is doing a really great job, but is bringing over rare gods as gonna look onto. Oh, I think he should be going for the chains here, but they are gonna TP over some heroes, so committing to this kill would not be the most ideal. Still has the wand, still has the fairy fire, so won't die.
Nope, he just
nicely played.
Pops the high five, says, yeah, what are you doing here, guys? My supports are showing up. And the ball's on this man, right? He had like 50 HP when he turned back into that one. And yeah, you know, you got the wand and you got the fairy fire, but even still, You mess that up even a little bit, and you're going to go get taken down. As it stands, though, that rotation gets just about nothing, and now it is not all. This Storm is going to be such a problem. He's got 30 CS at the 4-minute mark. The Ember Spirit's got 14. Now, the next closest hero and the next closest hero in the game is like 25 on this Weaver. This, I mean, Tier F Storm Spirit for what? This guy is looking incredible on this hero.
Yep, this is definitely. I mean, they picked it for a reason. Very signature for X and E, and playing it pretty much to perfection in this early portion of the game. Definitely tells you the confidence of a Storm is how well they can do in this early laning phase. And it is a very, very well. You're going to have some very early rotate. I mean, tons of vision towards the mid side here, and obviously there's early rotations to focus on him. So far, relatively quiet but good start for the side of Team T. Rare Gods does TP onto the bot side on the Skywrath. It's a very deep dive to go for, but would be really nice if they could get it.
Gonna require a lot of executions for now. The dead shot's gonna land. There's the calling, and this is gonna be a dead tech. Honestly, we talk about the execution and everything does have to land, and it does. But as long as you get the dead shot to start, that's the slow, that's the fear, that's the control. It lets you get the calling off, it lets you get kind of everything else off. So, yeah, it is heavy on execution, Rojo, but maybe not that bad.
Yeah, I think Deadshot is not always easy, but it's not the hardest spell in Dota to hit, as they're looking towards Xney. If you get the chains, that's a little bit of a lucky hit there.
There's the calling as well.
Deadshot.
Yep, even though he had level 6, the Deadshot buys enough space that he's just not able to make that happen in time. Now, Anku bottom side, he's a bit of a struggle fest here. This Lycan, as strong as the hero is, does not like being burst down early, and that's kind of exactly what this safe lane provides.
Yeah, Terrorblade definitely. I mean, Shigatsu, he got to see his matchup. You knew when you picked this Lycan that it was not going to be a good game, but you're talking about how bad the game is for the Ember Spirit, but it's very similar for the Lycan. Honestly, I mean, it's kind of similar for the Beastmaster, but I think Beastmaster having a much more comfortable time in terms of XP, for sure, as Anku is just not finding very much here. 20 and 7 on the CS. Not too bad for the denies, but his net worth, 2,100 on this Lycan. He's going to struggle a lot into Shigetsu, and Shigetsu's going to have an exceedingly free Terrorblade game, which was one of the biggest reasons that I was favoring Team T, is it looks like a pretty good Terrorblade game once you can kind of get out of dodge, and definitely Shigetsu one of the better players to actually do so. Not me on the bot side here onto this Wisdom Shrine. So they'll trade the Wisdom Shrines. I think definitely good awareness by them. They don't let this rotation from Team T get too much, as Acne does actually clear the hard camp, and they're going to meta. So they're trying to force as much as they can off of Team T, but Anku, being a little bit wiser in the jungle, isn't going to give them any extra kills or anything, but they're likely going to get this tower eventually.
Yep. Meanwhile, Woe on the other side of the map, he's also putting similar pressure onto the tier 1. Maybe not quite as much, but dives into the triangle as well. Is going to steal a double stack of hard creeps, or a double stack of big creeps from the hard camp as well. So, you know, they're trading a little bit. And as crazy as this game from Storm has been, Weaver's having a great game. Weaver's doing fine. He's sitting here. He's top of the net worth, 51 CS, 201. The only problem, and it's not the Weaver's problem necessarily, is Ethereal has to be very careful here. And now the calling into the chains, into the dead shot, and Kyori, there's nothing he can do here. But I was going to say that the one problem is that while the Weaver's having a great game, no one else on his team is. There's no one for him to really play around all that much. He's not the one that really wants to be making moves so much early on. Is now Ethereal gets on top of 1J. Good dead shot. Now he's thinking about blasting off. Oh, now that means that he's just going to get taken down as not me is dominating. There's giving the chains once again. Silence as well. Good calling. Getting on top of the Storm Spirit, but a good save from Kyori. That should be the end of that one. Storm Spirit goes on the high ground, trying to see if he can find this Ember Spirit, but Ethereal playing a ring around the Rosie for now, drops a Remnant. He's going to try to TP out here, get his bottle, and come right back into the fight. Nice job there from Kyori, staying outside of the calling range, so he could always have that save for the Storm.
Yeah, and I mean, not much network to work with across the board for these three heroes, but they don't really need it. They have so much strength in their base kit here, as Kyori Let's get the disruption off, but Rare Gods continuing. They got Woe on the bot side. As that trade did happen in the mid, even Exney looks like is going to kill off Rare Gods. So getting some decent, pressure in the mid side, which definitely doesn't go unappreciated. But Cloud with that Helm Dom did end up getting the kill as well onto Woe. That was their only hero doing well, as you mentioned. And now they've recovered a little bit on the other side, so getting that kill for Cloud is really, just well worth it. Won't be able actually to clear the tower, unfortunately, for him, but still, this is a Beastmaster who's now level 7 with that Helm Dom finished.
Yep, Roar into Blastoff is just a guaranteed kill on, maybe not the Lycan, but pretty much everyone else on the map. The damage in this early game is what's the cooldown? Every 90 seconds, every 90 seconds on the Roar, someone's gonna die as Ember Spirit goes on the top side, gets the chains. Exney, though, will be able to bottle that amp damage rune. So Ethereal not gonna be able to get the kill, and now this is an amp damage storm. Running around the map whenever he wants to go pop that one. So, Rojo, we were talking about the damage, about how Woe had to be very careful with the Roar and the Blastoff. Now you got to worry about an amp damage storm zipping on top of you as well.
Yeah, not definitely the nicest to play with, at least in this game. Kaori, unfortunately, hasn't gotten too much XP. So in terms of support levels, they're actually doing quite well on the side of Call Me Chada. And I was talking about how the X Factor needed to be the supports here. Nami has been delivering very significantly on this. There's the Roar. Excellent. Ooh, whoa. Yeah, and the amp damage as well. Whoa, I feel like he just needs to resign to the jungle here. Just
they're going to try to find Shigetsu on the
up.
top side of the map. Really doing a good job of keeping distance from the Sunder, but not quite enough. Now Anku continues to try to chase him down with the Disseminate, buying a little bit more space as they turn on to Kaori, but I'm not convinced they get any kills here.
No. That was really close from Ethereal. He was right on the edge of actually playing that, but just not able to actually find it there in the end there. So ends up full healing Shigetsu for all intents and purposes. This Terrorblade is about equal net worth to Woe. In fact, all the cores on the side of Team T are about equal to Woe on this Weaver. So despite being very farmed on Weaver, not really being able to translate it into much either, as there's going to be that Lincoln's Mjolnir kind of build up for Woe. It'll take quite a while to get onto, and that's nice execution again. These two, despite not having maybe the most net worth between Ethereal and Not Me, well, to be fair, very firm and worth it, finding so much. Good kill on the mine.
Trying to find 1J as well. Does have the taser, and instead looks like they're going to go find the Cloud's Helm Dom Creep, which is always going to be a very nice thing. 200 gold into the coffer of, actually, it was a Skywrath Mage, and now 1J a little bit exposed here as Weaver rotates, and they'd love to get this mid lane tier 1.
Oh, Kaori.
So much damage. Kaori TP's in, just immediately gets calling down. That was not a good TP from this Shadow Demon. And now definitely, the tier 1 mid falls, yeah.
Yeah, definitely tip worthy there. Kaori just, he did want to help his team, but unfortunately ended up in a bad position for doing so. So finding a lot. Again, this triple threat here, Skywrath, Mortha, plus the Ember. Ooh, actually misses the chains onto the creeps, but looks like they'll still find it anyway.
Are they, though? Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. Sleight of fist. That disarm, though, on their reactive taser it can break a lot of these engagements. It can be very annoying as the game goes later. Now, though, oh god.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Okay. Looking is fine for the time being. Cloud, very farmed on this Beastmaster, at least for the time being, is level 10 almost. So definitely doing very well in the XP department. Not quite the same to be said for Anku, only level 9, but they are similar amounts actually towards their Helm of the Overlord. Does feel better for Anku that he's been given some amount of time to just kind of sit and kind of find peace with the neutrals here. Exney looking towards maybe what could have been an Anku kill, but he's a little bit too wise. And he'll go back into those 33 camps. Go chill for a little while. They get a nice scan from Exney, but he's kind of just walking around on the top side, so just knows where not to go.
All right, the big news now, though, is Storm Spirit, or not Storm Spirit, the Skywrath does have level 6. So Mystic Flare, it took him a while, like 13 minutes and 45 seconds until he got to level 6, which is you know, not great considering how much impact Mystic Flare can have if you have some lockdown, but they're going to immediately smoke up behind this. 3 heroes, Weaver, he's not going to join this one, but this triple threat combo you were talking about, Storm Spirit, or excuse me, Ember Spirit, Not Me, and Rare God. They're going to find Kaori though, maybe the lowest valuable target, but he's going to get calling, he's going to get taken down. The big news though is that they're not going to get this Terror Blade as the smoke gets broken by Kaori.
Yeah, Shigetsu is finding a lot, so you're not too upset that Kaori is falling for sure, eating that kind of initial smoke, but oh my god, Ethereal took most of his HP to mines on top side. But I mean, Shigetsu's finding a lot, but every moment that Kaori does kind of go down like this, it is a little bit frustrating for the Shadow Demon. Not going to have access to the same net worth that he did in the previous game to get those kind of saves that he had. Not going to be able to get towards that same kind of XP threshold that he was at for Kaori. There's a lot of space on the map as well for just things like placing wards and whatnot, but across the board, I mean, it is Shigetsu doing quite well for himself. Actually lower still than Woe, as Weaver is a very fast farming hero in this early portion, but as soon as the Manta picks up for Shigetsu, as soon as he gets towards likely that shard eventually, we'll certainly start outpacing. First item, Mage Slayer for Ethereal. Not maybe my most favorite Ember build nowadays, but it's certainly a great game to have it, so definitely makes sense. More supportive role as well, this game on the Ember. Not a great Vessel game to begin with, so certainly makes sense to end up with this Mage Slayer. Go straight into that Kaya and Sange. One very obnoxious thing is that you can get your Flame Guard dispelled pretty consistently, actually, by the Reactive Taser. Then he immediately has to pop the Pierce the Veil.
Those are spooky, but hey, he's going to
Actually
find
killing
himself.
him. Okay.
Yeah, that's 250 gold. Or 252 gold, I guess. That's absolutely worth doing. And we're not that far away from the Atos now on this Muerta as well, which solves that lack of... there is a little catch, but maybe not the best. Is now Deadshot goes down on top of Kaori, pops the Demonic Purge, so good luck on the Flame Guard. That's not really a thing, and now Ethereal has to be very careful here.
Ooh, did get the silence.
Agent Seal, though.
Good.
Silence is there on top
Good
of
dodge.
Starfear, but on the backside, 1J breaks the fight up with this fantastic move in on the blast off. He will die. They get Kaori as well, but he breaks the fight open, makes life a little bit more difficult for Shigetsu.
Here.
And now Woe getting on top, does have a decent amount of magic damage, but does not have this Lincoln's just yet. So he has to be very careful of the Sunder.
Thunderhide on Thunderhide.
Thunderhide on Thunderhide. And now Cloud, he does have the War available if he wants to spend it. Looks like he might have to just defensively getting on top of this Ember Spirit, but Woe is still here. And still the damage coming in from the Searing Chain, but Viewers, you gotta be careful. We'll have to pop the time lapse. And now this is gonna be a dead Beastmaster. Cloud will fall.
Well played.
Very well done.
Yeah, call me Chada. I mean, their execution of that fight. We're talking about how it did need to be high in this game, but they did it really, really well. I think Ethereal, he did end up kind of, I think, luckily dodging the blast off. I don't think it was intentional, but it still panned out incredibly well for him, just using that Sleight of Fist off cooldown, giving him the most amount of frames to be invulnerable there. And it ended up, I mean, incredibly well. They kited out super well. End up getting that Overlord at a very good timing for Anku. And now that means they can head into the Roshan. Of course, Weaver, one of the better heroes at going into that early, especially with the Lycan. And now, as you mentioned, soon Muerta onto this Atos, just to make the playmaking that much easier. Gonna have an Aegis on the side of Woe. You're gonna be a little bit greedier. Go and finish up that full Mjolnir as long as he wants. So a nice... You know, a nice set of events, and in that meantime, they actually did end up kind of distracting Shigetsu even with that fight, as he was a part of that entire duration, meaning that he wasn't really securing his net worth lead like he would have wanted to. And after that Roshan, as expected, Call Me Chana now about a 1k lead. Maybe not the most impressive, but certainly from the beginning of the game that they had, Bayo, I would consider it ultimately quite impressive. They ended up with this game stage, just a lot of correct movements from them, and especially a lot of really impressive spell casting, particularly I think from Not Me has been incredible on this Muerta so far.
So Rojo, Mr. Ember Spirit player, when you pop Sleight of Fist, does disarm if you're disarmed while you're Sleight of Fisting?
That's what. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Oh,
okay.
You don't do damage. Yeah,
so reactive. Well, the point I was going to make here is now, Reactive Taser, you got to be so careful that you don't catch this techies inside a Sleight of Fists.
Yeah, it's really annoying. They do get Woe's Sages. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the roar. Roar combo onto Woe. That's a little bit unfortunate, ending up losing that Aegis so quickly. It's not me. They would love actually to get this Martha kill as well. Pretty high value one. So far I won't find anything else. But yeah, as far as it does go for the Ember Spirit matchup into Techies, it's really obnoxious. Techies is... you can also, I believe you do dispel the Flame Guard from this Sleight of Fist. It's been quite a while since I played this matchup, but I do remember at the time that I played it, you did get your Flame Guard, I think, dispelled during Sleight of Fist. So sometimes you just randomly lose your Flame Guard in the middle of a fight, which is not very fun for the Ember player.
Yep. Hitting
Still
it
very
is
fun on Ethereal, though.
Yeah. Hitting the reactive taser is anyone who hits the reactive taser is a basic dispel. I'm not sure whether it requires a strong dispel or not on Flame Guard. It is dispellable.
It's basic. Yeah, it's
okay,
basic.
so yes, then yes, your randomly Sleight of Fist is not me has to be a little carefully responsible for getting on top of him, and well,
that's a good kill.
Yeah, that's actually a very impactful kill. That's a dominating spree. Now they're going to try to get on top of this Beastmaster, but well, 1J just runs in, disarms everyone, causes so many problems.
The bombs
eventually go down. Oh. These bombs are so big, though.
He got him.
And they're just going to take the Weaver down. He had time lapse available.
He did. He just went too far, and Rare Gods even died as well to the Black Dragon.
Oh, Ethereal's gonna get jumped on top of as well. No fire remnants. That's an 8-kill streak. Going to Exney as well on top of this. Man, these bombs. They do be bombing.
Yeah, it was a little bit ill-advised to walk up that hill like that for Woe. Just too big of a mistake in this type of game, and the whole time Rare Gods was eating the creep. A horrible matchup for the side of the Skywrath. This hero never gets really any armor on Skywrath. I believe one of the games I was watching from Rare Gods the other day, I think it was 32 minutes in the game and he had 1 armor. So it's, this game at least he has 2. Managed to get, I guess, that extra from the Null Talisman. If he's under the tower, he exponentially increases it. But for the time being, he's going to be completely threatened by the side of that Beastmaster. At least, this is rather nice, I would say, into the techies, though, for Onku, is he can kind of just destroy all the bombs with his Wolves. The Wolves have a really high magic resist percentile. It's about 60%. So they can walk through about 3 or 4 bombs before they actually do go down. Smoke on smoke action, though. They'll see Cloud first. No pipe finish.
There we go, getting on top of him. There's going to be the Mystic. Well, everything going down on top of this Beastmaster. Look at the bombs going down. 1J gets a disarm on everyone here. And the Stellar Spear on the back line with this BKB. Not me surviving just long enough, but he's going to get jumped on top of anyways. And now on the backside, they do get Cloud. That was the nice way to start this. But they're not going to be able to get Shigetsu. 1J with this reactive taser did so much into that fight.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, it's a very annoying spell for sure. Even has 3 points in it. They will eye up the Tormentor, though. Try to kind of sneak it under the noses here. They certainly can with the minus armor. So actually nicely done by them. But Exney is going to jump. Who doesn't have does have the vision. But
there's the dust. And remember, there's no time lapse. It was spent to go and just recover the damage from taking the Tormentor. So seems like, well, though, we'll be able to get out of here for the time being. And Ethereal bought a little bit of space, I think.
Yeah, he just got out there at the last second as Onku does actually finish his bot tower with his Shard Wolf, I believe. Got the last hit. So a very loyal Wolf there. It is rather nice for Onku that he's recovered pretty successfully. Cloud has now finished the pipe, but Onku is just about even in net worth with this Beastmaster, even above in XP. So working towards that AC as 1J almost loses a battle to the creep from Onku, but does end up getting that extra gold for himself. So nicely done across the map for Team T, but so far a very, very close game. Meteor Hammer finished for the side of Rare Gods and the Shard as well. So the farm on the Skywrath is actually going to get pretty significant as well, which could be quite scary. This hero gets to really, really monstrous points. Has that max Ancient Seal. We'll soon have that Mystic Flare on the level 2. But really, really enabled to start farming here. This is part of the reason that Crit on Falcons has been playing this so much. Just an incredibly fast farming hero when you do get to these items. And look at Kaori.
Yeah, Rare Gods, he's still got a decent amount of damage and just really will not take a lot of damage from Kaori with the magic shield that he's got. Mystic Flare will be able to go take him down. Now, talking about shards. Shard is done on this techie, so now he can go and pop Reactive Taser on whoever is getting gone on top
On
of
the
him.
Cloud.
Chain Disarm
As the
everyone.
Lincolns.
That Lincoln's is massive. Now the Roar, that was the reveal, so the Roar doesn't find anything whatsoever. Cloud, though, does have the pipe. They're
Missed
really
the
struggling to
Deadshot.
get any sort of substantive damage done. Deadshot not going to land. There's the calling, but this is a dead, actually, 2 dead heroes. Is not me will fall on top of the Skywrath. So, not able to get, Cloud is a tanky man with this pipe.
Yeah, the pipe doing it definitely a lot here, even eyeing towards the Crimson next. These auras are definitely going to be problematic. The damage thresholds were just about there for the side of Call Me Chada, but these mess with them a lot. The Crimson eventually coming out is going to make this damage feel really, really low, I think, in general, but the pipe, of course, making such a tanky Beastmaster as well. Has walked onto the high ground. Killed off that Ancient Creep. Very aggressive. Yeah, from the Weaver here.
Feels pretty much untouchable with this Lincoln's. Now, the problem is he's felt so pressured by the Roar and by the Storm Spirit and everything else that he's got this Maelstrom. He's had it for a while, but he's going into well, I was gonna say he's going into the Dragonlance before the Hyperstone, before the Maelstrom, but it seems like that is not the case. So he will go. He's gonna get the Maelstrom done, the Mjolnir done very, very soon, and that's a pretty significant breakpoint, pretty significant damage increase coming out of this Weaver.
Yeah, this is going to increase his damage by like almost twofold. As soon as he's going to take as well into his tier 3 neutral. Could be really impactful. This could be a serrated shiv with that Dormant Curio. But on the top side, we're looking at Kaori, another kill here.
Yep. Yeah, he just dies. That's the thing. We talked about the low armor on the Skywrath, and it's not quite as bad for Shadow Demon, but he still doesn't have a lot,
Still pretty
especially when the hell's going down. Yeah, you still die.
Dire's structures are
Now they're looking at this tier 1 in the top side. Did actually get the cripple from the Shard Wolf, so Shard Wolf's doing a lot in this game. Didn't quite see Exney,
Radiant's bottom tower.
but they could. Oh, they're gonna get Rare Gods. Has a gem. Nicely done.
Oh, Storm Spirit now has a gem. Wogan to try to get on top of this Beastmaster, and
That's the damage.
Ethereal coming in. That's a lot of damage. So they will be able to go take Cloud down, even with the Vanguard that he has. So that slows down this Crimson Guard just a little bit. And they got his Courier as well, I think. It certainly is dead, so that's another 2 minutes before he's going to have that one available to go. But in general, Rojo, my eyes, they're on this techies. He's been doing so much to break these fights open and make it so hard for Kami Chada to like take the fights they wanted to fight. Pickoffs are one thing. They're able to go get the Beastmaster, that's fine. But in these team fights, especially now as we're getting closer and closer to Roche spawning. In fact, it's spawned now. We got the minefield sign down to these mines in the middle of the map. So we're right outside the Roche pit. So they're going to be that much. They're going to do that much more damage.
Radiant
This is they got it. They feel necessary to contest the Roche here.
Yeah,
This is
I definitely
difficult
think
to
that if Anku knows, he should definitely throw his wolf through these. Go ahead and throw them through the mines here. That'd be a really, really big thing for Anku to do here, is just kind of be a minesweeper on these Lycan Wolves. Of course, he'll need them for the fight, so for now he's going to have to hold on to them. Did finish the AC for the side of Anku, his Ethereal. He broke his smoke onto Shigetsu. Not quite at that butterfly yet, as they do jump forward.
Atos onto
Kaori.
Xnee, the silence as well, but pops the BKB, he's going to be fine. Tries to dive on top of the back line. As Ethereal distracting front line a little bit, Kaori will fall, and Ethereal's still very, very fine. Will get roared for now. He's going to get taken out very quickly now that he's locked down. As Anku desperately trying to find more and more of these supports, but not going to get them just yet. Backside of this Weaver playing very much on the edge of things. Now he does have the Dragon Lance. Anku's got to be careful. He's going to eat some mine. Now bonus damage coming in from Xnee. He takes the extra magic damage. Anku destined to fall. And now straight into the Roche pit with meta, with this with the Ancient Granite Golem and the Granite Ore that exists there. Now there is the Swarm. Remember, this is the second Roche. Team T did take the first one as well, so it's not the easiest take here. So they're looking to go in a little bit more. And remember the power? Yeah, Skywrath with the Swarm, with these Wolves, kind of got permanent vision onto Team T.
Yeah, and actually stops the Roche for the time being, so well done by them. I was wondering if Xnee would jump in, but just doesn't quite feel comfortable into Not Me, as he doesn't have that BKB available yet. Kaori gets a disruption onto himself. Gonna go check and see if they're gonna start the Roshan. As they are for the time being. Swarm will go down for the moment. Xnee, he's looking. 10 more seconds on that BKB. He's being pretty reserved for the time being. Does not want to get caught off by some random chains. Does not want to get hit by the calling. Now they have Crimson and Pipe finished, and the Butterfly is just about 50 gold done for Shigetsu. They can wait for this. Roshan's going to move in the next 30 seconds. Just about half HP, but it looks like both teams are recognizing that Roshan will not die on this timer here. But, well, he would love to try if he could sneak it in the next 20 seconds. But that is the roar coming out.
So if you got to think about going back into it, Swarm is ready to go, and
They're
they
trying.
might have enough control.
This is
to
a
rock
really
into the
hard
pit.
fight.
They're going to try now. Storm Spirit goes in, trying to buy a little bit more
Oh,
space.
the
Great
blast
blast
off.
off as well. Weaver's dead immediately.
Good
and
roar.
1J is still sitting here. They're going to get the Ember Spirit as well. That roar is fantastic. At the very least, on the backside, there's the Ghost Scepter for now. Anku will be able to go and take down Kaori, but Xnee takes down the Skywrath on top of things. Not me just has to get the hell on out of here. They tried to grate it. They tried to sneak it in, but the Storm Spirit gave so much vision. And Anku, by the way, almost dying to the war, or almost dying to the mines. This is, well, both rune spots have been mined out pretty heavily. So even though he got that kill on the backside, this deck he's causing immeasurable problems. By the way, didn't even notice in the fight, Roche did die. Techies took the Aegis.
Yeah. Snatched the Aegis onto 1J, so really, really just nicely done by him. The blast off dealing so much bonus damage. And I mean, as you said, just causing so much havoc here. But that timing was so brutal from the side
Radiant's
of
top
Team
tower
T.
is under attack.
And not only are you stuck in the Roche pit, hit
Radiant
by every single
structures are
spell,
fortified.
but Cloud just finished his Crimson, just has that pipe now. And Shigetsu finished that Butterfly as well. So actually getting onto him is really difficult, but there's no Aegis on Shigetsu, notably.
Unfortunately,
If you
Spirit
can
not-
find a way to kill one of these cores, then they don't have that Aegis. It is at least your one kind of vain attempt to cope here. But unfortunately, it does not mean very much for the time being, as Team T are not too likely, I think, to give up anything.
Yeah, this just, who do you go on? You go on top of this BKB Storm Spirit with a shield rune, who, by the way, has a nullifier now. Kind of worth pointing out, considering how impactful this Ghost Scepter's been, and also just a way to pop the Lincolns for the Weaver. You have this Butterfly.
A quick go.
HP terribly. They're going to try to get on top of the Ember Spirit. He's dead.
Bested.
Nothing you can do there. It's like, okay, Beastmaster's got 2,800 HP. He's got double aura. There is no easy core kill. There's no one you can kind of pick off, do all that much, but they're going to go into this maybe. Ethereal or Naki goes a little bit deeper. He pops the Pierce the Veil for now, but he's disarmed, not really going to be able to do all that much. There's the bomb. He's dead. And they just pop the Shapeshift for really nothing.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
Yeah, not particularly
There,
anything.
guys.
And there's
Yep.
the nullifier. I really like this from Xnee. And has 1J. Sends her the Aegis, almost tempting his fate. And the creeps will walk in here, so gonna remove that backdoor protection for the time being. And they're looking at tier 4 as Bayo. They only have Aegis onto the techies, but the damage is significant
Radiant's middle tower
on these heroes.
They're going to force 2 buybacks. Ember Spear's not up for 10 seconds. They're going to be able to get Kaori. He's dead. On top of the
There's the
Weaver, a little
nullifier.
bit more with the nullifier. Actually, got to be very careful getting rather low.
They're
but
hitting the
zips out there
throne.
for now. Now Woe's going to try to do a little bit more. They are hitting the throne. It is getting about halfway done, and there's no fortification for now. They're going to try to go see if they can take down this Beastmaster as
Cloud.
much as possible. He's getting pretty low with the Mystic Flare, a little bit more, but he's going to be able to force stab out there the
chains.
chains. But still,
got one.
dieback on the Muerta as, okay, finally this techies will
No
fall.
cancel.
They're going to pop the shapeshift, but Storm TP's on out of here, as does Shigetsu. So they don't get the racks, but they do get the tier 4 towers, half damage on the Ancient, dieback on the Muerta. Although I guess Kaori did have to buy back as well. So I not quite sure how I feel about that, Rojo.
It was, I mean, I kind of liked the spunk there to go for the throne, as I think the game did not get any easier off the back of that. Any lost fight could just potentially be the game, but they did get a decent amount of gold for Call Me Chada, so not the worst set of events. I mean, being able to kill Kaori and not having buyback is actually pretty significant, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
just feels like there's too many problems mounting up here. Shigetsu is soon going to finish this Scotty, and at that point, I don't know particularly what you're supposed to do. Woe did finish the MKB. That's going to help a lot, but I still think that Woe is going to have a pretty impossible time
Radiant
standing
are
toe-to-toe
scanning.
with the side of Shigetsu, especially, again, if there's any backup from the rest of the team. Just well played overall and very well itemized by the side of Team T. Free shard for Ethereal is rather nice, actually, so they pick up that Tormentor, give him that extra bit. Anku will soon have a Nullifier, which actually is also quite big for them. So reducing that net worth lead by a decent bit off the back of that. I still think that they are much weaker on the side of Call Me Chada, but this Nullifier will definitely help a lot, getting rid of that Crimson especially. For the time being, they still don't have it, and whoa, oh, he's walking out so far.
Oh, not
No
me as
time
well.
lapse.
No buyback. Will
No.
jumped on top of. There's going to go. He's dead immediately. No buyback, as you said. 85 seconds. And now Not Me's going to get taken down as
I
well.
think
Has to
this
run
one's
away.
over.
Does Pop pierce the veil? He will survive. But yeah, the question, without this Weaver, what exactly are you supposed to do?
Got
Now
1K.
Anku getting on top of the tech. He's trying to at the very least, but
The disruption.
he's chain disabled. He's dead.
Buyback.
And his techies going to have to buy back straight into this. Now, there is no outpost. So you have to go the long way around, but importantly, no buyback on this Lycan. He bought out for the Nullifier, and he got the kill. But he traded his life for it, and yeah, it's trying to buy some time. It's still 50 seconds, no Weaver. That's the
Shigetsu is going.
Yep, right onto the tier
Taking some
4s.
damage.
Here comes XD. Mystic Flare not going to be quite enough to take him down. The silence is nice, though. As Ethereal on the
Ethereal
backside
tried.
tries to go take down XD, but it's just a dead Ember Spirit. Has to buy back into this. Is now true pressure on the tier 4s, but there's no
That was
metamorphosis.
Thunder.
And no
Rare Gods is solo holding against the Terrorblade.
He's doing his
I mean-
best here, but there's going to be the Sunder on top of 1J.
Yeah,
Does have the
Sunder.
Tranks to heal that back up as now Kyori blinks in a little bit further. The damage from
Rare
Rare Gods
Gods.
is significant. But now Shigetsu tries to go on top of him. Is back on the sword, back on the Ancient we go. Ember Spirit's
gotta be
dead,
it.
as is Rare Gods, and that's just going to do it. Fortification pop to no avail as they tap out of this game. Just not
Yeah,
enough
and
damage.
out of the series as well. I mean, they had some really, really bright moments on Call Me Chada. I mean, that first game was super impressive. I think this third game, they honestly played very well, but Team T thankfully brought it back from that very, very difficult game, game 1 there, and ended up with the game 2 and 3. Overall, just, I mean, definitely helped a lot, I think, once they kind of fixed the initial draft problems, and towards the end of it, it did manage to clutch it out in that, you know, very crucial game 3, but Shigetsu and Xni, I mean, as the core is doing so much, 12-1 and 12, 8-0-6 across the two of them, but definitely a huge shout out to 1J on the techies. I think a lot of other heroes would not have been able to do nearly as much as that techies did.
He did the most damage on his team. He broke so many fights, getting like 2 and 3 man blast offs, proccing the reactive taser, disarming like half the team. He did, I mean, he did so much. I know we don't have automatic MVPs because this is, you know, a tournament lobby or something crazy like that, but he is absolutely the MVP of this game. Yes, as not me said at the very end, you know, Prime Xni, what can you do? But 1J did so much enabling there, setting tempo, slowing the Weaver down, breaking these fights. And hey, you know, a little bit of tower push too. The bombs can do damage to towers, but this techies, I mean, I don't know that I want to say it's ban-worthy because it is still a techies, but in the hands of 1J, in the hands of a specialist like this, it breaks the game.
Yeah, and definitely kind of heartbreaking as well for Call Me Chada. I feel like they were very close at times, but just unfortunately fell a little bit short. Especially in that game 3, I think maybe there was just some small mistakes that I think that if they were ironed out, they would have came up with a much closer one towards the end there. But they still put in a really, really good fight, especially in that game 3.
But that does mean that now Team T sitting up 2-1 in the group stage as they join the lofty heights. Not quite, but you know, close enough of, I would say, of Team Tidebound. But Tidebound, they've already won their match today, so they're now 3-1 or 3-0. So you know what, Team T, second place and looking pretty good as Call Me Chada is gonna have to fall down just a little bit further, which maybe not a bit of a shame for them considering how good their season 1 was. even in fairness with that one, you know, they were third place out of the group stage. So there is that. But that does mean our series today is, or not our series, this series is over. We'll be back with another one coming up rather soon. But Rojo, for now, as we go to maybe a little bit of a longer break here, final thoughts on Kamichada versus Team T.
I mean, pretty much everything that we said. 1J definitely an absolute beast on that techies, but I like Team T. I think they just need to make sure that all those draft issues are ironed out, and Kamichada as well. I think just really on the cusp. I think of greatness there, especially. I mean, maybe I think if WoW played slightly cleaner on that Weaver at times, maybe they would have ended up with a slightly closer, at least carry matchup, but. Overall, I really like Kamichada. I like their kind of spunk to go for things. They're not afraid to try anything crazy. So that's, you know, essentially my final thoughts. Is I believe we have just about an hour, I think, before this next series.
All right, so it's gonna be about an hour if we've done the time zone conversions properly. Thank you, Daylight Savings Time, for that one. Just about an hour until that next series, and then we're gonna be back. But for now, get up, take a break, grab some tea or whatever it is that you want to do, and come right on back here. We'll see you then.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100%. never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good. Yeah, yeah. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah, a chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me. been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am. Oh,
previous guys that made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow, but today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me? Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together, because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow, but today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me? My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. Ooh, it's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch I could be anything you want, I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then we can smile, you know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while, keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
Took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now, but you never noticed 'cause you had a man. Ooh, yeah, and it's plain to see how bad I want you, girl. I'm trying to be much more than friends. Hey, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me, baby. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night?
A boy, a used lost toy, running so scared, eyes wide shut from pain. This fight, this poisoned land of fools and broken dreams. Oh, please set me free. Take me home. So
Coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in this beat. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to Nola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing. Astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows. Your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer?
today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted. The grass is green on my side. It's done and dusted. I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden. So how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. Got to be you. Voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Yeah. Gotta be you. Oh. It's gotta be you. Yeah. All these choices, but I so made up my mind. Nobody better. Gotta be you. Oh, it's got to be you. Voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no. It's gotta be you.
I want music. Good music playing and dancing to the groove. And I want to sing at the top of my lungs. The evening has just begun. Hips are swinging, your feet are stomping.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic.
magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic.
magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. I want
Keep on moving.
keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want
Oh, shake it.
shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody's smiling.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be drives me insane. She's heavenly creation, the spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around,
you never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Can't find my way out, no. Wrapped up in blue. Tell me what can I do? Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Somebody help me now. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Somebody tell me what to do, 'cause I'm wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Oh, yes, I am.
I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. Yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been in and out of trouble for much too long. I can't remember the words to this song. I thank the Lord as I'm crawling out of bed. It's another day that I'm not dead. I got the prettiest little girl. You know she looks so fine. I don't know what she sees in me, but I sure am glad she's mine. Whoa, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. So I'm glad she's mine. Hey.
Oh, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want 'em back.
Those nasty things mean really nothing to me. 'Cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening, right around noontime, right about noontime, baby, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Camels and Jack. Go ahead and take them all. I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby?
welcome back to Dream League Division 2 as we move on into our second series of the day. It's going to be Most Wanted. It's going to be 4Pirates. But you know, Rojo, before we get into that, we should take a look at where these teams stand in what's a bit more abbreviated of a Dream League Division 2 compared to last season. Not quite as many teams, only one slot qualifying into Dream League Season 27. But for now, as we take a look at where these teams are most wanted, this kind of interesting combination of some Eastern European players, a Mongolian player, Ponlo coming in from Southeast Asia, having a pretty good run of it thus far. They're sitting at 2-1, only losing to Kamichata, taking down Spoiled a little bit earlier on. And, you know, we take a look at the other side of things. 4Pirates, they just won their series over Team Not Secret, Team Public. You know, where does that put him, do you think?
Where does that put 4Pirates? I mean, 4Pirates, I think, I really like, how aggressive this team is, for sure. I think that's one thing I've always been fond of with 4Pirates, is they certainly have the aggression to match their kind of name. They do feel like when you're playing against them that they are 4Pirates, and maybe a sea captain as well. So I really do enjoy their kind of playstyle. I think as a team, it's probably very obnoxious to play into things like Mr. Moral's heroes. He loves to play things like, annoying heroes like Axe and Primal. And these heroes that really, really get on top of you. Even I believe he played the Tidehunter in that game 3 and was really, really a solid force to get through. So I think he has a particularly annoying hero pool, but the rest of them, I think, as well, are, perfectly comfortable just getting to a very, very aggressive kind of style. And as we head to the draft here, it is, Most Wanted. They take out some very interesting heroes as 4Pirates play some very interesting heroes. It's Dazzle and Primal Beast Band's first tier, Bayo.
That doesn't actually surprise me. It does a little bit because these are not heroes that are the most popular in the meta right now. But, Ariel's got a fantastic, I guess Perdanic, but they got a fantastic Dazzle on the side of 4Pirates. Nettie Narwhal and Mr. Mora play a very good Primal Beast. So it's one of those things where you're given the respect bans. You are saying, you know what, there are, we could ban the Jakiro, and they might still ban it out here, and it's going to be the Terrorblade. Actually, why would you ban the Jakiro when you could pick it?
Interesting.
But so Slardar has been this hero that has been really popular. It has a bunch of good lanes. The Shard is really nice. You can, in general, while it can be exposed in certain lane matchups, it farms a lot better. People have kind of figured out, if you go this kind of 1-4-1 build, you go and you get a soul ring. It farms decently well. It just provides a lot of pressure,
The leg day is also quite nice if they do pick up Jakiro here. So probably what 4Pirates are thinking of. I still think Jakiro is so unbelievably busted that there's no reason to let it through the draft. But obviously there are a lot of heroes to kind of think about here. Even something like, obviously Huskar, maybe not one of the most typical heroes you play into Slardar. But they do go for the Batrider instead, so nothing too crazy. They definitely do value this Batrider. It fits their playstyle a pretty good margin. Have something that's very reliable for an initiation, a hero that's relatively good at farming. You can flex this to some different roles. Definitely not an offensive hero, but I still feel like it's not really matching the power of the Slardar. And it is also very interesting. This is the last series that we casted. Marcy completely ignored this game. So far, Marcy completely ignored. And we're going to be heading into a 13 pick where potentially we haven't seen Jakiro touched at all. So very interesting what these two teams are valuing here.
Yeah, and especially if you talk about the prospect of this Marcy. You put Marcy in the same lane as a Slardar. Slardar has good lane matchups, can put a lot of pressure on, but up until the point where you're getting a point in Guardian Sprint, up until the point you got like boots, it can feel a little bit difficult to get on top of your lane opponents, especially if we're talking like it's a range matchup, it's a Prophet, it's something like that. But Marcy solves all of those problems, gives you even more damage, gives you that follow-up stun. So that is a pretty scary prospect if this is something that 4Pirates don't ban out, if this is something that Most Wanted decide to pop into. What I will say is that the Batrider does give you a little bit of a solution to the Slardar. Yeah, it's not a Jakiro, but up until the point that Slardar has Ags, you're not worried about the slowing as much, right? Because Batrider just has this disable, has this ability to drag people in, has this ability to forcibly reposition the Slardar, drag him away from his team, and kind of isolate him, which is not really what a Slardar wants. Slardar wants to be
10
diving on top of those
seconds
back
remaining.
lines. Slardar wants to be setting these fights up for his team. And if you make too much separation,
5 seconds
it can be
remaining.
very, very...
Radiant team pick.
up until the point where Slardar starts to get like into their second and third item, they can be a little squishy.
Yeah, and I mean, if most wanted to, they could go for something like it's just straight up the Marcy and Jakiro. I mean, both of them are open. Typically, I feel like a couple weeks ago we would have definitely
10
seen the Marcy
seconds
have been
remaining.
valued in that first phase, but some teams stepping away from it. I think it's fair. I
5
think there's
seconds
definitely
remaining.
moments where it has felt weaker than maybe people
Radiant
value it, but I
team
still think it's a very strong hero. Ringmaster, definitely an interesting one, but one that I'm not too upset to see. They opt for it over the Shadow Demon, at least for now. Maybe not necessarily the best save into these two heroes, but still overall a very, very annoying hero to deal with. Pretty good lane
10
as well with the
seconds
Slardar, having
remaining.
that just extra bit of lockdown enables Ringmaster to get his damage down.
5
Having that bit of
seconds
slow can help the
remaining.
Slardar out. So I do like this for Most Wanted. I'm really curious to see what they do pair with the Slardar, because I do believe that at one point they did pick up the Kaz for themselves. I didn't see exactly who played it. I think it was probably 423. I mean, apparently it's a Venomancer, but definitely leaning into that physical damage is always a pretty good idea with the Slardar. Veno is a hero nowadays that we see that actually can get to some pretty substantial physical damage. As knowing where this Venomancer is
10
going in this
seconds
lineup is
remaining.
actually pretty difficult. We've seen this hero played in a lot of different roles, Bayo.
5
Yeah, it's
seconds
probably not.
remaining.
Well, you could run the Slardar mid, so I'm not even going to say, well, it's probably not the off lane. But yeah, you can run this Venom in all three roles. You get the Ags, and with a
Dire
couple
team
small items, if you get the
Tide
Orb,
Radiant
the Ring of,
team
or the
pick.
Orb of Frost, Orb of Blight, as I'm going to see Tidehunter and Ursa.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say, Venomancer now will dominate Ursa in this lane. The lane is really bad if this is an off-lane Venomancer. However, in the mid game, Venomancer, the one thing that it does not like to
10
get jumped on
seconds
top of.
remaining.
It does not. You get a Hurricane Pike, you get a Force Staff, it gives you
5
some
seconds
separation, but
remaining.
this is not a hero that has like any mobility whatsoever.
Yeah, and I would almost in some ways be surprised if this even maybe what I mean. I still might even see this as like maybe a mid Veno or the likes, but I feel something like an offline Veno is maybe a little too susceptible to getting kind of pushed out of position. Would obviously be really great into the Ursa lane, but playing Veno into Glimpse, playing it
Radiant
into
team back.
the lasso can sometimes be really obnoxious. But they instead go for the puck. Still Veno, the potential to be a support. It's a decent puck game. I mean, they have very finicky lockdown. They have to get on top of you to do it. Basically, the Disruptor is the most reliable, but you still have that kind of counter to Glimpse. So I don't mind the puck, but this is kind of just 4Pirates bread and butter here, Bayo. This is, they already played the Tidehunter, the Ursa. They might have had a Batrider as well in the previous game against Team Public, but I know for sure they had that Tidehunter Ursa combo on
10
Mr. Moral and
seconds
Icy Dead
remaining.
People. So definitely they're happy to pick this one up, and it just so happens to be that both
remaining.
these picks are pretty big slam dunks. They're very strong, especially with the ability to purge everything that Most Wanted has.
Yeah, what exactly kills a Tidehunter in this game? I guess you have this physical damage from Slardar, kind of, but
Not really.
not really. Yeah.
Yeah, not really. Scratching my head a little bit. They take out the Huskar, which honestly could have been okay at killing Tide, but otherwise I think too difficult to do for themselves. So very reasonable. Probably you just need to go some very, very heavy physical damage carry. I guess the biggest one I can think of is probably Jug. Maybe TA, I think would be reasonable. Probably TA is reasonable for Most Wanted to try and actually deal with this Tidehunter. Slark is an interesting one, I suppose. That's more of a direct counter. Would have been a pretty good Slark game. So I guess they are accounting a little bit for 423's hero pool here. Don't think every carry player would be willing to play the Slark.
Yeah, if you had room for it, this
10
feels like a
seconds
decent
remaining.
hoodwink game, just for the break on the Tidehunter, if nothing else. But
5 seconds
that would mean that
remaining.
it'd be like a carry Venomancer, and well, it can be viable in certain matchups. Again, that Ags, once you got a couple debuffs applied, you're effectively doing double damage. It is a lot of damage. But into this Tidehunter, into this Ursa, into this Disruptor, Batrider,
Radiant
this is
team
going to be a
back.
support Venomancer. We're looking for the carry. Marcy could have been interesting as a carry.
Yeah, very high physical damage, but
Radiant's
Yeah.
team pick.
Okay,
I guess
Sniper's
we'll
gonna
just have
get
to see.
Dire team
I feel like
out.
TA is the best here, but okay. 4-2-3. He does not love to go for the stereotypical best pick. He goes for what he thinks is fun, what he thinks is right. And it's a pretty good Razor game, granted. There's a lot of things to move you out of position and annoy you. Sometimes also Ursa doesn't care about the damage being
10
stolen,
seconds
but
remaining.
you are a hero who builds BKB early. You can
5
get relatively
seconds
tanky against the Ursa, and then of course playing into that Tide Hunter. It should actually be a very, very strong lane now to shut down this problematic watermelon. 4Pirates probably just picking up their mid for all intents and purposes. Could go something stock standard, like picking up Natty Narwhal, getting him an Ember or some form of Void Spirit.
I speak
But-
of a
You may now
change.
select
Should go
your
for the
heroes.
Natures, which was ignored pretty much the whole draft. So if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it, Bayo. They have decided to kind of just run it back in this game straight after the game 3 against Team Public, thinking that
is-
everything they had in their draft was perfectly fine.
I'm gonna have to go back and take a look at it, but this is like at least 90% they're drafting. Okay. Well, they have a Bat Rider instead of a Tusk, but that is the only difference. Everything else was the exact same draft that they played in Game 3 against Team Not Secret. So it works out. You have a lot of mobility here in Natty Narwhal. The one thing is that outside of Disruptor, there isn't that much great control for the puck. Yeah, you got a lasso. Yeah, you got a ravage. Those are both things that Niche can dodge if he's on top of things. So really, this is a potentially a solid puck game. The one problem is like this lineup is so tanky that it's gonna be difficult for puck to accelerate the way they would like.
Yeah, I like what 4Pirates has cooked up here. I think Most Wanted, maybe I feel like they cooked a slight bit too much. The Razor, I'm not a solid believer in. I do feel still that Nature's Prophet is a very strong hero. I think mid is probably my favorite role for it at the moment, to be honest. It has a pretty good matchup into puck, assuming that things don't go sideways at some point. You have great heroes to rotate just throughout the map. Disruptor, Bat Rider can kind of go anywhere that they feel is fit. I mean, those two heroes can also really mess with Razor as well in that early portion of the game. So I do like what 4Pirates have. I see the concept behind Most Wanted, and I can definitely see them. I think if they get away with the early game pretty decently, they'll have a great shot. But as the game progresses, 4Pirates lineup, I mean, they already showed that they can execute this lineup pretty, as well as they possibly need to. But as well in this game, I just think it looks easier to execute than the Most Wanted draft by a pretty good margin.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting here. Now, I will say the one thing interesting coming out of this Venomancer, and maybe this is just how support Veno is played, but not even sure that that's what I'm generally seeing. But this is going to be patient 0 from the Venomancer, from the fastest that we get, which means that it's kind of the old Noxious Plague where it spreads a little bit more. It spreads over and over again, which can be pretty problematic for the team fight. Not that the Tidehunter cares all that much. It's going to get purged off, but it does mean that this Ursa is going to, really for the majority of this game, it's going to help them kite out a decent amount, you would think.
Yeah. You also, you can't purge the Noxious Plague, so actually pretty annoying for
Oh,
Tidehunter.
okay.
So maybe part of the idea there. I always love shouting out Rain for sure. He was briefly on that VP roster. He's kind of this new and up and coming CS player, but I had the very great pleasure of playing with him briefly on the North American DPC. Nobody ever look up the scores of what happened during that DPC run, but he's a very, very nice person. Rain was very accommodating to us. He was always very positive. So I always love to give him a shout out. I'm always rooting for him. I think the same goes for a lot of people for Ponlo. I don't know much about Fortnite Man, but I think his name is good enough to give him a shout out for. So a lot of love for this, for Most Wanted. I think they have a lot of really fun players. And honestly, I'm assuming that this is a pretty positive team environment overall from them.
Shout out to Fortnite Man knocking and his stack knocking out. I think it was OG when they qualified for DreamLeague a couple of seasons ago. I don't remember exactly what team they knocked out a big team, and they qualified in for DreamLeague and captured the minds of Dota fans the world over. As we're in for this disruptor to come back in, I do want to point out because this is a lane that has a chance to be very problematic for this Tide Hunter. Razor plus Venom, you just kind of walk this Tide down. He's kind of gone the position 4 build that you see in pubs, right? It's boots tangos, so it makes sense, right? You just want to be able to walk out of the static link as much as possible, and you know, with the gush slow and boots, you should be able to make that happen without too much difficulty.
Yeah, I think this is also, I mean, they're probably going to be looking to drag at some point, and to be honest, this lane has a tiny bit of threat. Obviously, it's not stronger than I think Razor Venom by any means, but having Gush plus the potential for a Flame Break could lead into randomly kind of taking half your HP, even dying if you're not careful enough about your positioning. So I think that this lane should go very, very well for this side of Most Wanted, but it is certainly going to be, I think, one that 4Pirates have the ability to actually at least draw somewhat even, if not actually take away a kill with us. I'm very excited to see the Mr. Moral Tide Hunter here. I feel like he's really cooking something up with this boot start, and I definitely agree with this kind of approach to how the lane should play out.
You're talking about team vibes, by the way, you know, about how it feels like they're probably a bunch of people having a lot of fun. I'm just watching the mini map, and we start from, oh, we're gonna draw where the camps are, and we're gonna, you know, draw other things, to, oh, we're just gonna cover the entire map. Like the I don't know what you want to call it, the increase in the escalation here is significant, but clearly they're just having a lot of fun. Disruptor, by the way, has rejoined the game, so be able to get started soon enough. But what do you think they're drawing here, Rojo? They're just kind of like sketching out farming areas, it looks like.
I think they're just having a little fun with it. I think I See Dead People is a little antsy to get some more Ursa gameplay. Yeah, maybe thinking about how he does farming patterns. So, you know, a little fun exercise. There was some definitely safe for work things drawn as they a little bit of all chat to come out, as of course he will get underway soon. Okay. Looks very cute with the small letter and the big exclamation mark. So I'm sure there's probably a pretty good respect between a lot of these players. I'm sure they've played each other many times. Fortnite Man, of course, very well respected in his community. How could he not be?
I mean, you're the Fortnite Man. We're gonna drop into Twisted Towers, or something.
You got it. You're close.
If Dota was a battle royale, what is the best spot on the map to drop into?
Probably the triangle, I would say. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, probably. I feel like Roche Pit maybe would be very problematic. You just kind of die immediately. That would be fun. But
wow, quite the artist on I See Dead People. he's been really Bob Rossing the mini map for quite some time.
Oh, he's having a great time.
He really is.
Yeah. Well, I want to know how they're doing this one. Like this looks like, I mean,
that
obviously
one's
they're not macroing it, but yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't know how that, or I'm pretty sure you can do some kind of like there's like a way to move your mouse, I think. So maybe they're doing that. You can do it with like, I think sometimes you move your map position. They're smarter than me. You know, clearly an artist for I See Dead People.
Is waiting for the Slarder. I could have sworn it was just Disruptor, the only one gone, but waiting for now for Slarder to come back, which, you know, as we take a look at these lane matchups, Rojo, you know, we talked about how Tide Hunter could be under threat as Slarder, as our Fortnite Man is back now, hopefully ready to go in just a second. But, you know, you do have some kill threat. On the other side of the map, you know, this Ursa and Disruptor versus Slardar and the Ringmaster. This is one I can kind of see going both ways. You know, Slardar not the happiest about playing into the Ursa. You're a melee hero. You're not super happy there. You can go and get even when you run away, which is like the nice power of a Slardar. You just run away if it gets too hairy. The Glimpse solves that problem. But, you know, I kind of look at this as well. Disruptor is not a hero that's super happy to play into the Slardar. You know, it's one of these squishy supports that in the mid game you get blinked on top of, you get bashed, you pretty much just die.
Yeah, and now that I'm even thinking of it, it would almost make sense, wouldn't it, to throw Rain in the position 4 up here. I wonder if they're going to opt for that at all. But I mean, obviously both these lanes are going to be very strong, but could be interesting to have the Veno there in that kind of safe lane position. They do smoke up a little bit late here on the side of 4Pirates. As you mentioned, they are, I mean, they do have definitely some power behind them. The ability to reposition for this level 1 is very strong. So it's unlikely, I think, that Most Wanted will even attempt to contest.
Gonna be good for 4Pirates then is Natty Narwhal with the smoke. I guess he's backing up. Okay. But he does get his
see niche though.
He gets a very nice ward on top of niche. You're right. So that's gonna be somewhat interesting, but it looks like again it's just gonna be mostly a trade.
The
2 for 2
battle
here.
begins.
The ward is gonna be the nicest thing, and it doesn't really give him a ton of high ground vision though. Is the one downside. It gets him like a third of the ramp, which is nice, but doesn't really help in the laning that much.
Yeah, I prefer these kind of wards, honestly. I think as I've moved forward as a mid laner, I just hate getting my mid ward dewarded. So very often you can see it's kind of similar on the other side for niche. It just catches a little bit more of that high ground, but sometimes it's even annoying when the enemy can actually aggro from the high ground. So a lot of times it's almost nice not to have that vision, and of course definitely not to get it dewarded. We do of course have this game. The money bags here from Natty Narwhal. We'll see if he's able to create any generational wealth.
Oh, no, Rain!
No.
Fredanic was
Good
just
move.
waiting there.
Good move. That was really smart by Perdanic. But thankfully, nowadays, there's these fancy things called the twin gates. So Rain should be able to get back to bottom, but it does feel a little bit annoying.
Yeah, it's 100 gold. You know, that does slow down rotations. Although, I'm with you. I think, I understand you want to put the farm allocation onto the Ringmasters. Pondo, unfortunately, is going to have to go and disconnect and come back in. But I understand you want to put the farm priority on the Ringmaster. But conceptually, this Venomancer Slardar into this Ursa feels a lot better than Ringmaster Slardar. You actually can put a lot more pressure on. You can really reduce the quality or reduce how much the Slardar is going to, or not the Slardar, the Ursa is going to be able to farm. You slow down that Battle Fury. Really try to put him into the Stone Age. But you know, I don't know that Ringmaster Slardar does the same thing, and I'm not sure that truly Veno Razor has a similar value on the bottom side of the map either.
Yeah, I mean, it's also definitely feel a little bit different about, or feel a little bit awkward about having the Veno into the Tide. So I would have liked to see them switch things up, as I mean that's also gotten quite popular across a lot of the recent tournaments. Is kind of just 5 positions, kind of opting for better matchups. So going into playing that 4 position, I know Snake King was doing it a ton. I think he played Chen in the off lane more than he did in the safe lane in their most recent victory. So, you know, maybe an interesting concept that they could look at. But this game they've opted for maybe just slightly more comfort in where they're laning. I do still think that Ringmaster Slardar is very strong as Palma does come back into the game. It's still a very strong lane, but I think that it doesn't quite have that oomph into Ursa specifically. Might not always get those same kind of punishes possible. 4-2-3 does take a lot of damage for that link.
It doesn't have quite the stomping power. Like, it's going to be good. Yeah. It's going to be okay. But it's not going to annihilate this Ursa in the same way you might otherwise be able to do so. And I think Ringmaster, Ringmaster Veno would have, or Ringmaster Razor would have been like totally fine. Mm-hmm. I guess you're playing with the double slows on 4-2-3. That's kind of the one thing you're looking at with this Venomancer to make sure you get a stronger static link if possible, or longer static link. But you know, even still, it's going to be okay. We're going to see Fortnite Man get himself up into the boots fairly quickly, make sure that he can kite out this Ursa when he goes on top of him, and just go from there.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what 4-2-3 opts for on this Razor. Definitely not a hero that we see very often. You know that Razor is not particularly good as Christos is not playing it, so should cue you into this hero is definitely in a pretty rough spot. So how you build on it certainly matters a lot, and on Razor you can build anything basically. So what you actually opt for is kind of interesting. Probably, I would assume it's something like the Maelstrom this game. I think that probably makes the most sense. And then just go into kind of standard carry items that are the BKB for yourself. But there are pretty much a million things that you could buy on Razor. Even something like a Yules could honestly be really strong in this game. Hurricane Pike might feel nice, so 4-2-3. I want to see him do something a little bit fun on this Razor, since of course this hero is so versatile. But I guess the hero is also weak enough that you kind of need to be careful about how versatile you actually try to be.
You know, you talk about the Yules. There is a Slardar build where you kind of get your blink, of course, as expected, but then you go and you get a pretty quick Yules afterwards. Conceptually, into this Disruptor, you're worried about maybe the glimpses of 4-2-3.
TP on that,
He's going to get TP'd on top of.
Ooh.
And 4-2-3, very low. One more shot, not going to be able to get aerial. And instead, 4-2-3, there's a Razor picked for the counter pick into the Tidehunter. He's not going to be able to get that first blood. But, you know, again, going back to that Slardar for a second, into this Disruptor, into the Ursa and everything else, the Yules build, you can get it on the puck as well. Getting a Yules on your position 2 and your position 3 seems really solid this game.
Yeah, it could be quite nice. It's a very good Yules game for sure. But this does kind of also switch the favors a little bit. You know, switch the tides, if you will. Full pun intended. As Mr. Moral having a good time. But having this Nature's Prophet mid, sure, I mean, you know, this Razor Venom lane should in theory be very strong, but if you're already able to get, you know, 4-2-3 down to about half HP or so from this long extended trade with Flame Break, well then bringing over Natty Narwhal is sometimes enough to just bring it all the way down to 0, as he did even get the Urn before getting those kills on Natty Narwhal, so has that ability with the rotation to come over with that extra Urn charge. Even level 3 Sprout now, so where Natty Narwhal goes, it's a lot of added damage. It's definitely scary. Especially with Perdanic, with that glimpse as well. If they ever do get either of these heroes low, but so far, thankfully for Most Wanted, they're chilling for the moment, so they're not actually kind of in any kill threat.
I gotta say, I'm a little impressed as we're gonna have a glimpse onto the top side, trying to take Ponlo down, but I see dead people not super interested in committing. I'm a little impressed with how Fortnite Man and Ponlo have really laned this early stage.
4-2-3.
Oh, bottom side. He's going to go down once again. The power of that Urn rotation. And now Rain, got to be careful. He's going to get sprouted up. Immediately going to cut the Sprout, but doesn't really seem to matter as Mr.
double
dives on top of the tower. Double kill for Natty Narwhal. And you were talking about it. This is the power of this Nature's Prophet mid.
Oh, no.
You know, I was talking about how
praise them.
Yeah, but I was going to talk about how, you know, it's impressive that they've had such a good game that he doesn't feel pressure to get boots first. He got the gloves of haste. But that lack of boots, it was in his backpack. That lack of boots ended up killing the man.
4-2-3?
Yeah, he's going to go down once again. This Bat Rider is causing... Ariel may die. Yeah, he's going to die to the Venomancer and the tick damage, but this Ursa now is going to have to go the Walk of Shame back in the lane.
Yeah, the Razor, I mean, it's already a tough hero. Again, this hero is... It's not just that 4-2-3. He's definitely mispositioning a little bit. Granted, for what he's given, I think maybe they should have switched lanes around a tiny bit. But Razor is just a weak hero. That's the reality of it. And at this point in the game, once you get behind even just a little bit on this hero, it can become very difficult to actually accomplish anything. Only level 4 now, with a set of tangos, an infused raindrop, Quilling Blade, and some extra movement speed to boot. Is a very much a struggling Razor, and most of that extra net worth is going towards the Veno, which maybe feels decent for Rain, but it's going to be quite a while before 4-2-3 can come back into this game. And truthfully, it's a pretty mediocre Razor game anyway if you aren't fully ahead.
Yeah, and Razor's not a hero that like comeback farm as well. You don't have truly a net. You do have your ultimate, and you do have Plasma Field a little bit, but you don't really have a good farming steroid as Ponlo gets jumped on top of. Pops to tame the beast, but he's just gonna die once again here. Now on the 7-minute timing, Perdanic trying to go make the rotation. This should be a kill. Perdanic should die here, and we can see the power of Slardar versus the Disruptor. But even, I mean, the pressure they're putting on the map right now with this Natty Narwhal rotation over and over again is, he's breaking all 3 lanes, man.
Yeah, and as we expected from the way that 4Pirates play, kind of very aggressive team. love to make kind of something out of nothing. And Nature's Prophet, definitely the best hero to do it across the map. It's going to be very, very early onto the Spirit Vessel, and it's a pretty good Vessel game. There's not much healing coming out from the side of Most Wanted. Maybe the Puckish a little bit. Actually, doesn't matter. 4-2-3, not again. They're
got
rotating
level
so
6.
late.
Yeah, Ravage is available. He's getting a decent static,
missed the flame
static
break.
link, but flame break's not going to land. There's going to be a
Imagine
Dream
that
Coil
was
on top of the Tidehunter. He will fall, but even still, 4-3 dies? Oh, not quite. Not going to be able to take down the Prophet, but they do kill off the entire offlane duo as Ariel and Mr. Moral both fall.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there. I think the flame break would have had a ton of extra added damage. Also was quite nice to get that tonic there from Palm though, so a little bit overzealous that time around for the side of 4Pirates. Natty Narwhal also has to use this opportunity to walk back to the mid lane as he had to TP back to base. So a little bit of relief for them to bring things back to even. Niche even getting a pretty hefty amount of gold from that, now actually ahead of where Natty Narwhal is, in terms of gold at least, not in terms of XP for the time being.
Yeah, Natty Narwhal's rotations have given him a decent
Going
amount of
on to
XP
Rain.
at the very least, as Ariel's going to try to dive right on top of Rain. There's Natty Narwhal as well. There's no escape. You got the glimpse at the very least. So Perdanik making a lot of pressure, a lot of space happen as well. And, you know, this is Nature's Prophet. It's not Healing Sprout, so every single kill they get is that much more impressive. As I see dead people getting rotated on her.
Fortnite, man.
He's got the crazy rotation anyway.
No enrage.
Glimpse out on 4-2-3, breaks the static link, but
Forgetting
Perdanik
life.
yeah, there's nothing he can do there. Fortnite, man, he's level 6. He's got corrosive haze. There is a, I mean, it's a 3 armor disruptor. You die.
And Rain on the top side, he TP'd into Mr. Moral. Actually does get the Noxious Plague off though. Will die to Natty Narwhal, but spreads the poison a little bit over to Natty.
Yeah, pops the Kraken shell, but he should still
a lot of damage.
die. Yeah, it's a
4-2-3 is
Noxious
coming as
Plague.
well. Actually has the ulti, so they can probably get Natty Narwhal here.
They
With
should
the glimpse.
be able to.
Nicely
Dream
done.
Coil is available if needed. Natty Narwhal continues to run away with
mana?
his reorb. There's going to be the Dream Coil. 4-2-3 though, he makes this rotation, and yes, they do kill Natty Narwhal. That's a massive kill. But again, Miss Razor
No
dies.
mana.
Now there's going to be the lasso. Nothing that this
Fortnite
puck
Man.
can do. No, he's still dead. Fortnite Man, though, looking for the cleanup. Yes, the kinetic field's going to buy some space. There's the glimpse, but he still has that dash running forward. He's going to try to chase Perdanik
Take a
down.
little
And
bit.
Perdanik, well, I say that, should eventually die, but the Ursa's TPing in. And with that, Fortnite Man feels like he's just got to get on out of here. I see dead people is not a hero he wants to deal with. And now
Natty
the
Narwhal.
fence ready to go. Natty Narwhal here as well, looking for the Sprout. Fortnite Man should eventually.
It's Sprout. I mean, honestly, to be expected out of this kind of series, it's 10 minutes in and we have 20 kills.
Radiant's
So,
bottom tower.
Nature's Prophet definitely helping facilitate that, but across the map, just very aggressive movements. Fortunately, 4-2-3 is the one getting punished the most for them. Rain trying to pressure Mr. Moral again. Probably very annoyed on the Tidehunter about this, I know, but they're bringing honestly a lot of heroes to try and get this kill and not really getting anything. I do like how active Fortnite Man has been on the Slardar. I do think that sitting back in this kind of game is definitely not the ideal option for a Slardar, and you definitely have the opportunity to get involved. So far, making pretty good moves with that, and starting to see now some level 6s come out from the supports here. Flaming Lasso already used once, but we do have that Static Storm available, but also the Wheel of Wonder. So both of these supports having a lot more playmaking than they did before. Fortnite Man will look at Perdanik, but can't actually get on top of him.
Yeah, without the blink, you just kind of get glimpsed away as he gets close. So not really going to be all that viable as it feels good. There's the
Ariel's
glimpse.
Nancy 4-2-3.
It's under attack.
Well, for now, Fortnite Man. Okay, he's going to be able to get on out of here, but you're right, bottom side of the map. Mr. Moral's got to be careful,
Rain?
but there's
Oh.
Bat Rider here. There's the Flaming Lasso, and wow, the Noxious Plague's going to go split on top. Everyone should not be enough to kill. You know, Vlad is on the way. This is not a great Tide game, realistically, but
Is under attack.
eventually he's going to get it done. And then the pipe that I assume he's going to get afterwards is going to have, I mean, it's a very valuable pipe game.
Yeah, the Piper is really, really good this game. Whatever item he can eventually build into will be quite nice. His niche wants to go on to Natty Narwhal. Will have the Dream Coil available, but can't utilize it.
Middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
Perdanik's-
Fortnite Man,
here as well. They do have the glimpse available if they want to. There's going to be the static storm, but not a lot of
Decent bit of
damage to
damage.
pump into him just yet. As the puck gets on top of him, Dream Coil as well. And you would
Nice
think,
stun.
yeah, certainly with the Dream Coil break, that should be a kill on the Disruptor.
Radiant
And now with the Wheel of Wonder here,
It's a
Ariel
wheel.
kiting away. Natty Narwhal, not quite the damage to go really take this fight just yet, but Ravage is ready to go. So as Mr. Moral TP's in,
Dire's
does seem like that's going to be the end of the fight, but they're still going to try to go and see if they can take down this tier 1.
Ponlo is smoked around, by the way, looking for a
Radiant
straggler.
are scanning.
Does have, I think, enough damage to kill Natty Narwhal
Dire's
if they
middle
land
tower is under
everything.
attack.
Well, there's going to
Full
be the
damage
damage
here.
Tames the Beast a little
Ravage.
bit more, and here comes the puck. Very smart smoke out of Ponlo.
The beast is Ponlo, I think. He needs to tame himself. That was just a really, really nice move. Getting that extra kill onto Natty Narwhal, punishing him a little bit. It did give Natty Narwhal his Spirit Missile charge back, so maybe there's things he could be more
Radiant's
upset
bottom
about,
tower is
but
under attack.
so far Most Wanted have been matching this aggression quite well by the side of 4Pirates. With their lineup, it doesn't really seem like they should be able to, but they've been kind of, I mean, they've been giving things up, I think, where they can, and just in general have been very, very apt towards showing up to things in these fights, and it's led to Niche having a really, really good puck game. Already Witchblade online, level 11 available as well, and even taking some stacks here in this jungle as he works towards the top side.
Yeah, top net worth in the game as this puck. And, you know, we talked about how it didn't feel like Puck was going to be able to necessarily get kills. Like, he was kind of not enough damage as Ariel is going to get Noxious Plague. He's going to get teleported on out of here. And there are last second Ponlo comes in and gets to tame the Beast. I was going to talk about how no stuns. I didn't think Ponlo was going to come in time, but just close enough here is now Perdanic, Mr. Moral.
I see 4-2-3.
They do. They're not. There's going to be the Glimpse and the Static Storm looking for a little bit more damage.
Have the
is ready
Ravage.
to go, but the box is here. There's going to be the Ravage, though, into the Wheel of Wonder. He's dead, and now they
Fortnite
look
Man
for a
has
little bit
Blink.
more. Fortnite Man does on top of the backslide here. On top of the Nature's Prophet. Glimpse is not ready to go, but there's going to be the Sprout buying a little bit more space in Fortnite Man.
Niche is here.
Yeah, Niche is going to show up, and that's the true damage. Fortnite Man blinks in.
Oh, he lives?
Doesn't die. The balls on this man to play like this.
On
And now
though.
Puck on the backside looking for a little bit more on top of Perdanic. The blink in. Fortnite Man has no HP. He's got 36 HP. And he keeps playing around on this blink time and going and crushing over and over again.
Oh, is he looking? Oh, he was looking, but doesn't actually have the mana to crush. Yeah, 36
Ring and
HP I'm thinking is 35 HP more than Fortnite Man needs. Only one that matters is that last singular HP, so he really, really played it till the edge there. Nicely done. I mean, Fortnite Man, he's been showing up. He's really been showing up in these fights, and I think he needs to. 4-2-3 had that really rough early game, but so far, I mean, not in the best position for this Razor, but certainly in a playable one. As for the time being, still got decent levels and gonna work into that first item BKB. Maybe not the ideal itemization yet again, but it's still very much recovered from what it was at the start of the game.
You know, Rojo, HP is a resource. It's there to be spent as much as anything else. So, yeah, no, that was very well played by this Slardar who, you know, does feel pressured to get his BKB immediately after the blink. It feels so nice as a Slardar if you can just kind of go straight into the shard afterwards. It speeds your farm up so much. It means that when you can dive on top of these supports and get 5 seconds of the haze on top, which effectively kills the support. But with the power of Perdanic, with the amount of, with Ravage and, you know, Batrider and everything else, it does feel kind of necessary. Is that they're going to find Fortnite Man. He's going to get glimpsed on out of here, but Rain's here as well, as is 4-2-3. So Perdanic, make sure that
Lasso.
Fortnite Man doesn't get the kill. But yeah, Lasso onto the top side. Fortnite Man, he's glimpsed into a TP.
Well, getting greedy for the money bags. Is that okay? Sometimes I've seen some Nature's Prophets go into some very compromised positions just to get those money bags. So
Radiant
I'm gonna keep an eye out for how greedy people are for the money tree. So far, though, wasn't punished at all on it for Natty Narwhal. Still very, very farmed, quite a bit below Niche, where this puck has just taken an incredible amount of farm off the map. Even has that Yule's finished already
Radiant's
for
bottom
Niche.
tower is under
They
attack.
maybe actually see Ariel could blink out. But Natty Narwhal does now have an Orchid, but unfortunately it is Niche getting this Yule's before the Orchid even came out. So losing a little bit of effectiveness on that. Can't surprise this puck.
I was going to ask you about that. It's like, I feel like generally on these mid profits we see, it's the Spirit Vessel, fantastic. And then you move straight into the Maelstrom and you kind of still play this hard carry, farming Nature's Prophet build. You just have the Vessel first, and that kind of enables you to set tempo for the first 15, 20 minutes of the game. And going for this Orchid, you slows down your farm by quite a bit.
Missed his wheel.
Not going to get fear away for
Can't kill
the
the
time
tide.
being. Yeah, Fortnite Man dashes out of here. He's got the bash procced, but doesn't properly want to go into anything. Mr. Moral is not the target. He can die, but he's never really going to be the guy you want to truly go on to.
Yeah, definitely not. The Tidehunter definitely scaled up a pretty decent amount as well. But still not in a great position. Both offlaners kind of low net worth overall. As 4-2-3 finally does finish his BKB on the side of this Razor. Probably won't be able to utilize it for a while, but they can start eyeing towards things like the Roshan soon with the Slardar. 20 minutes coming up very soon. Of course, all this time, though, I see Dead People. He has been farming very efficiently on this Ursa. Overtook Niche by a decent margin. These Yules will be annoying, but is already level 14 with that Blink and the Battle Fury. So pretty crazy deficit between these two carries in terms of net worth.
I was gonna ask you about when he got queued up and then he changes it, so doesn't really make all that much interesting. As now there's gonna be Lasso into the Static Storm, looks for the TP, but Ravage is gonna get popped to make sure that he dies, and Fortnite Man that much further away from the BKB that he feels that he really wants to have. Now, we were talking about the Shard. He did buy it before the BKB, so does have that farming utility, but this Ursa changed his mind. But had BKB into Diffusal, into Disperser as kind of his item progression. What makes, again, he changed his mind, but what makes that so appealing?
I mean, it's just a very good Disperser game. Disperser is quite good against Razor in general, having that movement speed, but there's also a million things to purge. There's Silences, there's Corrosive Haze, there's Veno, the Impalement Arts. It's a very, very nice game to be able to purge yourself, so having that extra utility of the Disperser, that also gives you some decent damage. I definitely see the appeal. Might still opt for it a little bit later in the game, but is feeling like the Basher might be necessary for killing off Niche. It's probably the best way to reliably kill off the puck. Having the Yules now means that really you just kind of got to rely on a little bit of luck or maybe a Flaming Lasso to kill off Niche. They did make a short smoke, yeah, but
yeah, kind of an interesting smoke as well. No Ravage, no Flaming Lasso. Those were the two heroes that were smoked up. So kind of weird, but I guess primary goal is to try to move onto the other side of the map to play around this 20-minute timing. Now, Fortnite Man, smoke will break. Aerial blinks on out of there. Very well done. Now big TPs coming in. Ravage not available for 56
Jump
seconds.
in. That's good damage.
Fortnite Man. That's incredible damage. Went for the bash as well, but now 14 trying to just kite out Icy Dead People. Doesn't really matter because these snipes are so good. Icy Dead People getting low, but will be fine. Taken down a little bit more. He should be okay as the puck would love to find him, but can't really make that happen. In fact, the Lasso on top of the Static Storm. Looks like we're going to be fine for now, but 2 dead on the side of the Radiant. And the one upside, I guess, is that no one's going to go get this Tormentor at 20 minutes. Ursa is your Torm taking hero. He's very low. And the guy that enables the Tormentor on the other side, well, actually both the guys that enabled the Tormentor on the side of the Radiant, they're both dead.
yeah, I mean, but there's still a tier 1 up at this 21-minute mark in the safe lane. So that's a pretty problematic for most wanted. Definitely not heroes that are very good at taking objectives, or at least towers specifically at all. So Mr. Moral is going to feel very comfortable pushing up past this lane, and honestly, probably impossible to contest this Tormentor at some point, as Icy Dead People is going to come back over. Should be able to clear this up for himself. Give over a shard to Aerial, which is make no question about it. It is useless. The Batrider shard is useless as support. I mean, you can occasionally get a stack or two onto buildings, but it is really not practical. So it is a little bit unfortunate that it didn't go towards the Disruptor. I know Perdanic would have loved to have that extra little bit of range, extra bit of farming potential, but regardless, they still get a lot of extra net worth in their pockets as they've now built up a 7k gold lead.
Speaking of range and engage potential, this is a disruptor that is 250 gold away from his blink.
The lasso.
There's going to be the lasso
Yeesh.
on top of this puck. He's going to pop the Yules at the last second, trying to get on out of here, but the damage
Died.
on the ground, way too strong.
Oh,
And now,
yeesh.
Natty Narwhal going to sit around, green out on some of these money bags. And
Oh
Icy
no,
Dead
and
People top side of
423
the
died
map.
too.
Yeah, takes down 423 once again. This Razor pick, he's 3-8-5. This is not at all paying out.
No, this Razor pick, I mean, the
Radiant's
concept
top
I think was
tower is
interesting,
under
but
attack.
again, this is a hero where sometimes winning the lane as Razor is kind of finicky, and it does not go nearly as planned. That's pretty much what they were picking it for. Now this Ursa into Razor matchup becomes pretty miserable. Ursa doesn't really care if you take that damage. Away now, Icy Dead People, level 18, gonna finish up that Diffusal, work towards that Disperser. But now with that Vlad's in tow from Mr. Moral, feels completely safe to charge into the Roshan, and not really anything to stop it for now. Niche is TPing over,
There's going
buying
to be
some
a
space on
wonder.
Verdansk.
Glimpse in, but it's really only a static storm on top
Icy
of
Dead
this
People is
Ringmaster.
finishing.
Not great. Fortnite Man moves in, gets a double crush on top of the Prophet.
There's the BKB.
And this Mr. Moral
TP out.
BKB to make sure that the Ravage is not going to find all that much value. They kill the Prophet. So Fortnite Man is low, but Ariel's going to have to get out of here as well as they buy space. Aegis will go onto the Ursa, but you lose your Prophet.
Probably worth it in the grand scheme. Maybe over the next 2 minutes or so, that will feel kind of bad as they're going to lose a little bit of map presence. Going to lose some wards across the map, but overall, getting this Aegis into the hands of Icy Dead People, getting that extra bit of net worth as well for the kill, should, I think, feel rather good. I mean, already we've seen how hard Icy Dead People is to deal with, but having this Aegis is going to make him feel really, really unstoppable, more than he already is. Even with this Diffusal, he can easily kill people who are not the puck, easily kill people who do not have BKB. So I mean, pretty much just have to play around dodging this Ursa for the next, at least for the next 4 minutes while this Aegis is up, but probably after the Aegis as well, as Niche does not get bashed on the first hit, but was fishing on Icy Dead People. Definitely the kind of confidence you like to see from your Ursa. Always looking for a kill no matter what.
Talking about timings as well. Pipe, which, what was that earlier? But of course, the courier was killed for Mr. Moral. But Blink Pipe done. He's moving into Shard behind, which is just a very nice solution for this puck. So he's got that big timing going. Ariel would love to find Fortnite Man, but he's going to go on top. Actually finds him.
Got him.
Verdansk,
Wow.
and Fortnite Man, got to be careful here. There's going to be the blink forward. No dash away. So he's just going to go get surrounded, taken down. Man, Guardian Sprint gives you so much mobility, and especially the first 5 seconds with leg day, it's just so hard to control you, but the cooldown, as Anish is going to lose the Parasma recipe, and pretty close to the Parasma as well, it's pretty easy to overuse it and then just get caught out in the, the 5-6 seconds where it's not up, and it feels bad.
Yeah, it's actually a little while. It's only the first, I think, 2.5 seconds of the sprint, so yeah, sometimes you should often save it, but it's hard into Aerial. He's been finding some really good grabs, and he's really farmed on this Batrider, by the way. I mean, he did get a little bit amplified by the Shard, but for all intents and purposes, he is the same net worth as Fortnite Man. If you take away that Shard gold, with the Shard on top of it, he's about the same as this Razor on 423. And this Razor game is not getting any easier, Bayo. In fact, I would say that it's very much the opposite. Of course, Razor does a ton of physical damage, but it's a lot of magic mixed in, and this pipe is going to cause a lot of problems for Niche and for 423. Rain as well, I think, is going to struggle to find any meaningful damage off the Veno, and if your Veno isn't giving you damage in a fight, then really you're just a blink cancel at that point, and maybe a Solar Crest, which I definitely think is something you'd like to get a little bit more out of from Rain.
We're also 90 seconds until Parasma. Niche has 1,000 gold over the Parasma that he just can't spend because he lost. Honestly, I think we're at this point where, yeah, you should just buy the recipe again and sell the one that you got, because this is a significant damage increase that the puck just doesn't really have access to. Is Ariel on the bottom side. They do have vision of him. There's going to be the Yules and Fortnite Man. Actually, there's just a lot of Yules. Marlo's got one of his as well. He will die. It looks like Fortnite Man is going to be able to get on out of here. But I do like this. Like Slardar, he was thinking about a BKB. He got the Yules instead. We have a Yules on Pawn Low. Puck has a Yules. You do have tools, especially because this Ursa is not buying a BKB. You do have tools to like kite this Ursa out of the fight for quite a while.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a very, very good Yules game. It's even quite nice against, I mean, it's great against just stalling out the Static Storm. Quite annoying for Natures with no BKB to get Yules into the air. Quite annoying for Tide to get Yules into the air. Not something that you can reasonably purge. As they do see a 4-2-3, they might try to force the BKB, but for the time being, not actually going to try. It's 4-2-3. Having that Manta now, plus the level 20 talent, that's plus 12 or plus 12 extra strength. Fairly tanky on the Razor. That means that they're going to jump onto Rain. And Narwhal in the back.
He's not the tankiest hero. Natty Narwhal backside should be able to take him down. And there's the Static Storm. No Yules available for the time being. Yeah, Slardar just going to go
damage
down. 4-2-3 has to run. He's got nothing here. 3 dead, 4 dead. On the side of the Radiant is, well, they're going to try to see if they can get in the pocket. Looks like he gets out. Actually going to be able to go get himself the Wisdom Shrine too.
Oh no.
Well, maybe not.
He
tried.
Just, I mean, yeah, probably was the safe choice there. Greeting that extra second of the Wisdom Shrine might have cost him his life. As he did finish up the full Octarina on Niche, but the rest of his team is just struggling so significantly. The next highest net worth on the team is that 12k onto 4-2-3, but he has no damage. I mean, he is tanky with the talents that Razor has. That's one thing Razor can still be capable of, but the damage is not there. I mean, between the pipe and between just the natural tankiness that these heroes have built up. They do see Niche.
He's gonna get
They don't
found
have
out
anything
here.
after the Yules.
No, they don't. Orchid is still off cooldown. And there it's gonna go so they can prevent any sort of jaunt forward. Second Yules is gonna go up, and he should. We're gonna see.
Should die.
He
Nicely
should
done.
die. There we go.
Good flame break. And Fortnite Man on the other side, too.
Man, the cooldown on Yules though. I was like, I mean, did they Yules? They didn't Yules him to start, did they?
No.
Doesn't
He
matter,
he
so.
phase shifted on the with his own
Side.
Yules. Yeah, a little bit of interpretive dancing from the side of Most Wanted, but it is not amounting to much. Young up in the air, doing a couple of tricks. Not so impressive when you just come back down a few seconds later. So this game very, very significantly out of the hands of Most Wanted right now. This Razor pick has not really done anything, Bayo, unfortunately. I mean, there's a lot of issues in this game, but it really feels like Most Wanted just don't have a meaningful carry. And on the opposite side, there's a 20,000 net worth Ursa running around the map.
Yeah, this Ursa pick, there are a couple players that really like it. You know, there's Crystallis, there's the entirety of Team Falcons, there is, you know, 4-2-3 apparently likes it here. And, okay, first of all, the Falcons, Amar and Maureen are just not, and Skitter are just not playing the hero, which tells you everything you need to know. But, you know, you see Crystallis play, you see 4-2-3 playing it here, and this Razor just does not feel impactful. It feels like you never see it. It really do what it's supposed to do. You try to chase down this hero again. Ursa just turns on you. It's not that big of a deal. And because he didn't go the Maelstrom build, he doesn't really have this ability to farm. You know, he's got 237 CS at 30 minutes. 3-9 and 6 doesn't help him, of course, but
They're
he
gonna
doesn't
see
have
Icy
this
Dead
ability.
people. He actually has no BKB on the Ursa.
Nope, but he can just disperse or run
He's so
away.
fast.
There's the Dream Coil, but pops the Enrage, so
And
not
Narwhal's
gonna last
here.
all that long. And
Did
Natty
he as
Narwhal
well.
with the BKB
Good
getting on
sprout.
top now.
Oh my god.
Gotta be a little careful here. He's gonna have to TP on out of things, but there should be a back end. That's not a TP. Natty Narwhal comes in to try to save his carry, but gives his life in response.
Yeah, but it might be, I mean, oh, Mr. Mole gets stuck in the trees. Bredenic does get the vision at least to get the Ringmaster, but they get out with a little bit of murder. They take Natty Narwhal down, but not what they were hoping for. A smoke for only Natty Narwhal, it still feels good, but it doesn't feel like nearly enough. As a kill into Icy Dead people, I think, would have amounted to such a significant amount, but as long as this Ursa's on the map with a full Abyssal Blade, it feels like nothing is sacred.
Oh, there we go. Bash on top of this puck as well. He's just dead. Now, bottom side, they're going to try to kill off Mr. Moral, but no,
they're not.
He's a Tide Hunter. Now, he will pop the Ravage for minimal. He gets out, but that's a 140-second
No
cooldown.
no BKBs.
Not available. No BKBs as the Batrider goes in, gets Yules up, kited away, and now Batrider falls. Okay, playing a little bit
Unlucky.
too fast and loose here on the side of 4Pirates.
Unlucky. Nothing could have been done about that one for Ariel, but it is. I mean, Mr. Moral, they are fighting a little bit on Most Wanted, but I mean, this Puck's life is going to be absolute hell now, as Mr. Moral, not only is he playing with his shard, which is very obnoxious for Puck in general, but now has a full scythe on this Tidehunter. Level 21, has the Anchor Smash of X buildings, which is quite nice for if they ever siege. Does get the free shard from Icy Dead People onto Perdanic, which is quite nice, as he's also about to finish his Ags on this Disruptor, by the way. I mean, this is just ridiculous, Bayo. The item timings at which they're getting are just ridiculous for 4Pirates, and there's really no good responses, and they're also some of the strongest, I mean, late game items in the game. This Ags on Disruptor we usually don't see for so long, and a Scythe as well.
You want to know the crazy? This is not a greedy Disruptor. He's got Keen Eye as his enchantment on the Tumbler's toy. So this is a 33 odd minute. Yeah, it's done right now. There's a 33 odd minute Ags without greedy to make it happen.
Yeah, I did see that, which is very impressive. Perdanic has just found a ton of net worth across the game. Ariel as well even has its own BKB and level 18, so across the board just incredibly farmed, as even Icy Dead People has now taken over to that level 25 on the Ursa. A Nullifier to finish on Natty Narwhal. The timings just keep coming, and Most Wanted, they don't have anything meaningful coming out from the side of them. They do have a refresher coming out for 423, which actually is very big. I do kind of like this build from him now that it's all come together, but it's come together so late in the game that it feels like having that double Eye of the Storm, having that double BKB isn't going to do nearly as much as you want it to, and he also has maybe slight mana issues just because of how early this refresher is, but they will smoke up. They have some timings to speak of. No BKB for Fortnite Man is a big one to watch out for. Just about 300 gold away, but gonna jump.
That's going to be Ariel at the very beginning.
Ag jump.
Oh, no, he's not even dead. Static Storm goes down. Now Fortnite Man, he's got to run.
The refresher.
Now there's going to be the refresher on top of 423. Double everything. He's going to try to take down Natty Narwhal at the very least, but he's just living. He's doing so much damage. Will die at the very end as the Ravage goes in. 423, though, gets jumped on top of, and this Ursa is... There are no answers for the Ursa at this point, as the Anchor is going to go down as well, so Palmo's just kind of not dead until he's dead, but he's going to have to take a while, and Mr. Moral, nothing's going to kill him. He's just continuing to run at him. They do get the profit. You know, they do get this Bat Rider, but they take down 4 in response, and it just doesn't feel like that. This Ursa with Enrage, he's going to have his shard on Courier on the way. This Tidehunter as well with a Hex. And yeah, Icy Dead People, he's got a full Ags on top of things.
When it's 35 minutes and no BKB on Ursa into this lineup, you know that the game is really gone wrong. I mean, being able to play this greedy on the Ursa is, I mean, very good recognition by Icy Dead People of how strong he is and how to itemize. I'm a huge fan of what he is doing with his build here, but it speaks volumes to what the game is at and where the game is at. That he feels like he doesn't need really a BKB at all, or really many defensive items up until the point of here. And let's get a Empiric Tumbler. So he keeps Tumbler Story until tier 4 on the Ursa as well. So Icy Dead People, he really knows how to pilot this Ursa, and he's gonna get another Aegis for himself. Oh man.
26, by the way.
Yeah, just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Nisha's doing a really nice job.
Oh,
I was gonna say
the
applying
Ags.
the map, but unfortunately, Perdanic's here. There's the Ags. Nothing to keep him safe.
Well
He tries to go
done.
click down Perdanik, and I was gonna say, doing a really nice job playing the edges of the map, getting these lanes shoved in, trying to steal the Wisdom Shrine. But when you're just about 30,000 net worth down, the second you show, if 4Pirates can chase him down, there really is nothing. This puck still dies pretty easily.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is I mean, playing against this Disruptor, usually, I mean, you'd maybe expect the Ags to be coming out now or within maybe the next few minutes. If that was kind of just a naked Ags or maybe something a bit smaller, but having this blink and the Ags at the timing that Perdanic does is really, really difficult to deal with, because the siege is even rather quick from the side of 4Pirates. Then Narwhal surrounds himself with trees for a little extra damage.
Radiant's middle
But
barracks has fallen.
not maybe the best sieging team ever, but they're so far ahead, of course, and there's no reason that they shouldn't be able to, as even for Danik. I'm getting caught out by Plonlo, but actually the wheel didn't catch there on this bot side. So support battle. Let them fight it out. Natty Narwhal.
Oh, what
That's
is
just-
this?
That's just,
Radiant's bottom
So
tower
BM, man.
is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Meanwhile,
should have just
At
let
the
them play it
base.
out, but- yeah. Things on the other side of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Rain, those... I'm starting to think those plague wards are not necessarily a threat here. As maybe this Tidehunter is a little bit
Radiant's bottom barracks
bigger
are
fish
under
to fry. The barracks
Radiant's
included.
bottom
Thankfully, there's still a tier 2 in the top side, so they won't be able to fully get megas during this timer, Bayo, but I'm not exactly convinced that this next 3 minutes is going to be easy for most Wanted.
nope, there's a Hex done on the Tidehunter as well, so another reason that Puck has to be very careful into these fights. He wants an Ags, which is a significant damage increase, certainly. But A, even with Ags, I'm not sure it kills anyone. And B,
Radiant's top
with the
tower
power
is
of the
under
Static
attack.
Storm, with this Hex, with this Abyssal, it feels like Puck needs a BKB, certainly, for the Static Storm, but you also need a Lincoln's. And that is just, you need to, it feels like Puck needs 2 defensive items to fight, and that's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, this is, I mean, even Natty Narwhal, he now finished a Satanic for himself, so still a very fun profit. Jump in immediately. Has
going up
Refresher
top.
even on Mr. Moral. Not a lot of mana to cast every spell that he has, but... Ooh. Yeesh. Oh, man.
Grab's gonna get popped. There's gonna be
The
the
refresher.
double ult
It's kinda
from
good damage.
This Tracer. It's a lot of damage somehow on top of the Tidehunters. 43 continues to try to go heal up on the backside. Tries to take Aerial down. Will be successful in doing so. But he's so low that he's just gonna have to TP on out of here. There's gonna be the glimpse back. It looks like he's gonna be able to Manta dodge. It should be fine.
423?
They get 2. But now 423 goes back in on low HP. Continues to try to go get on top of Icy Dead People, stealing a lot of damage from this Ursa. They're going to be able to take him down the first time. Fortnite Man's got bastions up and ready to go. Gets on top of Icy Dead People once again. But now the problem is this Eye of the Storm, double Eye of the Storm, it's on cooldown. That damage not really there. They move in once again with the blink on this Venomancer. They want to go try to take down Icy Dead People. The static link's starting to pop up a little bit. This Ursa even
Fortnite Man too
doesn't
close.
really care. Fortnite Man gets a little bit too close.
Bear.
Yeah, you do not want to poke the bear here as he moves in a little bit further. And he just has infinite enrage, it feels like. He's going to go take down the Pablo as
43.
well. And
You don't win
43.
this.
There's the Static Storm. You don't win these. And that's going to be a good game is called.
Radiant's middle
This
tower
Razor,
is under
we saw the promise with the Refresher at the very end with the lifesteal on the Morbid Mask as well. But you can't win a game when your carry has 11 deaths.
It was, I mean, yeah, the difference, I mean, particularly just in heroes in this game for the carry role was huge. But I mean, also just incredibly well played by Icy Dead People. It's 11 deaths on the side of 423. It's 11, 0, and 9 is the scoreline for Icy Dead People. And across the board, 4Pirates, they really delivered. They played this lineup against Team Public. It felt even more comfortable in this game 1, I would say, against Most Wanted. And they show why they like it. They show why it has so much promise. And I mean, again, if it's not broke, you do not fix it. Maybe Most Wanted, you know, we're going to head, of course, after a short break here into that second draft. But maybe Most Wanted, maybe they should take that into mind here of just, you know, if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it. Maybe go towards something that is a little bit not Razor, is what I'm starting to think, Bayo.
Yeah, I'm a Razor hater. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think it's there are worlds where it can be good, but it has to be like the perfect Razor game. So I'm not a believer. We're gonna have to see maybe if there's gonna be a bit of a better draft for Most Wanted in game number 2 as they look to go and equalize things. But as Rojo said, for now, it's a bit of a break. And when we're back, it's game 2.
What you need is love and understanding. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well, how I used to be was so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from. Just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me.
Welcome back to Dream League Division 2 as we get ready to move into Game 2 between Most Wanted and 4Pirates. Rojo, it feels like we were pretty united in this desire to just, throw that draft out, don't pick the Razor, and maybe things will go a little bit better this time.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the story. I mean, obviously there was a lot of issues going out through that game. I think 4Pirates just played very well, and honestly, part of the issue in the draft, I think, is that 4Pirates just got a lot of what they wanted. You ended up playing, it was the Ringmaster Venomancer supports into Ursa plus Tidehunter, which really don't accomplish much. Having so many purges available for yourself. End up giving over Natty Narwhal that the Nature's Prophet in that last pick of the draft. So not exactly, I think, not only do I think the Razor was obviously a very, very big question mark across the game, but you kind of get 4Pirates just their bread and butter. They played that against Team Public in that game 3. It was basically the same exact draft, ran back with a little bit of flair added to it. So maybe a little bit to think about as they head into the second game. At least I will say for Most Wanted, probably some of the most digestible losses in competitive Dota are the ones that you lose out of draft. You don't necessarily have to, you don't have to say, well, fundamentally we're just ruining the game. It's hard to find our footing, blah, blah, blah. You can kind of look at some basic things at the start of the game and hopefully fix them going into the next game. Very easy to fix between games. Not always, but most of the time. Probably one of the easier ones as compared to, full-on team problems. So for Most Wanted, I'm sure that they can give us a much closer game too. But 4Pirates, honestly, just, I think, have been really cooking lately in a lot of these Tier 2 tournaments. And their style, I think, as well as their synergy growing together, has been pretty successful.
Yeah, it's funny you talk about that draft being reproduced from the Team Public series. The one difference, right, Ariel on the Batrider versus the Tusk, Ariel's a better Batrider player than he's a Tusk player, I think. He's a great Tusk, absolutely, but like Ariel, from the games I've seen, Ariel's Bat is just probably his best hero. So you talk about, getting this thing that you're comfortable with, getting this draft that you're very happy with, that you've played a lot. They effectively just gave Ariel an upgraded hero and picked these heroes they're very happy with everywhere else. So very strong draft from 4Pirates, playing into their comfort even more so than in the Team Public Game 3 that we were talking about. But our draft is ready to go for our second game. And immediately 4Pirates, they're going to remove Shadow Demon first phase.
Dire team ban.
Very interesting. I mean, this time around, they do have the first pick on 4Pirates, so we switched things around a little bit. Of course, Most Wanted last time
10
around, they picked up the
seconds
starter
remaining.
for themselves first. But 4Pirates, with that Shadow
5
Demon ban,
seconds
maybe
remaining back.
kind of
Dire team
egging them
back.
on a little bit. Get maybe potentially kind of, threatening them. If you don't, take away the Primal Beast, etc., we will
10
pick that up.
seconds remaining.
Even potentially, I don't think that they will
Dire
opt for
team
it, but
back.
sometimes you get rid of
Radiant
something like
team
a Shadow
back.
Demon. I'm a little bit scared that something like an Ursa could come out really, really early in the draft, but very, very first 8 pick here, probably not
10
the most
seconds
likely, but if they
remaining.
want to pick
Radiant
up the
team Dire
Slardar
team
for themselves, they can, and so they do ban out the Ursa, and rather than going for the Slardar, rather than banning the Slardar, they go for Pangolier, and I definitely don't hate this.
Radiant
I've been a
team
pretty
back.
big Pangolier fan
Disruptor.
for quite some time. It does allow them to get Disruptor for Most Wanted, which I think they're happy with, but for 4 Pirates, I'm already very happy with this trade. Personally, as a very disgusting and unwell person, I like playing Pangolier occasionally, and I used to pick it a lot into Disruptor
10
specifically.
seconds remaining.
Sometimes it is annoying, the Static Storm, but as soon as you get the Shard, you're basically
5
never able to get
seconds
glimpsed,
remaining.
and any time that you get in Disruptor, they pretty much die without any contest.
Yeah, and of course you can roll through the Static Storm as well, just disrupting everyone that tries to jump on whoever is Static Stormed if it's not going to be you. I kind of looked at that first phase Shadow Demon ban though, when I was expecting it to be a Bat Rider
Radiant team
as the pick. It's
back.
like, okay, well, we're going to get rid of the save, but they ended up banning that out instead. Slardar getting removed second phase as well. So it's kind of funny, you were talking about, I had the Bat Rider in my head, you had Ursa in your head, and both these heroes, they actually get banned out by 4 Pirates. So clearly, Rojo, they have a
10
little bit
seconds
different
remaining.
approach to the draft than you or I may be thinking about.
5 seconds
Yeah, but
remaining.
the Pangolier is definitely one that I'm very happy to get for them, as I think it's very nice that you can flex this to either lane, and it's kind of a hero that, if you think you might lose the
Dire
lane
team
on mid,
back.
you can just go double jump and you basically never lose the lane. In off lane, a lot of times the worst you do is just roughly draw even. Double jump is just such a strong facet, getting that extra points in shield crash, as is kind of typical with Pango players now. You just get really tanky really, really early in the game. You deal a ton of extra
10
damage.
seconds remaining.
So it feels very nice to play with. Question is, what do Most Wanted on,
5
what do they
seconds
ban here?
remaining.
Very important ban, actually, as you are banning mostly, honestly, for what you think they're going to pick up on potentially the 18 pick, which can be sometimes the strongest pick of the phase, or just after your 13 pick, depending on what you are
Dire
thinking
team
of.
pick.
Definitely a good shout out. This does mean that Tusk is open for Aerial if they want to get it. So maybe consider picking up the Tusk for yourself. Maybe you don't worry as much about the Tusk, because I do think Disruptor is typically pretty good into Tusk. I just have that Static Storm to disable the Snowball save, but
10 seconds remaining.
it is a little bit interesting. Seems like 4 Pirates will still get something they want.
5
Seems like they
seconds
have
remaining.
enough heroes that banning them out is relatively difficult, but they've gotten rid of a lot of
Radiant
the
team pick.
particularly strong ones. And Bristleback, interesting.
Radiant team pick.
I'm
Dire
not a
team-
big. I know a lot of teams
Yeah.
love it. Hoodwink immediate response, of course, and we're going to see. There's the Tusk
Yeah.
as well. Even
I like that.
even with the Disruptor, Tusk gives you so much utility into this game. Rojo, I gotta say, I know some teams love it. I'm just not a big Bristleback fan.
10 seconds.
Yeah, Bristle,
remaining.
it's a very feast or famine hero. A lot of times it's honestly pretty specialist
5
as well. I think
seconds
if you're
remaining.
not a Bristle player, then there's absolutely no reason to pick it up. I think a lot of times if you're a Bristle player, sometimes you still struggle a lot more than you actually kind of help the game. So I can agree. I think Bristle has some really weak moments. I think of Bristle almost in a similar way of like kind of the nerfed Earthshaker. Maybe they have less impact. Bristle has less impact with less net worth than an Earthshaker, but sometimes you just have a really bad lane. Maybe you can kind of akin this to like a Sand King or something, where you have a bad lane and then you don't really get your timings, and then it's kind of hard to just accomplish anything from this off lane. And very often we want to see the off lane popping off really hard. Of course, you can play this Bristle in other lanes. I think 4-2-3 is a pretty prolific Bristleback player, so I don't think it'd be too surprising to see him on the carry. But now there's a Hoodwink introduced. There's already a Diffusal carrier on the Pangolier. Pretty significant kiting from the Tusk. It's already looking like a kind of annoying Bristle game. The question is, what do they pair with the Bristle to help it? If you really wanted to enable it, you could go something like Coddle, I think is honestly kind of interesting, but unfortunately you do also run into the Pangolier there. It's a little bit of a catch-22. I think the Dragon Knight is a very solid answer. We did see this really heavy prio in the last series, and I think this hero definitely deserves the priority that.
Yeah, as well, it's not directly enabling the Bristleback, but you have Viscous Nasal
10
Goo, you
seconds
have
remaining.
Corrosive Dragon. as well. So you do have this opportunity where
5
there's
seconds remaining.
it doesn't you don't look at this necessarily as a like significant minus armor draft, like at its face value, you know, it's bristleback DK, but it does have some significant minus armor that they're going to have to deal with, and that's, you know, you look at these heroes. Pangolier may not care as much. You're kind of rolling through. You're hard to hit. You have the
Radiant's
shield
team
crash,
pick.
but that is interesting. Is Chen has kind of not been untouched in a lot of these drafts, but sneak its way into last pick of the second phase is a little bit surprising.
Yeah, and it's very good as well. I actually like this most wanted draft coming out quite a bit as
10
as you mentioned, the
seconds
Dragon Knight is
remaining.
quite good with the minus armor. I think having this extra physical damage and especially this blink
5
stun
seconds
is
remaining.
really, really reliable from the DK. But particularly in Chen, when I think of why this hero is strong, I think mostly of Divine Favor. I think that spell is the most overtuned part of Chen's kit, particularly. Obviously, there's a lot of good things about Chen. You can farm really heavily for yourself. The creeps generally secure your lane pretty decently. Maybe some runes in the early game as well. But Divine Favor gives just an
Radiant
obscene amount of
team
armor.
back.
20 armor for that duration of when you do get that to the max level. So very good against the physical damage coming out from 4Pirates, but they do pick up a Doom to kind of mix that in with. Maybe not the best Doom targets overall, but having Doom into Chen can be quite nice. Being able to eat the creeps eventually
seconds
is
remaining
decent, but particularly stopping all that healing coming out from Chen, potentially purging the Divine Favor as
Dire
well,
team bad.
can be quite annoying. So I think this Doom is perfectly serviceable for 4
Yeah, as well. It's a bristleback, it's a Dragon Knight, two big high HP strength heroes, and Inferno Blade, it's
Radiant's
percentage-based
team
damage.
back.
So you have actually pretty significant damage coming out of this Doom, to the point where Rojo almost gotta wonder if it's worth bringing the carry Doom back for this game.
I think it's okay. I think Carry Doom could be interesting. I don't know if
10
that's what they
seconds
have to opt
remaining.
for, but they will have to make a choice here on their 23 pick. I think the Carry
5
Doom would be
seconds
fine.
remaining.
I guess in that case, you could pick up a mid laner if you wanted. I think it's a perfectly fine game to be an Ember or a Storm. You could go for something like a Mars in the off lane. That's one of the nice things about this Pangolier. One of the nice things, I suppose, about the Doom as well. Having that flex potential, they can pick up any of their core roles right now. If they think there's a really, really strong carry for the game, they could pick up a carry. If they think that there's a really strong mid or off lane, they could do the same. So they have a lot of flexibility across these heroes. It's really just up to them and what they see fit. I could see potentially something like a playmaking mid doing pretty well. I think having something to play with Tusk and Hoodwink would be really, really nice. But Pango can fill those shoes just fine. So it is really just kind of up to them on what they feel like. There is still technically Nature's Prophet in the pool if they wanted, but probably this game it's not, I think, necessary or maybe as good as it was previously.
I do like this last ban out of Most Wanted as well, as they just get rid of the Medusa, which is there a better answer to a minus armor draft, Rojo, than Medusa that just literally does not care about how much armor they have or don't have?
It's definitely a good one, and I think the only thing that a little bit sucks is I think it's smart for them to get rid of the Medusa, but it honestly would have been a pretty good game for them to pick up the Medusa. Pangolier is annoying, obviously, but a lot of that hero is minus armor, and obviously having that answer to Doom is rather nice. So they do kind of have to ban themselves out. They ban the Storm away, and immediately into their hero they go for TA. So it's going to be their safe lane, very likely an off lane Doom, and then this mid Pango. I don't mind it. I mean, it is more physical damage, which maybe can be questionable into the Divine Favor, maybe a little bit difficult into the Dragon's Blood for Dragon Knight,
10
but
seconds remaining.
I mean, it's not very easy for them to break through the refraction this game.
5
And
seconds remaining.
to be honest, these most of these heroes, I think, before the Divine Favor comes out, are kind of food to TA.
I don't know, man. Bristleback builds Lotus first item, so there's armor there. DK is a hero that, especially if the game scales, is very difficult for this TA to kill. So yeah, Chen without Divine Favor is kind of food. Disruptor without Divine Favors is kind of food. But I look at this draft. I look at least at the cores that are available for Most Wanted, and maybe I'm looking at this wrong, but it does feel like a draft where a TA is going to struggle to kill the cores a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely could, especially if they get behind. And yeah, I was wondering if they were just gonna go for a mid here. It feels like the Dragon Knight carry is quite good in this game. So they go away for Nisha's Ember Spirit. That was one that I was looking at that I think is probably the most comfortable, particularly as well into Pango. It can be kind of nice that you have the ability to first of all root him and kind of stop some of his shenanigans, the Frenchman's shenanigans, but you can also dodge the double jump. So maybe winning the lane as Pangolier is a little bit less cut and dry. I think in a lot of lanes you end up just going double jump, maxing that shield crash, or at least getting 3 points, and then spamming it pretty much as you humanly want to kind of win those trades. Not as easy into Ember, so a nice pickup for them. The chains are quite annoying for pretty much all these heroes. They won't have any early dispels. It adds to their catch. Overall, I like this most wanted draft a lot more, Beowulf, and I'm looking at it and I don't see a Razor, so I'm feeling pretty good about this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. There's no Razor, so they actually have a shot. Also, talk about this Ember Spirit. It is maybe not the best tool to take down the refraction charges on the TA, but Searing Change has damage in instances. Flame Guard has damage in instances. If you decide to go, I mean, there's a build where Embers just decide to go Radiance as well. Not sure I like it this game, but that's another way to make things happen. So you do have some better tools now with this last pick Ember to actually address Icy Dead people.
Yeah, I think they've given themselves a much better shot in this game. In fact, I would almost maybe prefer their draft onto most wanted. Of course, there is a pretty high execution cost, I think, between playing this Chen and Palma's Disruptor here. Even as we do head into the game here, Kinetic Fence onto Ponlo. So a little bit of an interesting decision here on the Disruptor already. Looks like across the board, relatively normal talents otherwise. But the Kinetic Fence, that's always a fun one. I do really enjoy watching the Disruptors who are rather fence enthusiasts.
As by the way, apparently there is one of Jenkins's voice lines is "Why I See Dead People" has his name, or something like that. Is we spam at the very beginning, Psst, I see dead people. But yeah, Kinetic Fence is always interesting. It can look really good sometimes, and then you can just kind of hit this points where you can't lock people in place in the Static Storm, and it just looks awful.
Yeah, I think the Kinetic Fence is really strong in the early game. And then very often it becomes really hard to keep people actually locked into your Static Storm later on in the game. But a lot of things this game to keep them into the Static Storm anyway. So I like the concept.
And the point as well where Ponlo, he skilled up Kinetic Fence level 1 without seeing anyone, which generally you're going to be holding that point. He's like, no, this is strong enough where I'm going to go for it anyways. There's a bit of an invade. Rain not going to pop the smoke just yet. They're going to try to find Natty Narwhal, who's maybe not the best target. And 2 already on the side of 4Pirates as Rain tries to go in, make something happen. Not going to find the value he's looking for. And now TA is going to go in. So this is going to be 3 bounty runes on the side of 4Pirates early. Is Mr. Morrill trying to go chase down
nice branch.
That is a fantastic branch. And now 4-2-3. Kinetic Fence not going to be enough to keep him safe. And he just dies.
What a baller.
Yeah, very well done. And the Kinetic Fence, not quite enough to save him.
I mean, that's a good way to start. 4-2-3 struggled in the previous game on Razor. Getting a kill onto this Dragonite definitely feels really nice. Again, as you mentioned, the Infernal Blade going to be kind of annoying for him in lane. And now Aerial getting a ton of extra net worth onto this Hoodwink. Doesn't feel bad at all. I mean, obviously you prefer to get your first blood maybe onto something like a Doom, but getting it onto a support can be nice. Get that extra kind of trading power. Maybe get some boots to play the lane through. And be perfectly happy with where you're at for Aerial. Across the lanes should, I think, still be relatively fine for most wanted. The spot lane going to be maybe annoying for Icy Dead people for a little while. The Kinetic Fence as well, keeping them actually locked into that Quill Spray. So Fortnite Man, I'm kind of cooking on this bot side. At least quite a bit of HP stolen from this TA.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. I'm excited to see how this one works out, but just this kind of easy way to lock him into another Quill Spray is kind of fun. And early level, certainly eventually when refraction starts to get pretty high, your cool damage is almost never going to apply to this TA, but early levels can be kind of annoying, and it's not like Tusk gives you a ton to prevent that from happening. Not early. I mean, you can go Snowball if you want to, but that's not really going to be that much of a thing. And now I'm trying to maybe get on top of Hanlo. Now, Perdanic does have level 2, so that is a nice bit of timing. He's going to go try to go there with the Ice Shards, but Fortnite Man is here, and just got to back up for now.
Yep. Very. I mean, definitely. I think we're interested in seeing how this kinetic fence is utilized. Very, very fun spell to watch. In the mid lane, it seems so far like Niche is coming away just slightly ahead. Has gone forward the Flame Guard build, which is relatively typical. At least 2 points, I think, is quite good into Pango. Obviously, no way to break that. So it should be a pretty safe lane for the time being. Again, kind of annoying for Natty Narwhal. You can't utilize that double jump like you would want to, as long as the Sight of Fist is on. Icy Dead People even takes a decent bit of damage. Doesn't have the glimpse available, but actually missed the meld there. Pretty, you know, if you don't play a lot of TA, you wouldn't realize it, but meld is kind of a hard spell to hit, ironically.
Yeah, like once you start to get multiple levels in Psyblade and you get like a Dragon Lance, it's not that bad. But certainly early on, it's effectively a melee spell. So you got to be pretty conscientious about what you're doing. Well, we got the boots on the way for this TA eventually. He's got 17 wand charges, so not going to be all that much. His top side, there's going to be the Infernal Blade once again, but this DK, even at level 3, doesn't really feel like that much of a target.
Yeah, I mean, with the Bracer, it's 8 regen alone. Pops the Tango, gonna be about 15 or so on this DK, so pretty ridiculous. Yeah, pretty ridiculous hero.
Especially with the Divine Favor passive just sitting next to him with the healing amp. It's 20. Oh, it's back down to 12, but with the Tango, it's 20 HP regen per second.
Yeah,
this is just
help for Priest helping as well. Very, very
good
gross.
luck.
Yeah, so 4-2-3, he's never gonna die, but the mana situation for both sides is pretty tough, as that Satyr creep was being relatively annoying. Perdanic went over to that mid side, stole the Water Rune. Nice little move from him, just to help out Natty Narwhal, who isn't losing lane, but isn't doing too hot as Mr. Moral. He is fine, but under decent bit of pressure.
Yeah, he's gone double Bracer for now, getting some Tangos fed on over to him, but he's just losing it. It's one of those games, you kind of lose the HP trade, there's not a lot you can do. His Ice Shard's on top of Ponlo, but he gets on out of here, and, you know, realistically, he's got the fence if he ever was properly under threat. So now they're going to try to chase down Perdanic. There's the glimpse, but the snowball keeps him alive, keeps him out of that glimpse, and now those are spells on cooldown, and they're going to be just fine.
Yeah, definitely hard to get actually kills in this lane as the Bristleback. Before you have a significant mana item, not really something you can do. Big focus on to killing the creep here, but Mr. Moral, he's going to take quite a bit of damage. Blood Grenade is available.
We take him down. No, looks like with the Scorched Earth, he's going to be able to get on out of here. As Nisha actually gets pretty low. He's not level 6 just yet, trying to greed that out so he can fire Remnant back, but it's going to be another creep or two, and that does give... Yeah, he's just going to have to... Oh, man, that doesn't feel good. You're sitting here literally like 2 creeps or less away from level 6 and having to run back to base.
Yeah, definitely the responsible play here, but it does feel quite bad for Nisha. He kind of loses the lead that he was building for himself. I like what Natty Narwhal is doing on the Pango, just going straight into Diffusal. No funny business. No boots necessary, just the Blightstone into Diffusal. Even getting the extra points in Swashbuckle rather than the Shield Crash, knowing that it can be dodged. So definitely very comfortable on this Pango. I think doing the correct build to be certain. 6-minute runes are coming up though. Level 6 across the board here for the mid laners. Niche has that fire permanent on the bot side, but Natty Narwhal, pretty much just a 50-50, and Niche does get fortunate enough to pick up that haste for himself.
Man, deep dive in from the Doom as he tries to counter jungle a little bit, get these pulls going, and deal with things. Because this is not a lane where he's happy about being in at all. Now, Fortnite takes the minus armor from the meld. Try to see if they can get a little bit more here. Looking for the Ice Shards. That's going to trap him in place with the tag team as well. Well, there's going to be a glimpse. And it's not going to find what it needs because the snowball is there. Actually, somehow managed to glimpse back Icy Dead People. Now, Perdanic's the one in a lot of trouble. The power of the Quills compels Fortnite to get that kill. A little bit too soon on the snowball there. I think that is a kill.
Oh, Natty's here.
So early, and now Natty Narwhal comes in trying to take down Fortnite a second time. He lived in the first go, but not the second one. Is on the other side of the map here. Here comes the Doom. He's going to get taken down. Only level 4. And Ariel.
Rain's living.
Yeah, no, Ariel's dead. It's going to take a second here, but he's going to get taken down on the 7-minute timer. Now
Rain's
losing on top of Perdanic. Yeah, they're going to be able to get the Wisdom Shrine. Trying to see if
Doesn't
he can get a
even
kill
die.
as he dies, but that's not going to happen. Perdanic falls. They get the Wisdom Shrine. In fact, they got both Wisdom Shrines. And they kill off the entire offlane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it is not great across the map for 4Pirates here. I mean, especially as well, Rain. Now he's level 5 on this gen, and levels translate to a lot for this hero. Doom, definitely one of the weaker offlaners, and a hero that really struggles to kind of farm from behind. So just really under a significant threat from 4-2-3. Doesn't have the dragon form yet to actually start pressuring towers, but across the board, it is Most Wanted just doing quite well. I mean, that haste rune as well for Niche definitely being helpful. Has now no mana on Natty Narwhal to even fight back against the Ember Spirit, so has to give up this 8-minute rune as well.
Well, Ariel's going to get a really nice
Maybe
bushwhack
not.
into the
It's
snowball,
nice.
but
Well played.
Niche is just, yeah, going to get out of here. Nice deny, though, from Ariel, as you pointed out. So they're not going to kill the Ember Spirit. He's a very difficult kill, pretty much unless you doom him. But denying the shield rune actually reduces a decent amount of his rotating power.
Yeah, I definitely, I mean, very, very nice to get that away from him. Shield rune especially, too, is such a strong one. To be able to dive somebody like Icy Dead People, who is doing quite well on the TA. I will say, as much as the Doom is struggling, Fortnite Man's position isn't much better. Just about 500 net worth or so above, and Natty Narwhal is here. Didn't get the...
There's gonna be the-
Ooh, nice. No wall.
Very well done. And now, sure, there's the kinetic fence, but it doesn't really matter because Natty Narwhal is debuff immune as he runs
Not
right out through things.
dying.
Ember Spirit goes in, though. Fortnite Man not going to die here for the time being. Now
Ooh.
Natty Narwhal takes him down, but takes so much damage from the quills. And as the Ember Spirit goes in,
That's a
there's
double.
the Fire Remnant. Excellent turn. And now I see Dead People hiding
Dire are scared.
desperately. Please
breathe.
don't see me. Please don't see me. Don't pop anything. I'm getting... It looks like he's actually going to be... Do they know where he
Trying
is?
to rage bait him. Apollo's sitting in the area, but it's no detection for quite a while. I mean, not even detection on the courier yet. So Rain's coming, though.
Radiant's
As he
bottom
moves,
tower is under
Oh.
attack.
no detection on Rain either. So just waiting.
Try buy some
I-
time. Perdanic
There's the
TP's
flame
in
guard.
as I see Dead People runs toward his tusk. There is a potential snowball save, drags him on out of here, and
Not much of a save.
there's no turn. It's still Fortnite Man. He's here. He's going to start to click down Icy Dead People, and it's just
Oh, no.
Honestly, it would have been better to just die earlier because then you'd be off the map already. You'd be back to farming, and instead he just wasted 45 seconds of not doing any farming whatsoever, and he still dies.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the losing time definitely feels bad. Giving an extra kill over to Niche, getting that extra rune as well. Just across the board, really, really tough for 4Pirates. They haven't really found much off the back of their supports. Rain is having an incredible time on this channel, already level 6. They're going to soon be taking 6 for Ponlo as well. The support level's looking great for them. They have the Doom onto Mr. Moral, but not really a great clear target to use it on that isn't Niche, and of course Niche is going to be looking to avoid getting doomed. So for the time being, very, very tough set of circumstances for the side of 4Pirates. They don't really have many playmaking
Dire's
heroes.
top tower is under attack.
Natty Narwhal, he's close to the defusal, but and making plays is a little bit difficult even with that defusal. No boots to boot for the Bangalier. And this Divine Favor as well, starting to be very problematic. That extra 10% armor, or that extra 10 armor flat is pretty significant in these early engagements, especially against heroes like Pango, especially against Icy Dead People on this TA. They don't really have any damage to go through it.
No, not really. This is kind of what I was worried. I was worried about a little bit later in the game. But even now, you know, you have this
Dire's
bristleback
middle
who
tower is under
doesn't have
attack.
his Lotus just yet. That's fine. But this DK is never going to die to the TA. Not for the longest time. You know, maybe eventually you get a Silver Edge or something on the TA, which would be... You do have the Hoodwink, I guess, to break some of that. But it's just a very hard kill. You have all this armor. The bristleback is sitting here 1,500, 1,300 HP. He's going to eventually get that plate mail going. And on the top side of the map here, Mr. Moral, he shows up and he's going to get Hurricane back now. Does have the Scorched Earth to try to get on out of here. And 4-2-3, because he went the farming build, right? He's got a Mask of Madness done. No blink. Not going to be able to get on top of the Doom. It's a fantastic scan. Sees that, yes, Ponlo and Niche,
Radiant's
they are
top
smoked
tower
up. They're
is
trying to
under
kill this
attack.
Doom and just got to run on out.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Looking That's
trying to get on
broken.
top of this Bristleback. There's the break. And yeah, if you got the break,
Dire's middle
Bristleback can
tower is under
absolutely
attack.
die.
Yeah, it's a little bit annoying before there's the Lotus coming out, but it's a nice tag from good fence.
Yeah, great fence.
played.
It depends on where you're fighting in the map. If you're in the river,
Radiant's middle
the
tower
kinetic
is
fence is
under
going to do
attack.
so very much here. Now they're going to try to
There's
find.
the
There's the
Doom.
Doom on the Chen. Going to be able to take him down, so at least it's a kill. But Perdanik will fall as well. And now that's a
not worth.
solid 130 seconds where you have no control for this Ember. You no way to go and make sure the Dragon Knight dies. And I guess it's nice that the Doom got a kill and keep it on cooldown so you can use it again, but
Dire's middle tower is
not
under
the
attack.
ideal target.
Yeah, killing the China is worth it, but very only barely. As losing the Tusk also feels quite bad for Perdanik. He's also getting some extra Spirit Vessel charges, which he has
Radiant's
finished quite
top
early in the
tower is
game.
under
Still
attack.
very farmed on this Ember. So the Spirit Vessel, maybe not reducing the most amount of healing, but there's also nothing to purge the Spirit Vessel from the side of 4Pirates. So that's always going to get full duration, full damage off. It's a pretty significant damage steroid. And Niche doesn't really need damage steroids to begin with, truthfully, as
Radiant's middle
his
tower
damage is so
under
innately
attack.
high as this Ember Spirit, and this is definitely what they can do on Most Wanted. Make no mistake that I think this lineup does scale quite well, actually, from the side of Most
Radiant's
Wanted.
middle tower
Definitely
has
Dragon
fallen.
Knight, a much different hero than it used to be, but of course, there's no reason not to go ahead and take some of these objectives with the Chen while they have it. Take some of these stacks away in the triangle, as fighting it into this ball as 4Pirates really is not possible for the moment, and they're going to smoke up, but it's only going to be if they're able to get on top of them, as they do have the Deso finished for Icy Dead people. That might be enough damage to help them get through somebody, but
Thrice.
it's still a difficult task. Divine Favor already used. That could be important.
So for now, we're going to go right on top. There's going to be the
Dodge.
static storm, but Natty Narwhal gets his Rolling Thunder onto the backside immediately. There's the break on top of this
43.
DK, trying to go take him down. Do we have the damage? Rolling Thunder at the very end, it's going to roll out.
We do.
And it's not going to be enough, but they do take him down at the very end with the swashbuckle. On this 14-minute time, Ariel gets the Wisdom Shrine, trying to get on top of Niche with the snowball. There's
Ooh,
going to be
good
the
timing.
shards. There's the punch as well, and Niche looks like he's going to fall down here
Oh.
as well, maybe a little bit more onto the high ground. And actually,
He might have
he's-
TP.
Yeah, he's going to have the TP, looking for the bushwhack,
No.
maybe. Not quite.
Niche, wow.
Man, I feel like you blind bushwhack that tree.
The dusk
I think
is
you're supposed to,
always
but
ready
I mean,
for
if you
a
waste
fight.
it and there's nobody else around, then I guess you just might not get that kill at all
Radiant are
either.
scanning.
Or look at the
So it
smoke
is a
up.
little bit,
Radiant's
a little bit
bottom
unfortunate. But
tower
if they
is
can get
under
43
attack.
again, they
Dire's
see
middle
Pawn
tower
low.
is under
They're going to
attack.
find him.
missed
Oh,
the
bushwhack
pushback.
doesn't land, but nice job there on the snowball,
Doom.
making sure
Oh.
the stun doesn't land. And now with this Doom on top of the DK, feels like he probably, he's going to
He
go
is.
down. Maybe
Fortnite
looking for
showed up
deny,
as
but
well.
He falls. Fortnite Man's here, but that's not going to do all that much for the time. He can just run away. Here comes Niche, though. This Ember Spirit, he's worth a lot of damage. But even still, Bushback holds him back long enough to get most people out. Not the Doom. He dies. But they get Pawn low. They get this DK for the second time. And again, the big deal there, that was the TP back. So he's going to have to run back, kind of take a more inefficient farming pattern as he respawns into this game.
Yeah, 43 is struggling a little bit. I'm a tiny bit interested in his decision to go straight away for the Dragonlance. Masculineness into Dragonlance. Usually I see people go for the armlet, but I guess he maybe feels it isn't possible into the Doom anti-heal. So maybe perfectly reasonable, but for now his inventory does feel a little bit awkward, especially into the likes of that TA. And Rain honestly kind of making a genuine mistake there as well. He used the Divine Favor a little bit early as they walked onto the rune. Did not have it available for the DK, and at this point in the game, that's almost doubling DK's armor. So certainly a good cooldown that you need to be a little bit cognizant of. As Rain still finishes the drums, still in a very great position himself. I believe Fortnite Man is just getting his Lotus off the courier. So some pretty decent items for Most Wanted, but 4Pirates have honestly brought this back in a pretty meaningful way, especially Icy Dead People is somehow into a position where he is top net worth by over 1,000 gold.
I still don't have a lot of faith in this TA carrying the game, though. Yes, he's top net worth. Yes, he's got Blink, Dezo, 4 charges on the Dezo as Ember Spirit's going to try to get on top of him here, but not going to land the series change. Even still, I don't have a lot of faith as there's going to be Static Storm bottom side taking the Pengo down.
Wow.
this isn't a game that TA can carry by itself. He really does need the Doom and this Pangolier to do a lot of work as well, and it is really only the TA that's having a great game.
Yeah, I mean, it is not the easiest game to carry by any means, as Perdanic does look on to Niche, but actually takes most of his HP back, as that Kaya is finished from Niche. A lot of damage potential, but they're looking towards them. Good go.
Yeah, Chain of the Snowball, looking for the wall.
Don't have the stun.
Not off cooldown. Not going to be able to get him now with the kinetic fence. Ponlo looking for a little bit more. Not going to find the glimpse, though, and at least they keep this Ember Spirit alive, who, by the way, had a regen bottled, so they didn't kill him in the chain stun. He's now right back up to full. I don't know if he can find much else, but he's still very happy to be on the map here.
Yeah, I mean, nicely lived there, but just barely getting it from Niche. If they had the Walrus Punch just one more second, they might have, but I think Rain also came in with a slight assist from the Divine Favor. The range on that, by the way, is
Radiant's middle tower
also very
is under
ridiculous.
attack.
Just, I know I keep harping on it, but this spell is incredibly strong, and I think it's a huge reason of why they do pick Chen as much as they seem to in these games, and why Rain is having so much impact in this game. Smoke Up
Talking
is
about-
decent, but they will be going into Vision here.
Yeah, a little bit. Talking about this Ember Spirit as we wait to see what the smoke happens. Ember Spirit's got his Ag Shard queued up, like maxing it as quickly as possible after Kaya Vessel, which is it's a good shard. It's kind of wild that we're going for that, but I guess it's just another way to remove refraction charges. Is kind of the idea that you're looking at. As
Yeah,
for
it's
now-
nice for doing that. It's certainly a good shard. I maybe don't agree with it right away, but I think it's fine. As we'll go ahead and root up Niche. That does break all the refractions. That's it. One extra second.
does. Snowball ends, not going to be all that much as now. Ember Spirit Snowball on the Lotus, and this is just a dead TA. Perdanic should fall as well. There's really not a lot he can do anymore as he's going to try to run, of course. But yeah, no, there's 4-2-3 there. Very nice job on the Lotus to just keep Ember Spirit as safe as possible, break everything, and now we're going to try to find this Disruptor.
Oh,
the
no, the
he brings
pathing.
back in, but the pathing's not what it needs to be, and he's got a Pavise as well, so that's
Glimpse.
fine. And now he's getting the glimpse back in, swashbuckled on out of there.
Yeah, gimme.
This is not what you wanted to do.
Right by the Roche Pit too. Oh no, for 4Pirates it is falling apart. Everybody jump ship. You can do the 4Pirates. This is a tough one. You know, while trying to go for that kill there. I mean, the Divine Favor also keeping it alive in that moment, but that fight just breaking out in a horrible, horrible way. I see dead people. Part of the reason why it's a hard game to carry is the potential to kill him as fast, as well as Aerial takes so much damage from the creeps. 4-2-3 in tow as well. Niche with that shard in hand, that extra ability to play aggressive, now has the Aegis to boot. So going to be able to play, despite that Doom really aggressively, going to be able to try and keep going on to these supports who've really been struggling into the presence from Niche. Even adding Narwhal, this first pick Pangolier, not really paying off for them yet. Haven't been able to find anything off the back of it.
Yeah, and Doom knows what type of game this is. He had a drums, he sold it. He got the Midas ready to go now, so at the very least, he does have this recovery Midas, but he's sitting here like half the net worth of the of his CA, half the net worth of this DK, and now Ponlo is going to be able to get that shard. So, I mean, you really would prefer to put it on the Chen, be able to go and just easily get yourself some ancient creeps for the push, but it's not bad. At the end of the day, right? You're denying it from your opponent. It's 2,300. What is it? 2,200 net worth for your team.
Yeah, it's a pretty good shard, honestly, too, as well. The Disruptor one, pretty decent. Not as great without the other facet, as they do roll up now.
They're gonna go Rolling Thunder
I need
in,
on the
trying to go.
man, but so much armor.
Yeah, Rain on his bounce on the low ground as well, so he's not an easy kill. We're gonna do
Good
this
Doom.
Bristleback. There's that. But this is an Ember Spirit. He's got no fear. He
has
doesn't
the
worry about
Aegis.
anything whatsoever. He's got the Aegis here. His Natty Narwhal dies in the roll-up. So that's
This one's
not,
tough.
That's not what you're looking for. Perdanic's gonna fall as well. 3 dead on the side of 4Pirates. And I mean, at 21 minutes in with a 10,000 net worth lead, this game is, especially with this Chen with the pushing power it provides, is and the
Trying to get
Dragon
the
as well.
Aegis. Has
Maybe?
the TA shard? I think they do get it with the Spirit Vessel. Oh, the dodge. Oh, nicely done. Oh,
He
well,
tried
it was
so
still,
hard.
It was still pretty saucy. He did a nice job on
Tower
Niche.
is under
I
attack.
mean, he had the
Definitely
flame
been
guard,
playing
so
well this game. Yeah, he would have lived, but he died very quick.
So it goes.
That's okay.
He's trying to, I assume, just trying to wait so he can get a fire remnant up so he can TB back into the fight. But even still, you know, we're talking, it's a 10,000 net worth lead, 22 minutes in. You got a DK, you got a Chen. This game is already kind of
Radiant's
feeling
top
over.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, these heroes, I mean, they still scale, I think, quite well, these heroes, much more than they used to in the past, but obviously incredibly strong at this point in the game, as they do look with the Disruptor on the Predanic. No blink to even speak of, so no way to get out of this one.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate, actually, that you popped the Lotus on that, so Fortnite Man's not really able to take part in the fight afterwards, but even still, Tusky is dead. Ponlo TP on the
not
bottom
much of a
side.
fight.
No, there is no fight here. They're going to go find this Doom as well, and I mean, the damage that he does, he's going to pop his BKB and at least avoid the glimpse, but yeah, this is not great. Now he's going to go try to TP on out of here. Slate of fist.
No.
There's the breathe fire. Doom dies. That was his BKB reveal. That was the 10-second BKB. Or excuse me, the 9-second BKB. It's worth nothing. We just see just how much damage this DK does, right? Granted, Doom's not a high armor hero for the most part, but even still.
Yeah, it is quite good. And they did end up, I mean, on the Doom here for Mr. Moral, ended up selling the Midas for the BKB. Got one okay fight, but that's just about it. See that people has his BKB and he has the shard, but currently no damage to go with it.
No, not really. And that's the Rolling Thunder now wasted. Unfortunately, the Sharpshooter did not land on Fortnite Man either, so he's very happy with how this game's going, and now they're going to try to get on top. Icy Dead People once again. The kinetic fence locking Predanic in place. This is going to snowball, try to buy some time, but will die to 4-2-3 anyways, and now Rojo, high ground awaits. The creeps are not quite there just yet, but they're going to be there soon, and, you know, with the Alpha Wolf and the Centaur and everything else you got here, Dragon Knight as well, this is a very quick set of wraps they should be able to take.
Yeah, the set of buffs on the bar above 4-2-3 should say enough the way the game's going, and jump in immediately to Aerial. Don't want to show there. Honestly, a lot of procs that passive there, so lived for a pretty long time, but just not enough in this game to really get through to this. As I believe in the Divine Favor is going down on 4-2-3. He was just about over 50 armor, 24 minutes in the game, and this draft really only has physical damage for the side of 4Pirates.
Radiant structures are
Yeah, he's got
fortified.
just with the passives, right? No active Divine Favor cast on him, just with the passive Divine Favor boost and all the items he's got. When he's in Elder Dragon form, he's got like 55, 56 HP regen per second as well. So crazy armor, regenerating 55, 56 HP per second is massive. He's just the things you need to chain together to kill the Dragon Knight in this game. I'm not even sure that it's possible.
Yeah, and what a hero Dragon Knight is, to have all those stats with an Assault, Kurask, Mask of Madness, Hurricane, Bike, and Blink. All those very heavy stat items, of course, granted. Is a decent bit, but not very many. Not very much gold invested into stats. I mean, very little into the strength overall, and 3,000 HP for this Dragon Knight. So very, very strong on this hero. Fortnite Man's even finished his Sanjin Yasha. So, I mean, despite all this, Icy Dead People, he is level 18 on the TA. He is still the top net worth in the game, pretty impressively, but his impact in the fights does not really speak to what the net worth is. It's been a pretty uphill battle.
Yeah, and the problem is he's got a bad core-to-core matchup with pretty much all three cores. Yes, he can kill this Ember Spirit, who's only quote-unquote 20 armor, but he can't kill the DK. He cannot kill this Bristleback without a break. You're going to try to get on top of the supports, but Divine Favor on this Chen, plus all the auras he's gotten, means that he doesn't die all. They're just, with this net worth that the TA has, there's no one to kill with it.
No, definitely not. I mean, especially the rest of your supporting cast has essentially nothing, as Rain, he's eclipsed the net worth of the Doom at this point in the game on this Chen. Speaks to kind of how desperate things have gotten. Fortnite Man, no Aegis to speak of, but doesn't really have to mind too much. As I think if he eats the Doom, he feels perfectly fine. Might not even die if he does. They try to go.
They're going to try. There's going to be the break for the heal. Oh,
there's
my
nothing.
goodness. On top of this.
Not the Doom.
They just don't have the damage. They will be able to actually take down Fortnite Man for now. And now on the backside with this Rolling Thunder. Should be able to go
Blinked
take
away.
Leash down as well. He's going to burn down
Okay.
now on top of Podlo as well.
They did it.
Exploded by Icy Dead People, and looks like Chen's going to be able to get out of here, but chasing down the creeps at the very least, that's a nice little cash injection. And yeah, they weren't able to kill the DK, but they were able to get everyone else.
Yeah, I really like this by Icy Dead People. It does end up going for kind of right before that fight breaks out, ends up finishing the Revenant's Brooch, which
I
personally hate Revenant's Brooch. I think this item's really bad. But I think it's very, very good in this game, and I think in the situation they were in, absolutely necessary. So, a really good decision by him. Of course, it's still quite good damage.
Dire's structures
And
are
now they finish the
fortified.
Ags as well onto Natty Narwhal, get a couple, a tower or two for their real estate. 4-2-3, no defensive items to speak of for himself, but the rest of the team's running up here. Oh wait,
Yeah, DK's
he went
gonna
in?
blink, and that's insane with the sharpshooter as well. And if you get the break on him, he will in fact die. So now getting on top of Rain as well. Glimpse trying to get Icy Dead People out of here. Should be successful. But Rain just
oh
gonna
no.
really-
Most wanted.
Yeah, that's not what they wanted.
No. I think that's probably what they least wanted, is the game to be going in this way. Huge mistake by 4-2-3, just not expecting them to be there. Great recognition by 4Pirates, to kind of be in that position, but just a little bit absent-minded from 4-2-3. With no BKB to speak of, can't be playing like that.
Yeah, he
So
felt
they
unkillable.
Yeah, they make something out of nothing. 4Pirates somehow, and now Icy Dead People.
Dire's
I was wondering
middle tower
if Null Fire should be his next item. I think it is quite good to have it in this game, but he's just gonna go straight for MKB, a much higher damage option with that mixed potential as well. Should be, either way, I think whatever item he does end up going for, it is gonna feel really nice for him. A little bit of extra
Why?
damage, and the full damage I think is still quite decent.
I'm just looking at this though, and as Ariel has to run away from the sticky nasal goo, but should be fine for now. He's gonna be able to go in.
Niche, not
Oh, not fine. Never mind. But they're gonna be the charge trying to buy a little bit more space. And he dies. He shows up for that one. But I look at this MKB. There's no evasion to break through. And at least not that I click through. Certain.
Yeah,
You're just
it's
doing it for
just
magic
for
damage. Okay.
It's just for damage. It is the most damage you can buy specifically for mixed kind of damage, but I like this a lot more. Icy Dead People, he's going for the Silver Edge, which I think is probably the best option. Having that extra break is going to be super impactful, and the burst potential into Chen is sometimes also a quite good counter. Nullifier is great to get rid of the Divine Favor, but having the ability to kill the Chen before it comes out is certainly possible, something like a Silver Edge. Meanwhile, though, this is still a very fast lineup from the side of Most Wanted. Get that Rex.
Yeah, pretty much
Finish up for
instant.
themselves. So, I had to sneeze there in the middle of my sentence.
How
So,
dare you?
Not what I most wanted, that's for sure. As Icy Dead People trying to get this, he's waiting around for this Tormentor. I like this by him. Very selfless. He knows his job.
Let's see who has the shard. Tusk does not. Hoodwink has the boomerang, which is very impactful.
Doom does not. So
Okay,
it's
so it's-
only between Doom and Hood, or between Doom and Tusk. And let me spoil the Doom one is not very good.
No. Is it still bugged?
Do you mean by the amount like that it heals, or is there like a specific
There was-
bug with it?
There was a very prominent bug. I want to say it was Ramses Doom about a year ago, maybe a year and a half, where like the game went late enough where he just stopped healing on the Scorched Earth shard.
Oh,
At some point, it just stopped working.
huh. No, I have not seen that one, but I do believe you. It's a little bit of a weird shard anyway. It doesn't heal you for how much damage that you do with it. It just heals you for a percentage of the damage it does. It's a little bit of an odd shard. But actually backs away from getting the Tormentor anyway. Didn't feel like it was safe to be there. Now finally for 4-2-3, he's finished up his BKB. Same time roughly that the Silver Edge is finished for Icy Dead People. But this game is much more in reach than it was about 2 or 3 minutes ago, Bayo. Now having that Silver Edge, maybe you can actually get somebody to burst here, as they've already been able to do it without it. Mr. Moral, he's in kind of a good position. He even has a Shivas, but no blink to speak of on this Doom.
Nope.
They see
Roche is
Rain.
up, ready to go.
That's
as
a
they
great
get on top
target.
of Rain at the very beginning. If they can take him down before anything happens, that is massive. But DK out of the right
Get
side.
him.
Oh, what a static storm as well. He's gonna go take down
Oh,
this
both
Tusk and
supports.
Ariel immediately. but they're going to
Buy
buy
back.
straight back into this as the damage getting done on a Fortnite man. The break is there.
Not
but he's
much
gonna
damage.
back out for now. Not enough damage. Doom has to pop the BKB. And
Glimpse.
this is not the fight they were looking for. There's going to be the Doom, though, on top of this. Ember
my
Spirit,
God.
4-2-3 with a triple kill. Can they take this Ember Spirit down? The answer, yes, eventually. But the Doom will
Mega
fall.
kill.
TA is dead as well. At 4-2-3, he's got
Give it to
4
him.
kills into this fight. Give him 5. He's looking for the Rampage to close this game out.
Niche. Ariel.
Please, come on, man. Luckily, they can go
It's-
maybe find Ariel.
Fortnite man.
No,
Oh.
there were 2 opportunities.
Tips out all around, and that could just be the game here. There's no buybacks to speak of, so very likely Missy will use up in a second here. Either way, they're getting megas for absolute certain, but really, really well played by Most Wanted. And man, yeah, this is.
Radiant's middle
I'm having PTSD as of the many times I've played against this Dragon Knight, and
are fortified.
it doesn't feel like he should be this strong on 4-2-3, but level 21, all that extra damage coming out from the Dragon
Radiant's middle tower.
really, really made
Radiant's
this hero
middle
an
tower has
intense
fallen.
scaler. 90 narwhal. He's back in time to buy some time,
Radiant's middle
in theory.
tower has fallen.
Let's see what he's going to be able to do. This Doom just takes so much damage. Now, backline, Eddie Narwhal doing what he can, but he doesn't do enough damage. I mean, we talk about the control that he can provide, but, you know, realistically, all his damage is physical damage. The armor that exists... Oh, no, that's the MR approach. Or the Thompson, whatever you want to call it, but they're going to dive into the fountain here, glimpsed out of it once again, and this game fell over for... There was a good move from 4Pirates, were able to go make that hold on the high ground, kill off 4-2-3 when he got himself a little bit, you know, just a tiny bit over happy, overconfident. But at the end of the day, we didn't like the draft from the side of 4Pirates, and the game kind of went that way.
Yeah, definitely feeling a little vindicated out of our draft reading abilities, but I mean, also just kind of 4Pirates drafted a pretty risky lineup here, and a mostly physical lineup into, I mean, Bristleback, into the Dragon Knight, into that Chen, and Rain had a really, really great performance on that Chen. Just across the board, very well done from Most Wanted, even Niche, just really stepping up. So 2 pretty quick back-to-back games, 2 games that we felt like weren't exactly even in draft. Do you think, Bayo, this is going to be one of the classic cases where we get a game 3 that's a real banger here?
I choose to believe that I would like that. That's the dream. But for now, we get to see whether that's going to happen as a couple players are going to go and take a little bit of a break, figure out that, you know, maybe there's a reason that Doom is one of the lowest win rate heroes in Dota. Maybe you shouldn't last pick a TA into a bunch of armor heroes. Those are, I think, the questions that we should answer as we go to a bit of a break. When we're back, it's game 3.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Division 2 as we move into our final series, or not final series, that's true, but final game of the day between 4Pirates and Most Wanted. Kind of a questionable draft with the Razor last pick in game 1. Kind of a questionable draft from 4Pirates with the last pick TA in game number 2. And maybe at the point we just say, yeah, we don't want the second pick anymore. We're going to pick first pick, and we're not going to trap ourselves with that like last pick 24 gotcha pick that instead is kind of a gotcha for us.
Yeah, I mean, so far, maybe there's been heroes that I thought were maybe slightly nicer on the last pick that they didn't opt for. But overall, I mean, Most Wanted in the second game came back with a much more comfortable draft for themselves. A lot more kind of to their style, a lot more denying of what 4Pirates style had. Perdanic in the first game had a really nice performance on that Disruptor. In the second game, he ended up having being 0-12 on the Tusk. And I honestly think he kind of did a lot on the Tusk, but it was just too hard at some point in the game. Even their first pick, Pangolier, coming out just didn't really have the impact that they wanted it to. So across the board, just nicely done by Most Wanted. I mean, bouncing back from that first game. Again, a lot of times if you have a draft issue in a game, it's kind of simple to reset from it. You know, it does suck. You played that whole game. You spent time and effort. You know, you wanted to make that draft work, or you thought something about it would work. But a lot of times it's also pretty easy to shrug it off and just say, you know, we thought we could do this, and it just didn't end up working out. Or, you know, we gave the enemies too much of what they wanted. Let's get rid of it next time. And so I think perfectly reasonable to come back into that second game. But I'm hoping that means that in this third game, as we do head into this draft here soon, is that it will result in a somewhat of a closer draft, as both teams kind of recognize what they want to do with each other. Usually this third game does tend to be a little bit closer, because now you're a bit more expectant of what the enemy team can bring out, what they want to bring out, what maybe you shouldn't bring out yourself at times. So I got all that extra information heading into the next draft here, and first pick back on the side of Most Wanted.
Yeah, you know, I went back. We were talking about the draft and how it was good or, you know, wasn't good. I went back and took a look at it. This was a setup where, you know, Valve off the draft said it was 60-40 Most Wanted. By the end of the laning stage, it was like 75% on the side of Most Wanted, which is, I think, is probably roughly where we felt it was going to be. So, yeah, just draft a little bit more comfort, get rid of, well, for now, we're going to get rid of the Disruptor on the side of 4Pirates. Really a lot of targeted bans on the Ponlo in particular.
Yeah, and Rain. I mean, and definitely, Rain definitely a big player to watch out for on this team. I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't been picking him Jakiro, or they have. I mean, that Jakiro's been mostly untouched so far in the series, a little bit interesting.
Radiant team.
They have the opportunity for the starter again if they technically wanted it. There's still the Pango in the pool, which we've seen as the first picks across these next 2 games. I think it wouldn't be unreasonable to pick up the Jakiro for yourself. I think it's kind of the elephant in the room, but so far
10
nobody's really
seconds
addressed it. I
remaining.
mean, even the Marcy is technically open. A while ago, this would have been a pretty instant
5 seconds
first pick,
remaining.
but neither of these teams really kind of putting too much emphasis on it.
Yeah, Slardar, I think you mentioned available as well. That's always going to be a little bit of fun. There are a lot of heroes that like would generally have been very much first pickable. Hoodwink was very much like that for a little bit. Snapfire was. Speaking of which, you know, we haven't seen a single Snapfire game in the games we played today. I feel like it's fallen off quite a bit with really not a
Dire
lot of
team
actual
pick.
balance changes. Pangaloo's going to be first pick, but what happened to Snapfire?
I think Snapfire's still good. Some teams I think are just more keen on it than others.
Radiant team.
Some players really like the Snapfire. They think it really takes. Some do not. As 4Pirates, they switch things up big in
Okay.
the third game. They don't want clean and concise. They want to make things volatile. Straight away with a Huskar, and I kind of agree.
Radiant
I mean, there
team
is going to
back.
be inevitably some form of counter available. I think Reyna's a very good Ancient Apparition player. Perhaps they will bend that out, but there will still be Doom available. They only have 1 ban for this Huskar. But that being said, I have seen, you know, rumblings of the support Huskar, and a number of times I've seen it be pretty impactful. So
10
even in the
seconds
worst case, you can do that. Definitely depends on who on 4Pirates plays it, but in
5
theory, you can
seconds
actually play
remaining.
Huskar, I think, in all 5 roles and genuinely have it be viable. Like, I don't think... I think that's actually where the point of where Huskar is, and I'm honestly kind of surprised that this is the first time we're seeing it today.
Yeah, I hate this meta. Realistically, for no other reason other than that Huskar being viable in literally 5 roles is just... I don't like living on a meta, Rojo, where Huskar is viable. You know?
Yeah,
It's just...
yeah, agreed.
Mainly because, you know, I hate having to lane against it. It's awful. Now, I think the big news about what this means is that Most Wanted 423 not going to be able to pick that anti-mage. Not that I think he was going to. Anyways,
Dire
but
team back.
Huskar's
Yeah.
probably the strongest AM counter in the game.
Yeah, he's up there for sure. I mean, there's a lot of things that you get limited by playing against Huskar. So sometimes the question is how... I mean, do you even bother addressing it really, or do you just kind of let it kind of fester in the draft and then try to play rather normally? I think that's probably more of a
10
consistent way to
seconds
play,
remaining.
but sometimes you do go for that kind of like more normal and consistent
5
draft. You don't
seconds
address
remaining.
the Huskar as much, you know, maybe directly as much. That way you can get a more well-rounded draft, but then it just ends up being kind of a free Huskar game. So it can be rather difficult. On this phase, they do have a tiny bit of a difficult ban though. Doom obviously is a hero that completely kind of deletes Huskar from the game if you get the Doom and if it's a core.
Dire
Ancient
team
Apparition definitely one of the strong ones, but they go for more of a lane kind of counter here, or at least a level 6, a post kind of level 6 counter. The Broodmother definitely does feast on this Huskar, and I actually think that's a pretty good snipe of a ban. I know that 423 I think is a rather prolific Broodmother player, so
10
not letting him have that, I
seconds
think, into the
remaining.
Huskar does make sense. It can be really, really strong in that kind of mid game. Having it,
5
the
seconds
necrotic webs
remaining.
can also be really detrimental to the hero. So they do leave the other options open, but getting rid of that is a nice one. Sniper is one of the like, kind of mid heroes that can stomp on Huskar, but as you said, we have really no clue where 4Pirates is going to bring this at.
How do you
Huskar
feel
is
about this Caustic Bath Viper that's becoming a little bit more popular as of late? It does the same thing, you know, it's a break on the Huskar. It removes him, and even if he's not broken, right, the attack speed slows are significant to where the Huskar is not really able to get a lot of damage done in fights. It has a decent lane in the mid, in a lot of matches where it's kind of
Radiant
decent lane, mid lane, off lane. It farms really quickly. Would be fairly well, would be okay into the axe, not great.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think I definitely like the tankier versions of Viper a lot more than kind of the right click versions that kind of go around,
10
but
seconds remaining.
I'm just not much of a Viper head myself, so I let
team
other people do the
Dire
cooking with that one. I let BSJ do so, and Ancient Apparition straight away for Most Wanted. I think this makes sense, the Marcy to pair with it as well. Could be a flex pretty much anywhere as well for Marcy, but Ancient Apparition, from my understanding, I feel like I do
Dire
remember
team
Rain
pick.
playing this and being quite good with the Ancient
Radiant
Apparition. straight away with the Oracle. So making this draft move fast into the Troll Warlord as well. I honestly like this from 4Pirates. I mean, the Oracle is actually a pretty strong traditional counter to Ancient Apparition. You'd think that the anti-healing is a hard counter to Oracle, but that's actually not how it works. The healing only applies at the end of Oracle ulti. So the only thing that matters is that by the end of Oracle
5
ulti, you're not
seconds
affected by
remaining.
Frostbitten. So very often you can actually get that Oracle ulti off onto the Huskar in kind of the middle of the AA blast, and it will just end. As well as, of course, all the other reasons that you can enable Huskar with the
Radiant
basic
team
healing you do
back.
and that magic resist to boot. They go for Abaddon onto Most Wanted, but not the most impressive things to purge, truthfully. It's really only maybe the slows from Troll Warlord, and particularly that Battle Hunger, probably, if they're looking at this being a safe lane Abaddon. But 4Pirates, I mean, I like that at least what they're
10
doing is they're
seconds
committing.
remaining.
I don't know if this is going to work out the best for them. There is honestly some
5
pretty good
seconds
answers
remaining.
to the Huskar, but all the heroes that are a great answer to Huskar are not a very good answer to Troll Warlord or truthfully to Oracle. There's not great backline jump onto this Oracle. Really, it's only the Pango, and sometimes that can be a little bit hit or miss.
Have we? Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's not a. You have Pangolier, I guess, and that can cause some disruption. But even with the Pangolier, it's not like there's a ton of damage out of the Pangolier early. I don't think you want to lane this Pangolier into the Huskar as well, Rojo. Like, that feels rather difficult. So we're looking for some sort of backline jumper that plays in the mid lane that can lane into this Huskar. And there are not a lot of heroes that do both.
Yeah, there's not a lot of heroes that do particularly either, but beating the Huskar is probably one of the big
10
ones that a lot of
seconds
heroes don't
remaining.
do. This is a really, really difficult hero to beat in lane. A lot of times when you counter pick
5
Huskar, you think that
seconds
or you like counter pick Huskar, quote unquote. It doesn't actually work out like that. If you say
Dire
play something like
team
Wind
back.
Ranger, which used to be a little more typical of a counter to Huskar, you don't actually win that lane. I've experienced. I've been on the end of trying to counter Huskar many times, especially throughout my adventures in EU as a mid laner. And I mean, the ping difference hurts, but truthfully, a good Huskar player, I think, just wins most mid matchups without any help from the supports.
10 seconds
So that's
remaining.
typically what you need, is a little bit of extra help from the supports to bring around. Even if you have
5
some pretty
seconds
decent late game
remaining.
responses as well, you don't need to worry maybe as much. They have anti-heal so far, which is great. So maybe you can just focus on that backline aspect. Pango's okay, honestly, into Huskar in lane. It's not good, but I think it's more tolerable than a lot of heroes. If you're looking at something to be fine into it, sometimes you can go for something like a Coddle and just kind of hope that you can go back to the jungle. Sometimes I think a zoo hero can be interesting. Something like a Beastmaster can actually do okay if you can get the boars online. But overall, yeah, I mean, getting something to do both of
Radiant
those is,
team back.
in my opinion, from mid, a very difficult task. So maybe they'll just go ahead and settle for something like a Storm or something that is just fine into the Huskar, and then can eventually accomplish that task. As I mean, there's a lot of ways to attempt to cheese a Huskar. I just don't often see them
10
panning out in the
seconds
ways that
remaining.
you would want.
Yeah, is there a world where you just
5 seconds
it
remaining.
feels like most of the heroes that would do this are kind of banned out, but where you just kind of you don't cheese the Huskar, you just kind of cheese the
Radiant
lane,
team
you
pick.
drag it around, you clear it before it just even gets to where the creeps meet and make something happen like
they-
that. But the only
You
hero that
could,
like really comes to mind with that is like Primal, which is banned out.
Yeah. They might also pick a carry here for Most Wanted. I'm not entirely. I mean, they definitely could. I think.
10
I mean, Abaddon
seconds
is not a
remaining.
particularly strong carry matchup into Troll. Neither is Marcy. So they do have the
5
ability
seconds
to.
remaining.
Seemingly, 4Pirates thinks that it's either a carry or it's his off lane, as it really could swing either way for them. I hate to admit that it's
Dire
kind of a good
team
Razor game, but I don't want to see that again, because they do go for the Bane. So picking up another support here looks like it will be then
Okay.
very likely 4-2-3's Marcy. So I don't mind this, but in terms of addressing the Huskar and Oracle combo, it's pretty iffy. In fact,
10
Oracle is
seconds
honestly very
remaining.
good into Bane. So I think the Bane pick is fine. I think it's
5
actually it's very
seconds
annoying for
remaining.
Axe. You can't drag creeps. Even a hero that you pick to pair with the Axe is very likely they're going for a 4 here. I would expect them to. Then you're pretty good in the lane as Bane, but Oracle throughout the game is really obnoxious for Bane. You can purge with ulti. You can Purifying Flames gets rid of Nightmare. You can purge the Nightmare with your the orb, the flying orb. Fortune's End it is. So it's a good matchup for Oracle for sure. But at least it can cause a lot of chaos. I don't mind it. For 4Pirates, I am curious to see what they do pop out for Aerial. Obviously, Batrider's still gone. There is the Tusk. Hoodwink is out of play as well. So a lot of his mainstays are not in the pool for the moment. Maybe just something like Master.
I kind of like the concept of a Snapfire, actually. You have the saving support already. Axe plus Kisses is really good, but you can say you could go, get the damage on Bane as he Fiend's Grips as well. But, Skywrath, kind of a similar idea. Maybe not quite the same, but you have the silence instead of kind of this pseudo blink for the axe. Very vulnerable to niche diving on top, though.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an extremely volatile draft from 4Pirates, but I'm overall a relative fan of it. I do like what they've cooked up here. I think the Natty Narwhal should have a relatively good game on the Huskar. The Pango, I think, is maybe not the most cut and dry matchup, actually, for the Huskar, but should eventually swing your way for sure. I think Perdanic, if he plays this Oracle well, which I'm certain if he picked it so confidently he will, then he has some really great targets to go with it. The Axe and the Skywrath is a very obnoxious lane. At least in general, I think the biggest thing going for Most Wanted is that this Axe Skywrath lane, which could be a real menace, a real threat, they have 4-2-3 on the Abaddon. So they switched on Fortnite Man to play that Marty in the off lane. So I really like that switch up from them because now realistically this Axe lane shouldn't have really any pressure, and dragging with a Skywrath is nigh impossible, and dragging into a Bane is especially impossible. So probably going to be a relatively bit of a struggle for the Axe, and I think that's probably the biggest thing that Most Wanted can play through.
Yeah, the one thing I'm not going to say I have to be worried about, but Abaddon has to be on top of popping his borrowed time. You can get Abaddon to the point where you dunk through borrowed time if you're really, really on top of it. So there are solutions to this second life in a way that don't always exist, and especially if we see this like actually I'm not sure how that works. So there's this next gen Axe build that 33's been pushing where you go like Phylactery. Yeah. And it works because Phylactery applies damage before the dunk does. So it kind of
I think it would
increases
proc
your threshold. But
I think
it would proc
the
healing
separately.
So it'd be worse.
I think so. But you can go for a Kaya item to just increase the threshold, I believe, as well. So could be something he looks for, that level 20 talent as well, the 100 extra Calling Blade damage. It's maybe not something that happens particularly often, but it is something to watch out for. Definitely need to be on top of pressing that borrowed time and be very careful into the likes of an Axe. So we've seen this lineup from the side of 4Pirates. I think they have a lot of ways to create shenanigans, and I think if the game doesn't go particularly poorly for Icy Dead people, it's also a really good troll game, to be honest. I mean, you see this Huskar and you think of a Huskar lineup, but Icy Dead people has been the focus pretty heavily of this 4Pirates lineup in general, and I mean, he has a really good game ahead of him. There's no core-to-core matchup that is beating him, and all the heroes that are annoying to him are kind of countered by Oracle. So in order to win fights, in theory, it does kind of seem like you need to win the lanes, especially through the spot side. Then you have to go ahead and you have to shut down Icy Dead people for the most part. Or in some fight, you need to execute first onto Perdanic and then somehow also disable Icy Dead people while he's, hopefully at a net worth disadvantage. It's a lot of things to go down for Most Wanted, especially the
Mr.
supports
Moral.
are
Bottom side.
they got it. That's a good one.
First blood on 4-2-3, trying to get a little
helps.
bit aggressive. And yeah, quite a bit. We talked about as well 4-2-3 moving on over to the safe lane, Abaddon, with the Skywrath and everything else. The other nice thing is you're not worried about this battle hunger at all. You just purge it off. You can purge it off your Bane as well, and that removes a lot of the laning pressure that Axe generally finds.
Yeah, and it's very, very hard as well Skywrath trading into the Bane is not particularly good. The Shield of the Scion doesn't even really do anything, as all the damage is pure or physical from the side of Bane, so not going to be able to abuse that kind of extra shield for the survivability that we sometimes see these Skywraths go for. A little bit unfortunate, and just overall very good trading power. 5 armor to 0 armor on the side of Aerial. to Rain. It's going to be very annoying on this Bane. Again, this bot side should be rather tough, but that's kind of the price they pay as in this top side. And Ancient Apparition Marcy, it has some kill threat, but in general, should be kind of difficult to get onto Icy Dead people. And what's even nice for Pradanic is you don't have as much kill threat here. The Cold Feet and the Blood Grenade can both be purged off by Fortune's End. So going for that just straight and simple kill combo is not as cut and dry as it seems.
Yeah, not really. Are you at all surprised that we saw Ponlo or that we saw this AA kind of raised up to a position 4 as a hold that thought, because bottom side the Nightmare trying to get a little bit damage onto Aerial. He's only level 1, but fast enough that he's gonna be able to run on out of here. But yeah, position 4 Ancient Apparition is not what I feel like we generally see. Is Aerial? Yeah, okay, he's gonna be fine.
Being hunted a little bit. Niche goes down. 2 points into the Burning Spears. A lot of times the Huskar, you end up going the 2 points in the Berserkers, but felt like he could get a kill threat with that Burning Spear, so nicely done as the bot side. Another setup with the Nightmare, but Mr. Moral, he's tanky.
Is he?
Not enough.
Is he though? It's not. Yeah, we knew this lane was going to be rough because Axe has very little laning pressure, and you know Bane is probably I don't know, I want to say the best because Jakiro exists, but one of the best kind of lane securing supports that exist, and didn't expect it to go this badly though.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the Axe sometimes actually has pretty good lane presence. As Rain a little bit too aggressive here, and 4-2-3 not in position, so wasn't able to get the Photic Shield to help. That's honestly a very nice pickup for the side of Mr. Moral, as they'll get the Lotus as well. So just a little bit too far up. Getting punished like that really hurts. It's going to propel Mr. Moral straight into that Helm of Iron Will. But a lot of times the Axe can have honestly pretty good lane presence through the Battle Hunger, but of course that's just completely nullified by Abaddon. So not going to be able to play with that. But getting that pickup was honestly quite substantial, and does force a 4-2-3 to use quite a decent bit of regen as well, as that Helm flies out. Once you get the Helm for the Axe, working towards that Dominator, as we often see for players like 33, the lane gets significantly easier. Very, very, very simple to play, I think, from that point of getting the Helm of Iron Will.
Yeah, you know, it can also be kind of nice. I know we talked about the Battle Hunger and just not being kind of almost a non-factor because of the power of this Aphotic Shield, but it can be really nice to put pressure on the Abaddon's mana pool to force, because effectively every time there's a Battle Hunger, you want to go purge it off. And that means that there's a lot less mana available for this Abaddon. Yes, you do have an old Talisman, but it's not to the same level, which means that it's a little bit harder for the Abaddon to fight when he would like to fight. As Ariel moves down to the bottom side, steals the Water Rune away from Niche, and well, this Huskar is... Niche has... Where is Niche on the last hit chart? Yeah, he's getting double.
He's at 8.
It's not great.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is to be expected, pretty much. A lot of times, the only way that you can actually beat a Huskar with a hero like Pangolier is if you kill him in the first minute or two. Now it's essentially impossible. So, really, really does suck here. Quite annoying as well for Fortnite, man, I guess, in this top side is Fortune's End can actually dispel the Bodyguard. Actually, wait, it no longer can. So, I guess that's nice. You have the Bodyguard potentially to play through. As they do go on top of Pradanic here. Decent damage.
Icy Dead People procs the Whirling Axis, so it's kind of hard to go and actually get the kill. There we go, the Cold Touch not gonna land, or at least not gonna stick, so Icy Dead People keeps his support alive, kites back on out of here. But, you know, I was gonna say, I'm looking at this, and Huskar is, well, actually, hold that thought. Aerial, very, very, very low, but nice clutch call from Mr. Moral. Now, you gotta be careful here. You don't want to go and trade your life to make sure your support stays alive, but seems like Mr. Moral is going to be able to get under tower. He should be okay. And Aerial hightailing for the hills, but Rain would like to try to get him.
Yeah, definitely would like to, but not quite going to be able to get it as they get Ponlo in this top side, actually. Nicely done by Icy Dead People going for those extra points early into the Whirling Axes. Actually, quite a bit of damage at this early portion of the game. Even the magic damage burst for Danik. A little bit of extra.
Decent amount of damage early as Fortnite Man disposes Icy Dead People, rebounds away. But even still, like, you know, that is the problem with Ancient Apparition. That's one of the reasons why we've seen AA not really be in the meta all that much for the most part. When it was super broken, when Ice Blast was super broken, and, you know, Vortex was as well. Yes, we were seeing it played, but Ancient Apparition is just not, almost non-existent as a laner.
Yeah, not exactly the strongest, but especially not strong into Oracle. unfortunately. So Ponlo, he's going to look to make some early moves. Going to be a little bit homeless for the time being, just not really able to find somewhere he can play through. And normal,
bottom tower
no
is
points in the
under attack.
Berserker, or in the life break, has 3 points in the Berserker's blood, but with an amplified damage, 6 minutes, he's hitting the tower bot side. So a little bit of an kind of weird move, very aggressive before he hits really any item
Radiant
timings, but
structures are fortified.
he is particularly strong, so it doesn't seem like anyone can come down and punish him, as even if they tried to, he does have the purge available to himself. Not
Yeah, the
necessary.
one interesting thing here is Abaddon's innate means that when your Huskar is kind of playing at the HP levels that he generally is, you actually do have life. You lose about 15% of your HP regeneration, so that is something. That is nice. But Narwhal backs out of here anyways. Doesn't really matter. Goes back straight to the mid lane, and yeah,
Pretty
this
awkward,
rotation
man.
didn't kill the tower. Got a lot of the tower, but equally as important, the Skywrath got himself about a level and a half. So he's going to scale into that level 6 a lot faster than you might otherwise expect.
Yeah, it was very nice to pick up that early farm. I think a lot of times this is what the correct move on Huskar is that you end up you dominate the lane really early, and then you actually transition that into farming as fast as Huskar is able to. On his top side, yeah, Fortnite man, nice silence. Do they have a root? Not quite.
Not quite for now. Oh, wait a minute. Troll going to be delivered
Nisha
on top
here.
of Onlo, but Nisha's here, level 6 on this Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder trying to
Good
go
roll.
and taking down the Troll. Does not have his ultimate ready to go. So that's often how you want to come back when there's this Huskar lane that's kind of making your life miserable, is you suffer until level 6, and then you just try to make this first big rotation. Go with your Rolling Thunder or your Fire Remnant or whatever it is, whatever hero you are that's getting dumpstered, and go kill the safe lane and come back into it that way.
Typically, definitely the best way to be very patient into playing against Huskar. Definitely a hero that tests your patience a lot. And a little bit surprised that they honestly would make that move top without Perdanic. I thought the Fortnite man was likely to die to that extra burst damage, but not really. And so Icy Dead People is bot side, so they really want to get this tower. 4Pirates, in some sense, I think, overcommitting slightly for it, but they will get it. So Icy Dead People will have a relatively safe bot side here to farm. Potentially puts Mr. Morals into a bit of an awkward spot, as Icy Dead People, I suppose, will... He just bites the bolt and goes back to the top. A little bit of extra creeps coming into his tower. Should be a little bit more safe once that battle trance comes up. Similarly for 423's borrowed time. So far, not creating a very significant lead out of this laning phase that I think 4Pirates would have liked to. It's relatively, relatively even across the board.
Yeah, Natty Narwhal, he's top net worth, certainly, but he's only up about 800 gold on this Pangolier, which, for any other hero, at 9 minutes into this game, we'd say, wow, he's kind of dumpstered the lane, but this is a Huskar, and you would kind of have expected him to be a little bit further ahead of his mid lane opponent, again, considering he got the solo kill, and considering that how much he's supposed to dominate the lane.
Yeah, for sure. I think that move definitely cost him a lot of time. Walking towards that bot tower, maybe a little bit of an overcommitment of what he had, but does get the armlet. And this hero, again, Huskar, not necessarily a hero that you need to just dominate the map, push towers on. It's a hero that farms incredibly fast and has very little pressure of doing so. They're going to go ahead and farm up the Ancients earlier than most heroes ever could, faster than most heroes ever could, as I see Dead People on the top side doing the same, this time utilizing the battle trance just to get these Ancient Thunderhides down. But again, still relatively even, and 4-2-3. This is definitely the position you want to be in as an Abaddon. Very, very little pressure onto you. Max passive in the jungle, slaying the creeps, working towards that Radiance. No really extra items necessary. Null Talisman, Phase, Radiance. It's kind of the optimal place for an Abaddon to be.
X, though, looks to run at him, but without a blink, what are you going to do? Show up, push him away a little bit. Now, what I will say, though, the one thing here is that the farming accelerator for this Abaddon is the Radiance. That's like a 16 to 18 minute odd window. Maybe a little bit earlier if you're really on top of things. But the point being is that this Radiance, it arrives a couple minutes later than the Battle Fury does. It arrives certainly a lot later than this, armlet that's going to accelerate this Huskar. So while for right now, Abaddon's top 2 net worth, doing a great job, it does. You got to be a little bit careful as we kind of relative timings that this troll is going to start to accelerate a little bit more. The Huskar, even the axe, right, which is these built-in farming tools, should be able to start to pull ahead of the Abaddon until this Radiance is done.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
and I mean,
is
a lot
under
of times
attack.
even I think that you get the Radiance onto Abaddon, and that is only just a
Dire's
farming
top
tool.
tower has fallen.
A lot of times I don't think the Abaddons are very comfortable joining the game up until you have Manta and the Blink, or if you go for an early Blink. Blink really being the key item to just get that Aphotic Shield off a little bit more consistently. So it's going to be quite a while before 423's on, but he's still in a great position. A lot of times Abaddons can struggle a little bit in the lane, and then coming out of the laning phase, you don't have as much farming potential. So doing quite well for himself. We'll get that Radiance at a decent time, but as you said, still farming quite nicely on the side of 4Pirates. The last couple of minutes just accelerating a little bit more. This Fortnite man. He comes over to the mid with that
Dire's
creep
middle
in
tower
hand.
is under attack.
Niche level 9 with Diffusal. Pretty good timing, honestly, for this Pango. Level 9 and to have Diffusal right now does feel nice. Unfortunately, not useful in Huskar, though.
That's for right now. Rain's
Moral.
going to go and finding Mr. Moral on the bottom side. By the way, if you click on this
fun.
axe, this is... I know we're seeing a lot of next-gen axe builds recently, but this axe build, Helm Dom sure fine, and just going straight
Dire's
into the
top
pipe behind it. This
tower
is
is
just
under attack.
all in on keeping the troll and this Huskar alive.
I don't hate it. I mean, it is a pretty good pipe game. A lot of the damage that will be coming out from 423 is primarily magical for a very good portion of the game. Niche, his physical damage is going to be the most impressive, and no items to save Fortnite Man there. So a really nice smoke as well to get on top of the Marcy. That's a great kill to get. It's a great hero to get the kill on.
Dire's
And I'm wondering
middle
if they
tower
ever
is
want to
under
turn this,
attack.
I mean, map state into somewhat of a Roche attempt. It might, I guess, I think it's probably a little bit too hard against AA, unfortunately, as Palno did get that level 6 recently, but definitely they have the pressure to do so if they can ever get in position. Has to be a little bit more careful in Natty Narwhal, though. It's going to change the way that he plays the game a pretty significant amount now that there is an AA. A lot of times you're so low on Huskar that you can even just pop kind of immediately if you do get hit by that AA blast.
Yep. Also got to be really careful how you armlet toggle as well. Like if the really awkward thing about this is every single time you armlet toggle, you lose the HP, but you don't gain it back. So it's just, yeah, no, it's the ultimate counter of the game. There's really not a lot that you can do outside of just really pray your oracles
get hit
behind
by
you
it.
and has Fortune's End ready to go. Other than that, yeah, you're just very upset. There's not a lot to do.
Yeah, you gotta pray you don't get hit essentially, or buy items to try and avoid getting hit. The Force Staff is already out from Natty Narwhal, so it's kind of playing into that, going for a
Dire's
first
top
item
tower is under
Hurricane
attack.
Pike, and I like this honestly quite a bit by Natty Narwhal, but that is the grip onto Mr. Moral. Coming in with the false promise, they get it.
There we go. But even still, that's just too dead. He's going to make the call. He's going to try to go kill off this
Almost got
Abaddon,
it.
but not quite. Gets the bar time off in time. And now that's Fortune dead. That's the Oracle dead as well. But, you know, Natty Narwhal, I see dead people. They are here now. But I don't know that this is a fight they really want to take.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. I mean, nobody on the side of 4Pirates really facilitates fights, so that's the awkward thing, especially about the Huskars. A lot of times you'd want it to be kind of starting things by positioning into areas to get ready for fights, or maybe taking things away from the enemy, but against this Ancient Apparition, against the setup with the Bane, can't really do so. So Natty Narwhal he's not really in position to be doing much with his team, and for the most part, they don't have this Blink Axe going. They don't have two supports that can particularly start things super well. So it's a little bit awkward for the time being. 4Pirates is mostly just farming, and I think that does benefit them for a little bit, but I don't know when they are going to be able to start fights.
It does beg the
Period.
question, like, yeah, who initiates? Generally, it would be the Axe, but, you know, we're seeing Pipe. We're seeing Helmdom Pipe Axe. That is not an initiator whatsoever. Huskar kind of can life break in, but that just means you're vulnerable to the Withering Mist. That means you're vulnerable to the Ice Blast, and it just
Dire
kind of
are
kills you.
scanning.
It's not an easy... I do still like the draft from the side of 4Pirates. I think this Huskar has a way better game that he has any right to, considering this was a first pick Huskar. But it is a pretty awkward state of the game to try to figure out how exactly you want to take these fights.
Yep. Thankfully, they got just a sliver of vision onto Rain, so they actually should be able to get on top of him. And just one more Natty Narwhal, and it's a nice little pickup for them. The big thing with Huskar lineups is usually you can kind of take the fight to them, especially once you get the Aegis, but that is kind of the annoying thing about this Ancient Apparition is that it's not a Doom in the sense of you need to be close to get that anti-healing off. It's not the Abaddon that you have to be nearby
Radiant are
to
scanning.
apply that Withering Mist. Just anytime that you think the Rosh is happening or if you have some vision around it, you can potentially kill the Huskar going for it. Even something like the Tormentor Huskar usually gets quite low. So, getting into that Roshan, I think they should still be eyeing it. I think especially considering that Perdanic is going to be having that ability to counter the AA Blast, but it's very, very risky. And so
Dire's
finding that
bottom tower
timing is rather hard, but Fortnite Man is up so far.
He is going to eat the Mystic Flare for now,
Robotic shield.
but this was a big setup. This is going to go in as well, but Natty Narwhal not hit by the Ice Blast. It's on the right side. Perdanic pops the Fortune's End on top of himself. It's Mr. Moral. He's just got to run. He's going to
got
burn
two. Oh,
down,
good
and
grip.
now there's the Fiend's Grip on top of this Huskar, and he's dead as well. I was going to talk about the kind of nerdy thing you can do where Ancient Seal increases the damage of Life Break pretty significantly, but doesn't really matter because 3 are dead on the side of 4Pirates, and pretty much all their early game momentum gone.
Yeah, and one thing I think that especially sucks for 4Pirates, I mean, definitely they would want, I think, to be in a higher net worth lead by this point in the game, but particularly that Perdanic has very low net worth on this Oracle, and I really think that Oracle is a hero that kind of needs net worth and really strives off of having it. Just being kind of low on the XP, being kind of low on the net worth. Doesn't mean that getting off these false promises has often just meant that Perdanic is dying, and in a lot of cases with how farmed Niche has managed to get on this Pango, by the way, eclipsing the Huskar for the moment, it just means that Perdanic is having a really, really difficult time entering these fights, and even in that last one ended up using the false promise on himself, so not an ideal kind of a use case of the Oracle. I'd really love to see him getting close to the Blink relatively soon, but he's so low net worth on this Oracle.
Yeah, talking about the other side, the other map, or the other team, I really like what we're seeing out of this Abaddon as well. You talked about this Manta, Blink, sure, Radiance, but he's got a Blade Mail queued up. And into this Huskar, into this Troll that just wants to keep hitting him. This is a fantastic Blade Mail game. Gonna make life rather difficult indeed as the smoke around. Perdanic on the high ground.
3.
Yeah, we
Oh,
got
he's completely alone. But they missed their, I mean, they kind of missed their opportunity, but they're going to try and go. But 4-2-3, he is just out for the moment. And even if they found him, getting onto him is kind of impossible. I guess they'll see them on Ariel, who does have Soul Ring on Skywrath with that shard. I think that's funny. I think it's probably quite good, the Soul Ring on Skywrath. A little bit of a interesting tech, but
Dire's bottom
regardless,
tower
ends
is
up
under
showing
attack.
on Vision as well. Yeah, making moves is so hard for 4Pirates.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We're seeing with the Ruin and Restoration innate, right? It's like, yeah, you Soul Ring and then you hit one concussive shot, you heal right back up to full, or one Arcane Bolt, right? And you go pretty much right back up to full. So it's kind of cool. And he had a Phylactery queued up for a little bit, which is, to my eye, kind of crazy in this game. It feels like, you know, going anything else it's more damage, but damage doesn't really seem to be the thing that 4Pirates are lacking. You know, it's control, it's initiation.
Yeah, I think the Glimmer is probably quite good. I wouldn't mind seeing this Meteor Hammer that we typically see from Crit either, but I think I like the Glimmer Cape the most. Gives them some small form of initiation, but Ariel, yeah, he's cooked. And Niche, by the way, got this Brigand's Blade. Very, very nice, by the way, for the Pango. This adds a ton of damage. It's not something to scoff at. Brigand's Blade is simply OP on Pango. It gives you so much extra damage with that Ags. He's now level 15 as well for that extra attack damage. So really, getting that Ags as well on Niche, he's way more impactful than Natty Narwhal in any of these fights, truthfully. And he's not hard countered on Pango, despite being that first pick. And yes, I see dead people.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I
do
see
in
dead
fact see
people on
some
my
dead people. Look at the power of this Blade Mail. He just pops.
Oof.
And that was, wait, that was,
I don't know how he died. I actually
that was
don't know
not
how
7
Are
seconds.
scanning.
It was not. I think that must have been a bug with Battle Trance. So that is a little bit unfortunate, but definitely not game breaking, at least in this instance. But I mean, that's a shard that went over to Natty Narwhal. That's probably not what you want to see. It's a pretty good shard, but maybe not the best at keying you into where the game is at. So they want to get onto Fortnite Man, but he has a BKB and he's turning. Has the rebound in just a second. Okay, if he had rebound there, I actually think he might have killed 90 Narwhal.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
this.
is under attack.
Yeah, it's funny. We were looking at this. I'm like, 2 minutes ago, it felt real. I'm like, this still feels like a pretty good game for 4Pirates, but the lack of the blink on this axe, and I know he's working on it. In fact, no, he's not. He is. He does have it. Oh no, he's gonna go for it next. I was gonna say he's got this phylactery queued up, but
Why do you buy mangoes? Interesting. I guess he feels like he needs the mana for
Dire's middle
the diffusal.
tower is under attack.
Interesting. Well, either way, I mean, the blink will come out soon, but yeah, it does feel too little too late, as, I mean, they didn't really dominate the lanes nearly as much as I think they would have wanted to on 4Pirates, and now just at just a really awkward point in the game. Now you have this Huskar who is quite farmed. A lot of it is inflated from the shard, but is still hard countered. And now Niche, he's level 15 on this Pango. He has pretty much everything he could want. Feels like he's doing so much in these fights, and Rain has been setting up constantly onto these supports.
oh, Fernandic with the amp damage rune, but he's gonna get run at now. Yeah, okay, so Fernandic will get out. They do lose Aerial on the top side, but you need the blink. It really would have. You cannot make a move, and the blink is done now. Axe does have it, and he's just gonna get found out by 423, who, you know, is gonna be able to blink on out of there. But now they do have unengaged tool. Problem now, Rojo, is, well, it's like, okay, you blink in, you get Fiend's Grip. You blink in, you get Marcy, effectively. You blink in, you get Ice Blasted. So even though they have it, and by the way, I love this blink on Ponlo as well, just making sure that he's always going to have the angle on the Ice Blast. This is, you need the blink because they weren't able to take fights otherwise, open fights at all, but, you know, even with the blink, doesn't really feel all that promising.
Yeah, and a Husker lineup where you haven't taken the Roche at 23 minutes is a problematic game state, to be certain, as Mr. Moral, he does finish that blink. They do finish the BKB for Icy Dead People, who still is quite farmed on the troll, but doesn't feel like enough to make up for the way this game has been going. As you said, just I almost wonder if this was a game to switch away from the new Ajax and just kind of go back to, you know, tradition with the blink first.
Hey, Rojo, do me a favor as this smoke continues. I can try to see if they can find someone, but Oracle maybe. I see Dead People, but no, they're under tower. Click on this Ancient Apparition and tell me what he's got queued up.
A Scythe and a yeah, a Scythe eventually. I mean, I think that makes sense. He did get the Greedy Enchantment. I think that's a pretty far ways away, but we'll have the shards soon, and they're gonna head to Roche themselves. So Palmo very farmed on the Ancient Apparition, but this Roshan also relatively quick with the side of the Unleash. So yeah, a Huskar lineup losing the first Roche, not necessarily what you're looking for. I do think that Huskar is definitely different than it used to be, where you
Mr.
scale.
Got a helmet on creep, running straight into the pit.
He blinks in.
Looks at the blink. Can he take down Roshan in time? No, not really. Roche now just about dead. 43 gets the Aegis. And Axe is dead. Gotta get on out of here. Aerial will fall as well. They almost had it, but not quite able to get enough heroes in the call. And you know, this new age Axe, there's no blade mail. Heroes don't take a ton. Yes, you do have 4 points in Gathering Helix, and that's fine. But heroes don't really take a ton of damage from hitting you, not nearly as much. And, you know, the call doesn't last as long either. I don't know if the additional 0.4 seconds would have been enough, but it was close enough that it might have actually made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what happened, it was just really unfortunate. I mean, maybe honestly, Icy Dead People should have been in that fight, as he's pretty strong on this troll, level 18 now with the BKB, and you're gonna go straight into Fortnite Man off the Battle Trance. Little
there
lucky.
we go.
No, not quite lucky, but gets the root enough. Lucky enough to get the root in the first couple of hits there. So not too bad on Icy Dead People. They will get the BKB for Natty Narwhal. So not like there's a huge net worth lead for Most Wanted. In fact, the two cores are the top of the net worth for the side of 4Pirates, but they're just, you know, having a difficult time into the specific counters. And 423 does have that Manta finish. He's now almost level 18 for himself on this Abaddon. Overall, just a very good game. And even Niche, who's kind of lower net worth on this Pango, he's still level 18, which is a huge threshold here for that Pango. Gives you that way more shield crashes during your ulti. But in general, just this net worth on Pango, it translates to a lot, as I think they probably will just be able to blow up Aerial as well.
Gonna try. Yep, he's dead. Mr. World tries to bring the Helm Dom creep in and make something happen, but Natty Narwhal will TP in. But, I mean, poking the Abaddon is not really a thing. Not right now. He's got an Aegis. He's got borrowed time. He's got a Photic Shield. So, we're kind of at this point in the game where the Skywrath, he's going... Okay, this is actually kind of cool. I was gonna say, he's going back for the Phylactery. Just about has it.
Radiant
Yeah,
full
are
Conda.
scanning.
Yeah, he's going for the Conda, which is a break. Is a pretty consistent break against the Sabat.
Yeah, I suppose that is interesting. I mean, you get a silence and a break all in one go, so if the Manta is available, you can pretty consistently get off the borrow time, but if you're in an Axe Call, you obviously can't Manta, so that is interesting. I was thinking, the break, unfortunately, doesn't have much value into other heroes. None of these heroes really have meaningful passives to work with,
Dire's top
so
tower is under attack.
unfortunately, it won't, I think, attribute to too much. Maybe it's kind of annoying, I guess, for Pango during roll. You can't proc Lucky Shot. That actually is kind of annoying, but not going to actually punish anyone other than the Abaddon if you can't get that kind of very specific burst kill.
Yeah, and it's pretty nice to have a 4-second break on a 9-second cooldown, specifically for the Abaddon. I'm with you. You don't really care about breaking. There's no one else that you really care about breaking, but we've seen as in these late games that Abaddon is strong for most of the game, but once you kind of unlock this break silence, Abaddons die in ways that they don't really expect a good percentage of the time.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to have to utilize Aegis to try and get out of those, but it's also still a decent ways away from the Conda. This item is very expensive, and it's 3,100 more gold for this side of Aerial. Thankfully, he has the Greedy Enchantment, so he will eventually get to it, but and it is quite a bit away for the side of the Skywrath. That's something to play towards eventually. Even breaking the silent or the innate can be quite nice, as they do set up on the Aerial. Should be a plain and simple kill. This Skywrath is nice, but I mean, it's nice to play with sometimes, but this hero still only has a 5 armor, even with a Soul Ring at 28 minutes in the game.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, that's not really going to do all that much for you. But, I see Dead People sitting here pretty much has his Scotty, 28, 31. He's 25 gold away from getting the Scotty. So that's a decent power spike. That's going to be pretty nice to just, kind of reduce some of the healing that this Abaddon has is really the big one. Marcy as well. Gives you a lot more HP, which is really nice. The slow is well on top of things. But, even with the Scotty timing, with the blink being done, I don't know. It's funny because this is a 4,000 net worth lead is the greatest it's been this game, and you look at Dota Plus and it's still saying it's just about it's saying it's 60-40 now on the side of most wanted, to be fair, but it's been pretty even this entire game. I don't know. I'm just kind of get this creeping sense of doom where it just doesn't. I don't know. It feels worse than it looks.
Yeah, I'm not the most convinced by the Scotty. I don't necessarily. I mean, obviously the anti-healing is nice. Sometimes into Marcy with that extra life steal. The man fighting potential is great. Obviously good into the borrowed time, but doesn't really feel like anything is screaming Scotty to me this game. And ever since they got this blink on Axe, they haven't accomplished anything with it. They're gonna try. Okay, Palm though.
That's a decent kill. They're gonna be able to duck him down. So no Ice Blast available into this fight as Fortune's End's gonna get propped on this. Oh no, that's a problem. Mr. Morrow tried to TP on out, and he's just gonna get Rolling Thunder down. Verdanik tried, and he does have the Blink Dagger button, but cannot heal himself up enough. And I don't know at what point, and I guess we're fine, but yeah, they got Ponlo. That is a worthwhile kill, but not for the cost of 3 A-tier heroes.
No, and connecting into these fights has been really difficult for Natty Narwhal as well. He's gonna look on to 4T3, has a shield rune, so maybe they can pop our time here, but not even. So just a really unfortunate set of events. Getting Pawn though was good, but the rest of it is tough. And for Danik, sometimes the Pango isn't enough to solely stop the Oracle, but when the Pango has this much net worth and the Oracle has that little net worth, it becomes very problematic very, very quickly. Oh, and even the grip here. Oh no.
This is death. Absolutely. There's going to be the Ice Blast. Oh, gets the ult off just in time. Tries to turn it on. Fortnite Man. Apparently you can. Oh, did he Nightmare dodge the Ice Blast? I was going to say he's healing somehow through this Ice Blast, but
I don't know how the Ice Blast actually didn't hit him. I felt like he did not. I feel like he didn't. I don't know what happened there actually.
I guess the angle was
I-
wrong. I could have sworn it
Dire's
was
so.
going to hit
tower
him.
is under attack.
I also thought so. So I'm a little bit confused. Ice Blast this game really confusing me on the interactions with Troll. I did think at first that maybe it was, I mean, like a strong dispel, but obviously you can't dispel the Ice Blast anyway, so yeah, I don't know. A little bit weird. I guess maybe it did just kind of miss.
Dire are scanning.
It's a little bit unfortunate they didn't get that kill, but no BKB in no man's land.
Well, sure, but you do have the Oracle behind him, and you're actually going to be fine. So I see dead people taking down a little bit, of course, because that's just what Ice Blast does, but 3,000 HP, he's pretty okay, and I really like where he's going out of this. He's not going for a damage item. There's no basher. You know, there's nothing like that. He's just going straight into refresher behind this. He's giving himself a nice, solid, what is that, 16 seconds of battle trance duration, which is, you know, even when we talk about this Ice Blast as it gets later, what do you get up to? You get up to 16 seconds on Ice Blast with the facet, with the level 20 talent. But, you know, you're not going to be casting Battle Transfer at the very beginning of the Ice Blast, so it pretty much means that with this refresher, Troll should never die inside Ice Blast duration.
Yeah, it's I mean, definitely going to be really nice. I think this is the best item that definitely Icy Dead people could go for. Eventually, bringing out Sandra Nasha will feel really nice, as well as then the Frostbite won't last, or the Frostbite won't last nearly as long. So pretty good build up here for Icy Dead people on the Troll Warlord. Definitely is about, I would say, equivalent in impact to 423. Definitely easier for him to man fight, but it is now a Bloodthorn soon finish for 423, level 20 as well. So he's going to have the potential to really burst these heroes, especially if they don't have BKBs. Really getting scared for Perdanic in this game, as the only utility that this Oracle has here, Bayo, is a Tumbler's Toy and a Blink. That's the only thing to play these fights with onto Perdanic, and about 1,300 HP and 7 armor. It's rather fragile.
You know, at least he's got Keen-Eyed.
It
That's
is
something.
nice, yes. Yeah.
It's like a mini Aether Lens, which is, you know, core to the hero anyways. So you do have that going for yourself. It means you can play a little bit further back in these fights, but it's hard to play back in these fights when Pangolier exists.
Yeah, playing back against Pangolier is kind of a
Ariel.
facade.
Ariel, I'm not sure you
again.
want to be here, guy.
Oh.
He's going to find the ward, and maybe he can go get the ward before he dies, but nope, that's
quite.
not a thing.
Rain has really been on Ariel this game. I mean, showing why the Bane is actually decent in this game, or really, really good for Rain, is he's also going to finish up an Ag soon for himself on Rain, or he actually has the full Ags. Not necessarily the best Ags name, as it can get purged by the False Promise, but a lot of times, honestly, Rain's just been getting Fiend's Grips without the Ags anyway, so a lot of times that Fiend's Grip has to be utilized a lot earlier in the fight. So it's still very, very, very early to get this as a support. Not any contest on the Roshan. Now it's a Huskar lineup that has not only lost the first Rosh, but has also lost the second now.
We should point out, though, we talked about this perspective break silence timing on the Abaddon. That's only about 500 gold away. You know, Ariel's been doing a great job. He's got 103 CS, split pushing a little bit, playing on the edges, playing with his greedy enchantment, and yeah, he's died a couple times. He's a Skywrath. But he's getting very, very close to this combo. And that, I mean, we talked about it. That has a chance to make a significant impact in these fights.
Yeah, the Kana can do a lot, but unfortunately this timing is also matching up with the Aegis, so doesn't necessarily feel like they can do anything. But on the top Icy Dead people, he does have a refresher. He's going straight onto Ponlo.
Straight on top of Ponlo. He's dead. There's the Ice Blast, but he's got the BKB, so he
has another Battle Trance.
Got another one.
Oh,
the Fiend's Grip at the very end. Well done there by this Bane, but wait, it's still lasting. Not long enough. Okay.
I'm almost there, but I mean, somehow they end up in that engagement with nobody else around. I mean, 4Pirates just have not been in the same fight even a singular time. It feels like if Mr. Moral was there, I think that could have possibly been a one fight. Maybe the Aegis was slightly too overbearing, so maybe it's Icy Dead people and Perdanic in the wrong spot, but either way, it's just a disconnect between the cores here. Mr. Moral, this Axe has not really panned out for him in this type of game, and Fortunately, he's not able to do much into 4-2-3.
All right,
Does have the
there's gonna
Conda,
be
though.
The blink call into the Conda, and he's dead immediately. First time
one.
Will falls. You got to force staff him on out of here, and Fortnite Man's creeps not going to get what it needs. 4-2-3 goes in on
Good
the
false
backside.
promise.
But hey, there's the false promise. That's going to buy a lot of spaces now. Moves in, life break from Natty Narwhal.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And that's really good as a fight without your carry troller. Ice Blast going to go in. Ooh, big Ice Blast. Natty Narwhal has to get force staffed on out of there. False promise. Nope.
No.
Not available.
The damage.
Oh, Oracle nuked him.
Mr.
Oracle
Mole, too.
gave him some purifying flames when he couldn't be healed, and that Ice Blast from Ponlo on the re-engage. Oracle has to buy back, but for what? That's not. This Interact is dead, and now 42 seconds, 66 seconds, 35 seconds as the troll respawns.
Yeah, I mean, kind of just fishing for something that I don't think was in their reach. I mean, not really reasonable without the troll being there. And now, Ponlo, we were talking a long time ago about that scythe being finished. It is finished now. So they have every tool in the book, and either lands an Ags for Rain, one of the most farmed Banes I've seen in a very long time. As they go on to I See Dead People, no Strong Dispel, but nicely done to save him there for the moment. Does force his BKB though, so doesn't feel like they really saved it much. Definitely not their buildings.
Now, I just can't get over the last fight. I understand that they kind of this inclination to go and try to Purifying Flames and maybe heal your Huskara, but at least one, maybe multiple Purifying Flames were cast by the Oracle onto the Huskar after he was Ice Blasted. Which just helps.
Yeah,
kill.
it's
You know,
yeah.
there's no benefit there.
I've seen Perdanic maybe slip up maybe a time or two this game on the Oracle. Overall, I mean, a very tough Oracle game, but yeah, this game just hasn't. I mean, in order to honestly, I think, squeeze value out of this Oracle, you have to be so proficient on the hero. And I See Dead People, 5 seconds under pressure, no BKB.
Oh, there we go. He's going to get purged up pretty quickly, though. And now the ult's going to get popped, trying to go take down this bad. But there we go.
Another Battle
He's going to pop Battle Trance second time, getting on top of Fortnite Man. Not healing, though. That's the problem. He's
still
far
frostbitten.
away from this Oracle. Even still, 4-2-3.
They got
will
Abaddon.
fall down. That's a very nice kill. Nisha on the back line, gets on top of this guy, takes him down. But Natty Narwhal looking to see if he can make this fight happen on his own. Fortnite Man gets on top of him, though. And that's, yeah, he's going to be exposed. He's dead. Axe looks for the dunk, doesn't find it. And now that is 5 dead on the side of 4Pirates in this game number 3. This Huskar, you know what? Rojo, rejoice. For your pubs everywhere. First pick Huskar did not win the game of Dota 2.
It did not, but there was a lot of issues, honestly, as well. And coming out of it does feel like a small draft issue for 4Pirates. But honestly, I think the least out of these 3 sets of games, I think that particularly just 4Pirates, they weren't really on the same page, and there probably are some key itemization issues here, maybe some farm priority things as well. I think Perdanic maybe didn't pilot the Oracle, I think, as well as he needed to, which was very well, very high execution cost on that hero. But I mean, also just didn't get any net worth to really utilize on the Oracle, only finished with a blink realistically in his inventory, and without having a kind of early, like going for that early pipe on Mr. Moral, but not being able to fight with the rest of the team. It didn't feel like it really did anything, and ending up without that blink, how do you engage fights with this team? It just, on paper, I think the lineup is good, and I think if they had gotten ahead more than they did in the laning phase, then they could have accomplished a lot of that, but it felt like they just kind of did nothing and then lost the game, Bayo.
Yeah, I liked the draft. I know we're talking about Huskar, and, you know, sure, fine, but I liked the draft. Huskar felt like it had a lot of room. Axe could go, like, it felt solid. The problem is that I'm with you. The itemization on Axe, getting an early pike made sense, but I feel like you go like, if you're going to go Helm Dom, you go Helm Dom Blink into the pipe. You do need that way to make initiations happen. Oracle probably needs to do a little bit more, but it just, the itemization was awkward. Their ability to take fights were awkward. That rotation from Huskar at, what was it, like just after 7 minutes, maybe a little earlier, where he tries to go take the tier 1 tower down and wastes about a minute, but that lets Pango get back into the game. Just a bunch of decisions that did not really wrap into a nice bow of a victory.
Yeah, I mean, just overall, for Pirates, I really like the spunk that they had in these kind of games. I think even through and through, they played, what they drafted for game 3 was very signature to their style, but just felt like by the end of this long day, by this third game, they did kind of just run out of steam and weren't able to accomplish what they wanted to. So very unfortunate for them, but at least for Most Wanted, coming out of that really, really difficult game one, they do end up with a pretty decent series under their belts and another victory for them.
Yep, so that now is the end of at least our coverage of Dream League Division 2 today. Of course, there are more games coming up tomorrow and Friday, and potentially a little bit later on as tiebreakers happen, and playoffs are going to get started soon enough as well. So plenty more Dota on the horizon, but for now, we're done here. Have a great rest of your day, friends. Stay safe, and we'll catch you next time.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well, how I used to be was so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel